Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M. Thanks for being here tonight. Before we get started, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you enjoy the video, give it a like. The first story tonight is from someone who says that even as a little kid, they knew something strange was going on in that old house. Some memories fade with time, but this one never really did. Alright, get comfortable, settle in, and let's get into tonight's first story. Hope you can relax, enjoy the listen, and sleep well tonight. Let me tell you something about myself first. I was an unusual kid, and honestly, I still am, just with more years on me now. I wasn't diagnosed as autistic until I was an adult, though looking back, it made perfect sense. It runs deep in my family. I've also always remembered things people insist I was too young to remember, but I do remember them, clearly. Not just as pictures either. I remember the smell of a room, the feel of the air, the texture of things, all of it. And as long as I can recall, I could read. Books were my refuge. I loved fairy tales, folklore, anything old and enchanted. But even as a child, I knew perfectly well the difference between fantasy and real life. I never mixed those up. When I was very little, we lived in an old Florida house that sat up on piers, with a wide porch wrapping around it, and a long hallway running straight through the middle. If you walked in the front door, you could see all the way to the back. Rooms lined both sides of the hall, and the place had that kind of old-fashioned shape that feels beautiful and strange at the same time. It was the sort of house that seemed to hold on to its stories. I was about 3 when we moved in, and it did not take long for me to feel that we weren't alone there. There were, at least to my mind, 2 very different kinds of spirits in that house. One terrified me. My bedroom was halfway down the left side of the hall, and at night, I would see a man step out through the fireplace, leading a horse. It never felt like he was entering the room so much as continuing along a path the house happened to be built across. He never looked at me. The horse never did either. They never spoke, never paused, never acknowledged me at all. But every single time, I felt this awful heaviness coming off him, something cold and hateful, and I would scream until they passed through. I can't explain why I knew he was bad. I just did. After a few nights of this, my parents stopped making me sleep in that room. The others were different. They were children. A little girl, about 5 years old, and a younger boy, maybe 2 or 3. The girl's name was Elsie. She was bossy in the way some little girls can be, always wanting to organize things and decide how everyone ought to behave. The boy, Jonah, showed up less often, but he was sweet. He liked toy cars, and he loved being read to. Elsie liked to fuss over my little brother, and if I refused to play what she wanted, she'd get offended and pout. My brother used to ride his tricycle down the hallway, then get stuck because he couldn't turn it around by himself. More than once, it seemed like Elsie helped him. The strange thing is, they didn't look ghostly at all. They looked solid, ordinary, like children you might expect to see in any house. They could just vanish in an instant. Nobody really believed me when I talked about Elsie. My mother especially brushed it off. She thought she was imaginary, and because people sometimes tried to call me by a nickname that sounded a bit like her name, my mother decided I must have invented Elsie out of that. That bothered me so much. I knew what I was seeing, and being teased about it made me furious. At one point, my father built a big bird enclosure at the end of the playroom and filled it with parakeets. I liked watching them, though from a distance. One day I was sitting there drawing, completely focused, and Elsie wanted me to stop and play something else, probably dolls. I hated dolls, which never stopped relatives from giving them to me. I told her she had to wait until I finished. The next thing I knew, the birds were loose, flapping wildly all over the room. I didn't see her open the cage, but I was certain she had done it. I crouched down screaming while feathers and wings went everywhere. My parents rushed in. My father tried to gather the birds, and my mother pulled me out of the room and demanded to know why I had opened the cage. I told her I hadn't, that Elsie had. She thought I was lying, and I got punished for it. I was angry at Elsie, hurt by my mother, and completely shaken by the birds. Even now, if one flaps too close to my head, my whole body remembers that moment. Then my baby sister was born in the winter, during a cold spell, and my mother had fires going in the fireplaces to keep the house warm. My brother and baby sister were sleeping in a room on the right side of the hall, and my mother was in the kitchen nearby. My brother, trying in his toddler way to help, decided the baby must be cold and pushed her bassinet closer to the fire. Too close. Eventually, it caught. My mother later said that a little girl ran into the kitchen, shouting that the baby's bed was on fire. She ran in, saw the flames, snatched my sister out, and shoved the burning bassinet outside through the porch door. Then she came looking for me and the girl. I was nowhere near it, just playing at the other end of the house, completely unaware of what had happened. She demanded to know who I had let in. There were neighborhood girls I wasn't allowed to invite over, so that's what she assumed. I told her I hadn't let anyone in. I said it must have been Elsie. My mother searched the house and found no one, which only made her angrier. But then my father came home, and after hearing her describe the little girl, he came and asked me what Elsie looked like. I described her exactly as I always had. Blonde ringlets, a pale blue dress with a white collar, little brown lace-up shoes. My mother had described the same child. Even my brother said it was Elsie. Not long after that, we left the house because my parents were separating. I was heartbroken to go. For years afterward, my mother refused to hear anything about what had happened there. She became very religious, and the idea of ghosts didn't fit into the way she wanted the world to work. If anyone mentioned that house, she got angry. She said we were lying. She especially hated that I never backed down. When I was older, I went to live with my father. One day we were driving past that old house, and it had been lifted up, ready to be moved somewhere else. I looked at him and said I wanted to ask him something about the place. He just smiled and said, "About the ghosts?" He told me he'd heard footsteps running down the hallway when no one was there. He told me he had seen the man with the horse too. He even said that one time, when my brother had gotten his tricycle stuck in the hall again, he started to get up and help, but the tricycle turned around by itself. My brother wasn't touching the handlebars and wasn't pedaling. My father said he laughed and thanked whatever had done it. Then he told me the part that has stayed with me ever since. On the day he was moving out for good, he was loading the last of his things into the car when he looked up and saw a little blonde girl standing on the back porch. He looked twice because he couldn't quite believe it, but she was still there. Elsie, exactly as I had always described her. And she said to him, very simply, "Please don't go." My father told her he didn't really have a choice, but he was sad about it too. Then he shut the car door, looked back, and she was gone. I can't tell you what it meant to hear that from him. After years of being told I was making it up, being mocked, being punished, having one person believe me felt like someone opening a window in a locked room. My father even told me my mother had threatened him before, saying she'd keep me from seeing him if she thought he was encouraging those beliefs. So when I hear other people talk about the strange things they experienced as children, and how the adults around them laughed or dismissed them, it still hits a nerve in me. Because whether a child is sensing something supernatural, something psychological, or simply something they don't yet have words for, their fear is still real. Their unease is real. What they need in that moment is not ridicule. They need comfort. They need to be listened to. They need love. That's the part I still carry with me most of all. want to tell you something that happened when I was around 12. Back then, it was just my mom, my sister, and me, living in a cramped basement apartment. We didn't have much. I was getting picked on a lot at school, and honestly, real life felt heavy all the time. So I escaped into cartoons, stories, and creepy internet legends. That was around the time the nights started changing. I'd be lying in bed, and out of nowhere, this fear would wash over me. Not the normal kind either. It felt specific, like I wasn't alone, like there were people in my room. I never saw them come in, and I never actually saw their faces, but I could feel exactly where they were standing. There were 3 of them, and somehow I just knew they were adult men. One stayed near the bedroom door, one lingered by the end of my bed, and one stood by the closet. They never rushed me, never spoke to me directly. They just stood there, watching. And the strangest part was, I had this deep, awful feeling that they knew I was awake. I used to keep my face turned toward the wall because I was terrified that if I actually looked at them, something terrible would happen. As long as I didn't turn and face them, I felt like I might be safe. Sometimes I'd hear little noises too, like boots shifting on the floor, a throat being cleared, a sniffle, a quiet cough, just enough to make my skin go cold. I kept telling myself it had to be my imagination. I was a kid. Kids get scared. Kids make things up. So I started sleeping with a nightlight, and that helped because if the room stayed lit, I could fall asleep before that feeling showed up. But my mom would sometimes check on me after I drifted off and switch the light off to save the bulb. So some mornings I'd wake up and find it dark again. After a while, I got tired of being scared. I wanted proof one way or the other. So I started recording audio on my phone at night and leaving it beside my bed. I think part of me wanted to prove I was imagining everything. But I wasn't. I caught the sounds, heavy footsteps, shuffling, sniffling, somebody clearing his throat. Once or twice, a cough that absolutely did not sound like it came from a child. And I need you to understand what that felt like. I was a little girl, already afraid, and then suddenly I had evidence. Real evidence. It wasn't every night, but it happened often enough that I knew it wasn't just one weird coincidence. I played the recordings for a couple of friends, and they heard it too. For one tiny second, I felt relieved, because I thought, thank God, I'm not losing my mind. And then right after that came the worst realization. If I'm not imagining it, then what is in that room with me? Nothing about it made sense. We lived in a basement unit with multiple locked doors between the outside and my bedroom. Even if somebody somehow got in, how were they silent enough on the way in that the recording never picked it up, but loud enough in my room for the phone to catch their boots on the floor? And why would anyone do that? Why sneak in just to stand over a sleeping preteen and then leave without touching anything? At that age, with way too much internet access and not nearly enough common sense, I came up with the most 12-year-old explanation possible. I convinced myself some creepy supernatural thing had chosen me and sent people to watch me. I know how ridiculous that sounds now, but when you're that young, scared, isolated, and already filling your head with horror stories, your mind builds its own logic. And I told no one. Not because I thought it was normal, but because I was scared that if I said it out loud, whatever was in that room would get angry. In my head, staying quiet felt safer. I know what some people would say. Maybe I was making noises in my sleep. Maybe I was dreaming. But I wasn't pacing around in boots at 2 a.m, and I definitely wasn't producing the sound of a grown man coughing. I was a kid. There's one part I still can't stop thinking about. One night my mom came in to turn off the nightlight, and I actually woke up while she was there. We talked for a minute or two. I even asked her about it the next morning, and she confirmed it had happened, so I know I didn't dream that conversation. That whole night was being recorded, same as always. The recording started with me setting the phone down before bed, and in the morning it ended with my mom waking me up. But when I checked it later, the file was only about 4 hours long, even though I'd slept closer to 9. The beginning was there. The ending was there. But a huge chunk from the middle was just gone. The conversation with my mom? Missing. That whole section of the night had vanished. It only happened once, but it rattled me badly. It made me feel like something had happened during those missing hours, and for whatever reason, I wasn't supposed to hear it back. I got older, a little braver, and I quit using the nightlight. I even stopped recording myself. Then about a year later, after we moved into another basement apartment, it happened again. By then my sister had moved out, and it was just my mom and me. The new place was even smaller, and my bedroom was tiny, barely big enough for a twin bed and one dresser. One night, I was lying there, half asleep, facing the wall, when I got that same awful feeling. That same certainty that someone was standing in my room, watching me breathe. This time, it felt like maybe there was only one. So I started recording again. A few more nights, a few more strange sounds, and then, just like before, it stopped. Completely. I've never had a solid explanation for any of it. I've gone over every rational possibility I can think of. Childhood fear, sleep confusion, sounds from pipes or walls, someone outside, somebody breaking in. None of it fits cleanly, especially not with the recordings and the missing time. So no, I can't tell you what it was. I can only tell you what it felt like. It felt real. It felt close. And even now, after all these years, part of me still wants someone to hand me an ordinary explanation and make the whole thing boring. I'd gladly take boring. I'd love boring. But I've never found it. Hey, I'm 18, and I still live with my parents. Not too long ago, my mom decided we should move because she never felt comfortable in our old neighborhood. The new house was bigger, and I was actually excited because I'd finally have a larger room with its own bathroom. The only catch was that the bathroom inside my room didn't work yet, so nobody really used it. Before we even brought all our things in, my parents had a priest come bless the house with holy water. That already left me feeling a little uneasy, like maybe there was some reason they felt it was necessary. I tried not to think too much about it though. The first few nights there felt off. I kept hearing strange noises upstairs, like doors shifting, things dropping, little sounds that didn't make sense when everyone was supposed to be asleep. I told myself it was just a new house making new house noises, but deep down, it didn't feel that simple. One night, while I was asleep in my room, I suddenly became aware of this intense heat spreading across my back. I was lying with my back turned toward that unused bathroom. Then I felt something even worse, someone breathing near my ear. And after that, I heard a woman's voice whispering so clearly it didn't feel like a dream at all. She said she wouldn't close my bathroom door. The terrifying part was that I couldn't move. I was stuck there, fully aware, trying to calm myself down enough to wake up. When I finally managed to break out of it, I shot out of bed shaking, drenched in sweat, and ran straight out of my room. I tried to convince myself it had just been a nightmare, but it felt way too specific, way too real. When I told my parents, they brushed it off and said I was overreacting. After that, I could barely sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like something was standing beside me. For several nights, I kept waking up just to make sure I was alone. Then the nightmares started. They were always about my room. In one, the lights went out all at once, and I had to run out in the dark. I'd never had dreams like that before, and honestly, they got under my skin. Then for about a week, everything went quiet. No nightmares, no whispers, nothing. I started to relax again. But on the 7th night, it happened again. This time, in the dream, I felt that same burning heat, only stronger. It spread all the way from my shoulders down to my heels. Then another voice came, older this time, like an adult man. He sounded angry. I can't remember every word, but I remember the feeling of what he was saying. He was asking why I hadn't listened to what the woman had told me before. At that point, I was on the verge of tears. Some friends had told me that if anything like that happened again, I should pray in my head. So I tried. But the more I prayed, the worse it felt. Then I heard laughter behind me. Not loud, not dramatic, just this awful laugh that made me feel completely helpless. I was so scared, I thought I might actually break down. Then my sister woke me up for breakfast, and I came back to myself all at once. When I told my parents that morning, they looked more serious than before, even though they still said it was probably just another bad dream. My mom decided she'd sleep in my room for a while, just to see if anything strange happened. She brought in an air mattress and stayed there for about a week. That helped me settle down a little. I started to feel safer. But one afternoon, while my mom was out buying groceries, I took a nap in that room, and it happened again. Same heat, same fear, same feeling of someone right behind me. Only this time, I wasn't facing the bathroom. I had my back against the wall. That's what really shook me. The voice came back, older and harsher than before, saying things I couldn't fully understand. But there was one part I did understand, and it scared me even more because it felt personal, like it was talking about me directly. By then, I'd learned the only way to force myself awake was to start moving my fingers, little by little, until I could move my hand, then my arm, then finally pull myself out of it completely. And now, honestly, this is starting to wear me down. I never thought I'd become afraid of falling asleep, but that's exactly what's happening. It's happening more often, and it's starting to affect my whole day. I'm exhausted all the time. I can't rest properly. The people I've told don't really know how to help, and I'm reaching the point where I just want a real explanation. Anything that makes sense, because right now I feel completely drained. I want to tell you about something that happened to me, and even now, I still do not fully know what to make of it. About a year before this happened, my father passed away very suddenly from a heart attack. He was not just my dad, he was my closest friend. Losing him changed something deep in me, and there is not a day that goes by that I do not miss him. As the months passed, I learned how to keep going. Not because the grief got smaller, but because I had no choice except to live around it. You start adjusting to the absence, even when your heart still reaches for the person who is gone. After he died, I dreamed about him a few times. In one of those dreams, I remember looking at him and asking, "What are you doing here? You are gone." But he did not say a word. He just stood there, smiling at me so softly, with this calm, loving look in his eyes. When I woke up, I tried not to hold on to it too tightly. I told myself it was probably just grief, or my mind trying to make sense of everything. I wanted to keep moving forward, even though I still missed him terribly. Then, in December of 2022, something happened that I still carry with me. I had gone to my best friend's birthday party. She lives about 40 minutes away from me, and since I knew I would be driving home that night, I did not drink. Everything about the evening felt ordinary. When it got late, I hugged everyone goodbye, got into my car, and started the drive home. At first, nothing seemed unusual. The roads were quiet, almost empty, the kind of stillness you only get late at night. I was driving like I normally would, music playing softly, just focused on getting home. Then, without any warning, a freezing chill went through my whole body. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I was hit with this immediate urge to lock the doors. So I did. I locked the car, turned my music way down, put everything else aside, and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. And all at once, I had this overwhelming feeling that someone was in the car with me. It was so strong that I started checking the back seat, glancing from side to side, looking at every empty seat as if I expected to catch movement out of the corner of my eye. But there was nothing there. Still, the feeling would not leave. It was not just nervousness. It felt like a presence, solid, unshakable, as if someone was sitting there with me in silence. I even had the wild thought of pulling over to check the trunk or to look under the car, just because the feeling was that intense. I know how strange that sounds, but in that moment, it felt completely real, like I was not alone. And then, the second I turned into my driveway, it vanished. Just like that. No chill, no heaviness, no presence. Nothing. I sat there for a moment, trying to understand what had just happened. And deep down, the thought that came to me was simple. I felt like my dad had been with me. Like he had ridden home beside me to make sure I got back safely. I have had experiences in my life that I cannot fully explain, especially after a hospital stay years ago when I flatlined for a few seconds during a seizure. Since then, there have been moments that made me wonder whether there is more around us than we can see. But this felt different from anything else. This felt personal. And even now, when I think back on that night, part of me still believes it was him, quietly keeping watch. Not to frighten me, but to stay close until I made it home. Before I tell you what happened in that old house, you should probably know a little about me. I was an unusual kid. Honestly, I still am, just with more years on me now. I found out as an adult that I'm autistic, which made a lot of things click into place. It runs deep in my family, so it wasn't exactly a thunderbolt. I've also always remembered things from very early childhood that other people insist I couldn't possibly remember. But I do. I remember them clearly. And when I remember, it isn't just pictures. It's the smell of the air, the feel of the floorboards, the texture of the blankets, the whole thing. I learned to read so young that I can't even remember a time before books. I absolutely inhaled them. Folk tales, fairy stories, old legends, anything strange or enchanted. I loved it. But even as a little kid, I knew the difference between pretend and real. I never mixed those up. When I was very young, we lived in an old Florida cracker house. It was raised up on piers, with a metal roof and a wide porch wrapping around it. The front door opened into this long hallway that ran straight to the back door, and all the rooms branched off from that hall. It was one of those old houses that feels like it's holding its breath. The right side still had its original rooms, each with a fireplace and a door to the porch. The kitchen was at the far end. The left side had been changed over the years. One room had been split to make a bathroom and storage room, and the porch on that side had been enclosed into this long, narrow playroom. I was about 3 when we moved in, and it didn't take long for me to feel that we were not alone there. There were really 2 kinds of presences in that house. One of them terrified me. My bedroom was the middle room on the left side of the hall. Every night, a man would come through the fireplace, leading a horse. Not climbing out of it exactly, more like he and the horse were walking along their own path, and the house had somehow been built across it. He never looked at me. The horse never looked at me. Neither one ever spoke. But every single time, I would panic. I mean, absolute, screaming terror. There was something about that man that felt wrong in a way I can still barely describe. Pure meanness. Malice. I was convinced with every fiber of my little body that he was a bad man. My parents tried sleeping in my room for a few nights, but eventually they decided I didn't have to sleep there anymore. That solved at least that part of it. The other spirits in the house were different. They were children. A girl and her little brother. The girl's name was Elsie. She was around 5, a little bossy, a little motherly, and very sure of herself. Her brother, Johnny, was maybe 2 or so, and he showed up less often. He loved toy cars, and he loved being read to. Elsie liked fussing over my little brother, too. If he rode his tricycle down the hall and got stuck because he couldn't turn around, she would help him. And if I didn't want to do what she wanted to do, she'd get offended in this dramatic little pout. What's strange is they didn't look ghostly at all. They looked solid, ordinary. They just had this habit of appearing and disappearing so quickly it made your head spin. Whenever I talked about Elsie, nobody really believed me. My mother especially. She kept insisting Elsie was imaginary, and she thought I'd made up the name because people sometimes tried to call me Jessie, which I absolutely hated. So in her mind, Elsie was just my child brain version of that. But no, I knew the difference. And honestly, I was offended she thought I'd be that unoriginal. One day, my dad had built this huge cage at the far end of the playroom and filled it with parakeets. I loved watching them, though from a safe emotional distance, as it turned out. I was sitting there drawing one afternoon, perfectly happy, and Elsie wanted me to do something else. Probably play with dolls, which I hated even then. My grandmother kept trying to bless me with dolls, and I kept feeling cursed by them. I told Elsie she'd have to wait until I finished my drawing, and then suddenly, every bird was out. They were everywhere, flapping wildly around the room, and I just dropped down and started shrieking. My parents came running. My mother took me out of the room while my dad tried to catch the birds. Then my mother demanded to know why I had opened the cage. I told her I hadn't, that Elsie had. I hadn't actually seen her do it, but nobody else had been in there. My mother said I was lying, and I got punished for it. I was furious at Elsie, furious at my mother, and deeply traumatized by that whole storm of wings. Even now, if a bird flaps too close to my head, my nervous system still wants to evacuate the premises. Then came the day with my baby sister. She was born in February, during a cold stretch, and my mother had fires going in all the fireplaces to warm the house. My brother and baby sister were sleeping in the middle room on the right side. My mother was in the kitchen, keeping an ear on them. My brother was still very little, and at some point he decided the baby must be cold. So he pushed her bassinet as close to the fireplace screen as he could. Eventually, the bassinet caught fire. My mother said a little girl came running in to tell her the baby's bed was burning. She ran into the room and found it true, grabbed my sister out, opened the porch door, and shoved the flaming bassinet out into the yard. Naturally, she was shaken to the core. Once the baby was safe, she came looking for me and the girl who had warned her. I was all the way in the playroom, completely unaware of the chaos. She demanded to know who I had let into the house. There were some neighborhood girls I wasn't allowed to invite over, and she assumed it had been one of them. I told her, as calmly as I could, that it was probably Elsie. That did not improve her mood. She searched the whole house and couldn't find any little girl, of course, and then she turned that anger on me. She accused me of lying and threatened to punish me hard if I didn't tell the truth. Thankfully, my dad came home right about then. He pulled my mother aside, asked what had happened, and listened while she described the little girl who had warned her. Then he came and asked me what Elsie looked like. I described her: blonde hair in ringlets, a pale blue dress with a white collar, brown lace-up shoes. And apparently, that was exactly the same description my mother had just given him. My brother, little as he was, also said it had been Elsie. Not long after that, we moved out because my parents were splitting up. I was heartbroken. I lost regular time with my dad for a while, and my mother became more rigidly religious. After that, any mention of ghosts or anything from that house would set her off. She called everyone liars. She especially called me one. So for years, I carried all of that alone. When I was a teenager, I went to live with my dad. One day we were driving past that old house while it was being lifted and prepared to be moved, and I finally asked him about it. I said, "Can I ask you something about that house?" And he just laughed softly and said, "About the ghosts?" He told me he'd heard footsteps running down the hallway when no one was there. He told me he had seen the man with the horse, too. He even told me that one time, when my brother had ridden his tricycle down the hall and gotten stuck as usual, Dad had started to get up to turn him around, and before he could, the tricycle turned by itself. My brother wasn't touching the handlebars and he wasn't pedaling. Dad said he just laughed and said, "Well, thank you." And then he told me something I've never forgotten. On the day he was moving out, he was carrying the last of his things to the car when he looked up and saw a little blonde girl standing on the back porch. He looked again because, of course he did, but she was still there. Elsie. Just as I had always described her. She looked at him and said, "Please don't go." He told her he didn't really have a choice, but that he was sad too. Then he closed the car door, looked back, and she was gone. That conversation meant more to me than I can explain. For years, I'd been told I was crazy, dramatic, dishonest. And then my dad, in a few quiet minutes, gave me something I had needed for so long: validation. He believed me because he had seen it too. He even admitted my mother had threatened to make his life harder if he encouraged any of my beliefs about what happened in that house. So when I hear other people talk about strange experiences they had as children, especially the ones nobody believed, it still hits a nerve in me. I think about how vulnerable children are when they're frightened, and how much damage it does when the adults around them respond with ridicule instead of care. Maybe what a child senses in a place turns out to be nothing paranormal at all. Maybe it's stress, or atmosphere, or something they can't name yet. But sometimes, maybe, it isn't nothing. Either way, the answer should be the same. Listen to them. Take them seriously. Comfort them. Let them know they're not alone. That matters more than people realize. I was sitting with my mom one evening, just half watching TV, and we started talking about her father, my grandfather, who had passed away years ago. The room was calm, the kind of quiet that settles in when people are sharing old family memories. Then the ceiling light above us flickered. My mom got tense right away. Trying to lighten the mood, I laughed and said something like, "Maybe Grandpa's dropping by to say hello." She did not find that funny at all. And then, almost on cue, we both jumped because the blender in the kitchen suddenly roared to life. The kitchen was just down the hall, so we rushed in to see what was going on. My mom looked at me like I had set the whole thing up to scare her. I hadn't. Not even a little. The blender was plugged in, yes, but the switch itself wasn't turned on. I remember trying to brush it off, telling myself it had to be something ordinary, maybe a power glitch, something dull and explainable. We were still standing there going back and forth about it when this huge crash came from the living room. Not a little bump. A real, sharp bang that made both of us yell out. We ran back in and saw the coffee table had shifted in a way that made no sense. It was one of those older tables with a chrome frame and a thick sheet of glass resting on top. The glass sat on small metal supports covered with worn rubber sleeves, and over time those sleeves had gotten tacky. You couldn't just nudge the table and expect the glass to slide around. Even lifting the glass took a deliberate push from underneath to free it. It stayed put. Always. But now the glass was sitting crooked, off-center, like someone had lifted it, turned it slightly, and let it drop back down. That sound we heard? It fit perfectly. We were the only two people in the house. No pets, no shaking from traffic, no earthquake. Nothing obvious that could explain how that glass had moved. Honestly, it rattled both of us badly. Even my mom later said that if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she never would have believed me. I'm still a skeptic by nature. I'm not desperate to call everything paranormal. If someone offered me a solid, logical explanation, I'd take that before jumping to the idea that my late grandfather had decided to make a dramatic entrance and terrify his daughter and granddaughter. But here's the part that still gets me. When we told my grandmother, I expected her to dismiss the whole thing immediately. She's practical, deeply religious, and not the type to entertain ghost stories or superstition. She believes in God, in common sense, and not much in between. So I thought she'd tell us we were being ridiculous. Instead, she went quiet for a moment and said it wouldn't surprise her if it had been her husband. Then she told us that years after he died, she woke up one morning to the bed shaking violently. Not subtly, really shaking. She said she couldn't explain why, but in that moment she just knew it was him, and she snapped out loud, "All right, stop that." The shaking stopped instantly. She said her heart was pounding afterward, and she got out of bed right away. Maybe it was a dream, maybe not, but she never laughed it off. And coming from her, that landed hard. She is the last person in the world I'd expect to tell a story like that. So that's what happened. I still don't know what to make of it. Maybe there's a sensible explanation I'm missing. Maybe there isn't. But I can tell you this. Whatever it was, it felt real when it happened, and neither my mom nor I has forgotten it. This happened a few years back, and I still can't explain it in any way that makes it feel smaller. My boyfriend and I had gotten into a bad argument, and he told me to leave for the night. At the time, we'd been staying in his old 1990 Silver Eagle coach, parked at a truck stop across from a budget motel. A few friends of mine were staying there, and when I headed toward the office, they waved me over and invited me in for a drink. One beer turned into a couple, and before long, I decided I'd just get my own room and stay there until morning. The motel had several long wings, and one of them had a reputation. People said there were things in that section, upstairs and downstairs, that never really left. Naturally, that was the wing where they put me. My room was one of the accessible ones. The first thing I noticed was the bathroom. I'd asked for a bathtub, but there wasn't one. Instead, there was this sliding barn-style door, which I actually thought was kind of neat at first. That changed the moment I tried to close it. Every time I slid it shut, it rolled right back open. I checked the track, thinking maybe it was crooked, but it looked perfectly normal. I turned off the bathroom light, shut the door again, and stood there watching it. A few seconds later, it slowly slid back open on its own. I dragged a chair over and wedged it against the door, thinking that would solve it. Somehow, the door still shifted the chair. Eventually, I got it to stay closed, or at least I thought I did. When I climbed into bed and looked over again, the bathroom door was open. The light was on too. At that point, I was too tired to care. I rolled over and went to sleep. Sometime later, while it was still dark, I woke up because I heard something breathing over me. Not just nearby, right over me. Heavy, slow breathing. I could actually feel the heat of it through the blankets, pressing against me. I cracked one eye open and turned to see what it was. Standing there was this enormous figure. It had to be at least 8 or 9 feet tall, with horns, a massive head, and these huge shoulders and arms. The kind of thing that should have terrified me instantly. But strangely, it didn't. I've had experiences my whole life, things I can't neatly explain. So instead of screaming, I just looked at it and said, "Seriously?" Then I turned over and went back to sleep. Later, I dreamed my boyfriend was sitting in the chair I'd used against the bathroom door, except now the chair was by the front door of the motel room. He was smoking a cigarette, just staring at the door like he was waiting for something. I asked him how he got in and reminded him it was a non-smoking room. He turned to me, pressed a finger to his lips, and told me without words to be quiet. I remember thinking he must be hiding from someone, that maybe he'd convinced the front desk to let him in. I pulled the blankets up and drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up around 9:30. The chair was no longer by the bathroom door. It was sitting by the front door, exactly where it had been in the dream. The bathroom door was closed and the light was off. A few minutes later, there was a knock. I froze for a second, then crept over and looked through the lower peephole. It was my boyfriend. I opened the door and asked him how he found me. He said one of our friends had told him where I was after seeing how upset he'd been trying to track me down. I asked why he'd been so worked up, and he said, "Because I had this awful feeling in a dream that you were in danger, like something evil was after you." I just stood there. I couldn't speak, couldn't move. It felt like my whole body had turned to stone. When I finally found my voice, I told him everything that had happened that night. I told him about the thing standing over me, about the heat of its breath, about the chair moving, about the dream. I told him I thought what I'd seen looked like a minotaur or something close to it, some kind of ancient, impossible creature. And the strangest part was still this. When it happened, I wasn't afraid. Not then. The fear came later, all at once, like my body had waited until it was safe to react. Once it hit me, it hit hard. My chest tightened, my hands started shaking, and I spiraled into a full panic attack. I couldn't catch my breath. He calmed me down and told me that, in his dream, I had called out to him to come protect me from something evil. After I finally settled, I took a shower, got dressed, and left that place as fast as I could. But I've never forgotten that night. More than the shape of it, more than the horns or the size, what stayed with me was the heat. That awful, unnatural heat of something breathing over me while I slept. I was about 11 years old when I went up to Northern Oregon with my mother's half-sister. She was heading there with a group of migrant workers to earn money picking strawberries and cherries, and I came along to help watch her 2 little boys, who were still babies then. We'd been there maybe a couple of weeks, staying cramped in a trailer near the fields, when my aunt decided she wanted to rent a proper house since we were supposed to be there for most of the summer. So one afternoon, all of us piled into the truck and went looking. Then we found that house. I still remember it so clearly. It sat up where you could see forever, with this sweeping view of green land and sky that didn't even feel real. The house itself looked grand, almost too grand, like something from an old film. It was 2 stories tall, with heavy wooden French doors. And when those doors opened, right there in front of you was this wide staircase that curved upward, with polished wood and dark iron railing. It was beautiful, truly beautiful. But the second I stood on that porch, before I even stepped inside, something in me changed. I felt this deep, sudden heaviness. Not fear exactly, not at first. More like dread. Like loneliness so strong it had a shape. My aunt, though, was thrilled. She kept saying, "This is the one, this is the one." She was smiling, calling everybody from room to room, wanting us all to see how perfect it was. My cousin Mariella reached her hand out to me and said, "Come inside with us." So I did. I took maybe 5 or 6 steps into that house, and as I got close to the staircase, this red cloud came rushing down from upstairs. It looked like smoke, but not like any smoke I'd ever seen. It was dense and angry and bright, and it slammed into me so hard it knocked me flat onto the floor and drove the breath right out of me. I was lying there stunned, trying to breathe, and I watched that red cloud tear through the house. It rushed into one room, then another, then flew back upstairs and darted in and out of those rooms like it was searching, or raging, or both. The second I could move again, I scrambled for the door. And the moment my foot hit the porch, I heard Mariella crying. I turned around and there she was, sitting on the shiny wood floor near the bottom of the staircase, crying hard. I looked up just in time to see that red smoke glide into the room where my aunt was standing. But as it moved toward her, it changed. It got thinner, lighter, almost faded, like its anger had softened. I shouted to Mariella, "Come on!" She jumped up and ran toward me. And just like that, the red cloud turned dark again. Thicker, faster. It came straight at us. We leaped off the porch and ran to the truck as fast as we could. We climbed in, slammed the doors, and locked them. From where we were parked, we could still see inside because the house had those huge glass windows. We sat there, watching that red mass race through the rooms upstairs and downstairs like it owned the place. Then I glanced off to the side of the house, and I remember seeing this beautiful meadow. Just this wide stretch of green, lined with trees, peaceful as anything. It was such a strange contrast. One of the prettiest places I'd ever seen, sitting right beside something that felt deeply wrong. A few minutes later, everyone came back out to the truck. You could hear their footsteps in the gravel before they opened the doors. My aunt was still excited, oddly enough. More excited than anyone else. Like nothing had happened. As we drove away, I looked back and could still see that red cloud moving through the house. Only now it looked even bigger, darker. Nobody said much for a long while. Then finally, Mariella asked, real quiet, "Are we going to tell my mom something pushed us down?" That opened the whole thing up. The men riding with us started talking about how bad the house had felt to them. One of them turned and asked if we'd seen something inside that scared us. We said yes. Then another man said he had seen the devil in that house. Said it was red. Said it was evil. I told them, it pushed me first. Then it pushed Mariella. And one of the men looked at me and said something I never forgot. He said, "That's because you were the strongest one there. It was afraid of you." I asked him why it had gone pale and calm around my aunt. And he said, maybe because she knows black magic. At 11 years old, I didn't understand what he meant. Not really. But years later, I came to believe he was telling the truth. We never went back to that house, and no matter how hard my aunt tried afterward, she could never get anyone to answer her about renting it. Not once. So, I need to tell you about something that happened this weekend, because it has really stayed with me and I still cannot shake the feeling of it. My father-in-law, Nikos, passed away last year, in early July. My son and Nikos were never especially close. We saw my in-laws maybe once a month, and things were always cordial, just never deeply affectionate. Not bad, not warm, just somewhere in the middle. We live in Athens, and a few days ago, on Thursday, we left to go to my husband's village for a short summer stay, like we usually do. His parents had bought a stationary caravan there years ago, and every summer we spend about a week in it. I mention this because both the caravan and the car we're using now originally belonged to my late father-in-law, so his presence is already tied to both in a way. While we were driving there, my husband suddenly told me something that completely threw me. He said he had seen his father's face reflected in the car window while driving. Not once, but twice. The first time had been earlier in the week when he was driving his work van, and the second time was just minutes before he told me. I honestly did not know what to say. My husband is the last person to believe in anything spiritual. He usually teases me for even entertaining those ideas, so for him to say that, and say it seriously, really unsettled me. Anyway, we arrived at the village, and everything seemed normal enough. We had our 15-year-old son with us, along with two of his friends, boys aged 13 and 16. Then on Saturday evening, we had to leave unexpectedly because of an emergency with my dog. All the vets in the village were closed, so we packed up and headed back to Athens. On the drive home, my son was sitting in the back with his friends. They were chatting, laughing, asking us to stop somewhere because they were hungry. I had one earbud in and was listening to an anxiety meditation, trying to calm myself because I was already so worried about my dog. After a while, I noticed the boys had gone quiet. I assumed they were tired. About 15 minutes later, my son suddenly asked us to stop the car and get him a pill from the luggage because his head was hurting badly. He looked awful, really pale and distressed. I asked him what was wrong, and he just held his head and said, "Please just give me a painkiller. I'll tell you later." He looked deeply shaken. We stopped at a service station, and I asked again if he felt sick or dizzy. And then he looked at me and said, "I saw Grandpa," and immediately burst into tears. That alone was enough to make my heart drop. My son is not dramatic. He is not interested in spirits or anything supernatural, just like his father. And he would never cry like that in front of his friends unless he was truly terrified. I told the other boys to step out for a bit and went with them to get food. While we were away, I asked the older one what had happened. He told me my son had suddenly gone completely still and was staring straight ahead at the window in front of him. At first, the boy thought he was joking, like pretending to freeze for fun. He even pretended to fall asleep, expecting my son to snap out of it and laugh. But he didn't. He just sat there, eyes open, fixed on one spot, not moving, for what felt like around 10 minutes. Then he leaned back, grabbed his head, and asked for a painkiller. Later, my husband told me more, and when we finally got home and my son was lying in bed, I asked him to tell me exactly what he had experienced in his own words. He said that all at once, everything around him went black. He could not hear us, could not speak, could not feel the car anymore. Then he said he was suddenly seeing the living room in my in-laws' house. He said he could see the sofa where his grandfather used to sleep. And on that sofa was the framed photo of his grandfather, the one that is really there now because my mother-in-law placed it there after he died. Then he saw his grandmother, still alive, walk toward the photo and touch it. He said she was dressed in black. And while she was touching the picture, he heard his grandfather laugh, but in a cold, almost mocking way. He did not see him directly, only heard the laugh. Then he said, a dark shadow came quickly and took his grandmother away. Right after that, he was suddenly back in the car. He told me his head was pounding and he was so frightened he did not know what to do. And when he repeated this to me later, he started crying all over again. I am honestly very worried. My son is healthy. He is not prone to this kind of thing. He does not believe in spirits, does not seek out scary ideas, and would never invent something like this for attention, especially not in front of his friends. He was truly terrified. I do not know what to make of it. Was it his grandfather? If it was, why would he frighten him like that? Or was it something else entirely? Whatever it was, it did not feel comforting. It felt heavy, dark even. My uncle thinks maybe my father-in-law was not such a kind man underneath, and maybe he did not like all of us, or even the dogs, being in his caravan. But still, what my son saw seemed to be mostly about his grandmother, and that is the part that troubles me most. I want to tell you about two experiences I had when I was very young, probably around 4 or 5. Even now, when I think back on them, they still feel vivid in a way that's hard to explain. The first happened during a time when my mom was seeing a man who lived in an apartment across town. Whenever she went to visit him, I usually went with her because I was so little. I remember their place together always felt full of music. They would put records on, laugh, and dance around the living room, while I kept myself busy nearby with little toys or whatever I could find to play with. One night, the three of us were all trying to sleep in his bedroom. I remember lying there wide awake, unable to settle down. My eyes kept drifting around the room until I found myself staring at one corner near the ceiling, right where the walls met. For some reason, I couldn't stop looking at it. It felt like I'd been staring there for a very long time. Then, I noticed something forming in that corner. It looked like a dark, smoky cloud, almost like a black mist gathering itself together. I froze. I didn't scream or say anything at first. I just kept watching as it grew larger. After a moment, I reached over and started shaking my mom's shoulder to wake her up. I still couldn't take my eyes off that corner. When she opened her eyes, I quietly told her, "Look up." She did, and right away she gasped. Then she woke her boyfriend, and when he saw it too, he got up immediately. We all rushed out of the room, down the stairs and outside the apartment. I remember standing there in the cool night air while the two of them talked in low, uneasy voices, trying to figure out what we had just seen. Eventually, he went back inside by himself, turning on every light as he moved through the apartment. When we followed him back to the bedroom, the corner was empty. There was nothing there at all. No dark cloud, no stain, nothing. We stood there for a while, unsettled, and in the end, they decided we should all stay in the living room for the rest of the night. So that's what we did. The second experience happened at my grandmother's house. She always kept little things there for me to play with: toy cars, wooden blocks, plastic soldiers, things like that. Her house was small and cozy, a one-story place where the television was almost always on, and she was usually nearby doing something with her hands. One afternoon, I was in the hallway playing with a handful of army men on the floor. My grandmother was just around the corner in the living room, sitting in her chair, watching old shows and working on a blanket. While I was playing, this heavy feeling suddenly came over me. It was the kind of feeling that makes your stomach drop before you even know why. I looked up, and there in the hallway was something I still struggle to describe. It was dark, almost completely black, and it stretched across much of the hallway. Its outline looked rough and uneven, and it hovered above the floor instead of touching it. Scattered across it were small, glowing red dots that reminded me, in a strange way, of little eyes in a cartoon. It started drifting toward me. The second I saw it moving in my direction, I jumped up and ran. I flew around the corner into the living room, past my grandmother, and straight to the window. There were thin white curtains there, almost transparent, with delicate patterns stitched into them. I remember some of the shapes looked like little angels with trumpets. I hid myself behind those curtains, even though, looking back, it wasn't much of a hiding place at all. My grandmother looked over at me and asked in this light, cheerful voice, "Are you hiding?" I didn't answer. I just stayed still and waited. But nothing came around the corner. Nothing entered the living room. After a while, I stepped out from behind the curtains and stayed close to my grandmother for the rest of the day. Much later, once I finally worked up the courage, I went back to look down the hallway. There was nothing there, not a single sign of what I'd seen. Even so, I've never forgotten the feeling of it. I want to tell you about something that happened years ago, and even now, it still sits heavy with me. It started late one evening. I was with a friend of mine who has since passed away. I'll call him Ricky. He was one of those people who carried a lot of pain quietly, and underneath everything, he really did have a soft heart. Back then, though, neither of us was in a good place. I was deep into cocaine at the time, and Ricky was fighting his own demons too. That night, after doing line after line like it was nothing new to us, we cracked open a couple of beers, lit some cigarettes, and headed out for a walk through the neighborhood. It was one of those dim, hushed nights where the streets feel half asleep. The drugs had us completely spun out, and when we got like that, we talked in ways we normally wouldn't. We'd say the darkest things out loud. In a twisted way, it felt like therapy. All the anger, all the hurt, all the buried ugliness would come pouring out. As we walked, the conversation turned dark. Real dark. Somehow we got onto the subject of murder, and I hate even saying that now. Sober, we were both sensitive people. But that night, we felt reckless, disconnected, almost possessed by our own worst thoughts. We started talking about how easy it would be to hurt somebody, some stranger out alone at night. Just saying things that should never have been said. And then, it happened. Out of nowhere, I heard this growl. I still can't describe it properly. It wasn't just loud, it felt like it went through me, like it shook something loose inside my chest. I felt it in my stomach, in my bones, across my skin. It was the kind of sound that makes every instinct in your body wake up at once, like something was warning me, like something was snapping me back to reality. I looked up, and there, a little ways ahead of us, were two small red eyes glowing in the dark. At first, it looked like a dog, maybe medium-sized, but the longer I stared, the wronger it felt. Its body looked shadowy, almost half-transparent, like it was flickering. The best way I can explain it is this. It reminded me of an old television on a dead channel, that grainy static, except darker, denser, almost alive. It didn't look like any normal animal I'd ever seen. The second I locked eyes with it, I stopped cold. I put my arm out across Ricky's chest to keep him from moving and said, "Do you see that?" He didn't answer right away. It took him a couple seconds, and then he went completely silent. That silence told me everything. Without saying another word, we both started backing up slowly, eyes fixed on that thing the whole time. We kept stepping backward until it finally disappeared from view. We stood there at the end of the block trying to make sense of it. Part of us wondered if it was just the drugs, if maybe we'd let our minds run too far. But another part of me knew better. I knew what I'd felt. Still, after a few minutes, we went back. There was nothing there. No dog, no movement, no sound. We even wandered the area for close to an hour, checking side yards, alleys, the whole stretch of street. Nothing. Eventually, we gave up and went back to his place. When we got there, we didn't really talk. We just sat in silence for a long time, like neither of us wanted to be the first one to say what we were both thinking. Because whatever that was, it didn't feel like something ordinary. I've thought about it so many times since then, and I know how this sounds, I really do. But in my gut, I never believed that thing was just a dog. It felt like something else entirely, something not meant for this world, something that had shown up for a reason. About a month later, Ricky died of a heart attack. By then, things had gotten even worse for us. We'd started mixing heavy opiates in with the cocaine. He already had heart problems, so looking back, it's not hard to see how dangerous that was. He wasn't in a good state mentally either. Truthfully, neither was I. But with him, it felt deeper, like he was carrying a kind of exhaustion in his soul. He used to say, during late-night drives, "I'm probably not going to live long anyway, so I might as well get as high as I can on the way there." Those were his words, not mine, and I've never forgotten them. To this day, I still think about that thing we saw. I think about the timing. I think about the way it appeared right when we were talking about doing something truly evil. I think about the growl and the feeling that came with it, like a warning dropped straight into my body. Maybe it was an omen. Maybe it was there for him. Maybe it was there for both of us. I don't know. What I do know is that underneath all the drugs and all the darkness, Ricky was not a cruel person. He was wounded. He was lost. But he was gentle in ways that mattered. So when I think back on that night, I don't claim to understand what we saw or what it meant. I just know it was real. And I know I've never looked at the world quite the same way since. I want to tell you about something that's stayed with me for most of my life. Even now, talking about it makes my chest tighten a little. When I was really young, maybe around 4, I lived in a small apartment with my mom for part of the week, and then I'd stay with my dad the rest of the time. My parents had split when I was still a baby, so that back and forth was just normal to me. My mom shared that apartment with another woman, Marissa, and her little daughter, who was close to my age. That place is where the nightmares started. They weren't the kind you forget after breakfast. They felt sharp, detailed, almost physical. I still remember them in pieces so clearly it's unsettling. At night, I always fell asleep with a movie playing on the VCR in my room. Usually I'd wake up at some point and see that blue TV screen glowing in the dark after the tape had finished. It almost became a kind of comfort, like a little artificial nightlight. But one night, I woke up needing to use the bathroom, and the room felt wrong immediately. The TV wasn't glowing. It was off. The room was darker than usual, and I had this awful feeling that something was there with me, hiding, just waiting for me to move. So, in my little kid mind, I made a plan. Get out of bed fast, run to the door, make it to the bathroom. I jumped up, rushed to my bedroom door, grabbed the handle, and it was locked. That terrified me instantly, because that door didn't even have a lock. And right after that thought hit me, I heard the closet door open. I looked over, but all I could see was darkness. Then suddenly, I was on my back inside the closet. I was kicking, screaming, crying, trying to get away from something I couldn't fully see. I knew something was in there with me. I felt completely trapped, completely helpless. I remember the panic starting to drain into this numb kind of surrender, like some part of me realized no one was coming. What I remember most clearly, strangely enough, is the carpet. I could feel the fibers brushing against my fingers above my head, and I kept focusing on that sensation, almost like I was trying to prove to myself that it was real, or prove that I was awake. At one point, I could see through the crack in the closet door. My room was lit again, and I saw my mom sitting there on the floor, so calm, painting her toenails like nothing was wrong. I cried out to her one last time. She didn't react. She didn't hear me, and I just lay there in silence. Then I woke up. Morning light, TV still off. I'd wet the bed. And honestly, that was the beginning of all of it. I never told my mom. I never told my dad either. Even now, I still don't know what to call that experience. A nightmare, obviously, but it never felt like just a nightmare. Not long after that, I started having another dream over and over again. In that one, I'd wake up in this room that looked kind of like a motel room. The carpet was this dull green color. To my right, there was an old telephone lying off the hook on the floor. To my left was a bed, and there was just enough space underneath it to see the floor on the other side. That's where I'd see them first. Hooves. Just a pair of them, pacing back and forth. I'd slowly lift my head high enough to look over the edge of the bed, and there it was. This thing. Its lower half looked animal, almost horse-like. Its torso was human. It had on this faded red pullover, which somehow made it feel even more wrong, more specific. And its head. Its head was like some kind of deer or elk skull with massive antlers. It never seemed frantic exactly, but it was searching, looking for something. Maybe me. Then I'd wake up. I had that same dream more times than I can count when I was a kid. And the strangest part is, they mostly faded after my mom and I moved out of that apartment. Years later, when I was in high school, things got strange again. One night, a friend slept over, and we crashed in the living room. The next morning, he asked me where I'd gone in the middle of the night. I told him I hadn't gone anywhere, that I'd been asleep right there the whole time. But he insisted he'd woken up, heard movement, looked over, and I was gone. A different friend had an even weirder story. The next morning, he asked me if my house was haunted. I kind of laughed it off and asked why. He told me he woke up during the night and saw this tall shadow bent over me while I slept. He said it scared him so badly that he just shut down and tried to convince himself he was dreaming. That stuck with me. Then, fast forward to adulthood. I've been living with my girlfriend for years now, and not long after we started sharing a place, she said something that gave me that same old feeling all over again. One night, she told me she woke up and saw something floating above me while I slept. She said it looked like a tangled knot of black thread just hanging there in the air. I told her she was probably exhausted, that her eyes were playing tricks on her. I wanted that explanation to be true. But then another night, she had a dream. In the dream, we were lying in bed together, talking, laughing, everything completely normal. Then she noticed something near my head. She said there was a man there, something deeply wrong about him, like pure malice, and he was somehow woven into my hair above me. She said in the dream she felt like she had to pretend she didn't see him. That part really got to me, because when I was little, whenever I felt that presence around me, I used to tell myself the exact same thing. Don't let it know you're scared. Don't react. Don't acknowledge it. Because if it knows you see it, it gets closer. I know how this all sounds, and I know memory, dreams, fear, and coincidence can do strange things to a person. Maybe that's all this is. Maybe it started with childhood night terrors, and my mind built a mythology around them. I've considered that plenty of times. But even with all that said, some part of me still feels like there's been something following me through different chapters of my life. Not always visible, not always active, just there. And there's more, honestly. More moments, more things people have said, more nights I still can't explain. But even this much feels heavy to say out loud. So I guess I'm telling you because I've carried it alone for a long time, and part of me still wonders whether anyone else has lived with something like this too. I want to tell you about something that happened to me a few months ago, because honestly, I still think about it. I have never really been able to explain it, and part of me still wonders what it was. A close friend of mine, Camille, comes from an old French family with a lot of history behind it. Her father's side has this aristocratic background, the kind with old family stories, heirlooms, and furniture that has been passed down for generations. And with those pieces came a lot of strange legends too. One of the items in her apartment was this antique vanity with a mirror brought over from France. According to her family, sometime in the 1800s, a young woman died while sitting in front of it. I never knew how seriously to take that story, but I remembered it. Then one night in 2024, Camille had a few people over at her apartment. It was a small gathering, nothing wild, and by the time everyone left, it was around 2 in the morning. She went to sleep in her bed, and I stayed over, trying to get comfortable on the couch. The room was dim, not completely dark, and at first everything seemed fine. I did not feel panicked. I did not even feel especially scared. But there was this quiet, nagging feeling that I was not alone. It felt like someone was watching me. I kept trying to brush it off. I closed my eyes and told myself I was just overtired. But the longer I lay there, the stronger that feeling became. Then it shifted into something worse. It was like every instinct in me suddenly woke up and said, "Something is wrong." I became aware of what felt like a presence standing right beside the couch near my feet. I cannot explain how I knew. I just did. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter, hoping that if I ignored it, the feeling would pass. And then, I felt something touch my foot. Not a draft, not the blanket settling, not one of those half-dream sensations your brain invents when you are drifting off. I felt pressure right near my foot, on the couch itself, and the blanket moved against me in a way that felt deliberate. It was so specific, so solid, that my immediate thought was that someone had reached toward me and stopped at the last second. My eyes flew open. For just a moment, I could still feel that pressure, which is part of why this has stayed with me. It did not feel like a dream, and I had not even fallen asleep yet. I was fully awake, just lying there with my eyes closed. At first, I thought maybe Camille had gotten up and passed by without me hearing her. Maybe she brushed the couch by accident. That would have made sense. So I turned my head toward my feet. And there was a figure standing there. It looked human in shape, just this dark silhouette looming beside the couch. The room was dim enough that I could make out the furniture and the outline of the room, but this thing was darker than everything else. It stood out in a way that made no sense. The second I saw it, this wave of cold went through me, and every part of me was saying, "Get out, now." I blinked and looked away for half a second. When I looked back, it was gone. I turned immediately to check on Camille. She was still in bed, completely asleep, not moving. I grabbed my phone and used the screen light to look around. There was nothing near my feet, nothing on the couch, nothing in the room that could have created a shape like that, nothing that explained what I had felt or what I had seen. I cannot tell you what it was. I just know my whole body was telling me not to stay there another second. So I picked up my bag, put on my shoes, and left. And as strange as this sounds, walking alone outside in New York at 2:30 in the morning felt safer than staying one more minute in that apartment. So this happened to my mom, Marissa, back on Christmas Eve in the early 90s, when she was still a teenager. At the time, she shared a small room and even the bed with her younger sister, who was about 13. The room was always really dark at night, except for this old alarm clock in the corner. It had those glowing blue numbers, and they cast just enough light to make shapes in the room feel almost alive. She told me she woke up suddenly because she heard something gagging. At first, she thought it was the dog, but then she realized the dog wasn't even sleeping in their room that night. So she just lay there, listening. Whatever it was, it sounded wrong. Loud, wet, harsh. Not like anything that should have been in that room. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she slowly lifted her head and looked toward the foot of the bed. And that's when she saw it. She said there was this huge black shape standing there. Not just a shadow, not her imagination, but a solid mass of darkness. It was so tall it seemed to reach all the way to the ceiling. Then it started moving. And when it moved, she said it sounded like someone dragging a metal garden rake across the carpet. That alone would have been horrifying, but she said the worst part was the sound coming from it. She never really found the right words for it. The closest she could get was that it sounded like a record playing backward, except it was layered with voices, men and women together, all twisted into something unnatural. By then, she was completely frozen. One of her feet had slipped out from under the blanket near the edge of the bed, and as this thing moved closer, she could feel this bitter cold coming off it. She was terrified it would notice she was awake, so as carefully and slowly as she could, she pulled her foot back under the covers. She said she managed to do it just before the thing passed. Then it kept moving across the room and, somehow, straight into the wall. The voices stopped. The scraping stopped. Everything went silent. For a second, she didn't know if she'd really seen it, or if she was the only one. Then her little sister whispered into the dark, "Are you awake?" My mom said, "Yeah." And her sister whispered back, "What the hell was that?" That was the moment she knew it had been real. Both of them wanted the light on immediately, but the switch was near the bedroom door. To get to it, one of them would have to get out of bed and cross the room barefoot, and neither of them could bring themselves to do it right away. They were too scared to even put their feet on the floor. Finally, my mom worked up the nerve. She jumped out of bed, ran to the switch, flipped the light on, and leapt back into bed as fast as she could. She said they stayed awake the rest of the night with the light on. They didn't sleep, and they barely spoke. They just sat there in silence until morning, when the rest of the family got up to open presents. And even now, all these years later, she still doesn't know what it was. What she does know is that after that night, she could never sleep in complete darkness again. She also said the house changed after that. Things would go missing for no reason. The television would suddenly blast to life with loud static in the middle of the night. Her father once said he felt two hands grab his shoulders while he was driving to work, so hard it nearly made him lose control of the car. He was alone. Eventually the family moved, hoping they'd leave whatever it was behind. But according to my mom, they didn't. She believes it followed them, and that whatever entered that room on Christmas Eve stayed close to the family for decades afterward. I still think about that story sometimes. I honestly don't know what to make of it, but I can understand why she never forgot it. I used to work as a cook in senior living communities, and while I was there, I downloaded a couple of those ghost hunting apps, just for fun. You know, something silly to mess around with. There was always a lot of activity on them, which honestly felt pretty normal given where I worked. Then life got heavy. I lost my job, had court stuff hanging over me, and I completely forgot those apps were even still on my phone. One night last May, maybe 2 or 3 weeks after Mother's Day, my daughter and the kids had given me flowers and a balloon. The flowers were fading by then, but that balloon was still in the left corner of my apartment, just staying there. For nearly 2 weeks it hadn't shifted, hadn't turned, hadn't done anything. That night, my son Mason had my phone. He walked into the kitchen talking to it, and I figured he was joking around with his aunt, or maybe one of his cousins. I was cooking, not really paying close attention. Then I heard him tell the phone, plain as day, Make the balloon turn 3 times. And that balloon slowly turned to the right. 1 turn. 2. 3. Mason was thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. I was the exact opposite. I grabbed the phone from him, and he took off running through the kitchen into the living room to tell his brother like he was delivering breaking news to the whole house. While he was doing that, the EVP feature on my phone suddenly spoke. It said, "Son." Now, if you've never used one of those apps, there are all these little features built in. The EVP part runs while the camera is up, so you can record or snap pictures while it's going. I was walking from the kitchen toward the living room when I heard the word. I looked down at my phone to check what it had said, and when I lifted my eyes, that balloon was drifting right behind my head. Right behind me. I did not enjoy that moment, not even a little. And before I could fully process what was happening, my Govee lights shut off. I don't use the overhead lights much, so suddenly the whole place dropped into darkness. I ran into the living room, trying to remember where I'd left the remote. While I was reaching around in the dark, the EVP spoke again. It said, "Further. Reach further." At that point, no, absolutely not. I went straight to the wall and flipped on the overhead light. And sure enough, when I looked back, the remote had been just a little farther than where my hand stopped. If I'd reached a bit more, I would have grabbed it. And yes, the balloon had followed me into the dark and all the way over toward the light switch. I deflated it that same night, immediately. Didn't even do the usual thing where you suck the helium out first and make the ridiculous squeaky voice. I always do that. It makes me laugh every time. But not that night. Not with that balloon. There's one more part to this that really stayed with me. Ever since I moved into that apartment, which was just a 1-bedroom with my kids in the bedroom and me sleeping on the couch, that room had always felt off. Especially one spot near the window. It felt like something more than being watched. It felt like being stared at. Really stared at. I kept that feeling to myself at first because I didn't want to scare my kids or sound dramatic. But then they started refusing to sleep in their room. And these are kids who had always been pretty independent sleepers. They told me they were terrified of that same exact spot by the window. About a week later, I told my neighbors what had happened with the balloon and the app. That's when they told me the previous tenant had died in that bedroom. He had been disabled and had trouble moving around, and the place where he was found was that spot by the window. Honestly, that part broke my heart more than anything else. My neighbors said he had been a kind man, and from everything that happened, as unnerving as it was for me, I get the feeling he probably still is. You know, back in September 2001, my family and I moved out of a house I'd owned for years. I'd bought it in the late 1980s, long before I was married. It was an older place, likely built sometime in the 1960s, maybe the early 70s. At first, it was just my house. Then later, it became our family home, with my wife and our 2 daughters. Because the driveway was so steep, moving everything out was a bit of a drawn-out process. We couldn't get a big truck up there properly, so we had to use smaller vehicles and do it over several days. By the final day, we had everything settled into the new house. I told my wife, Mara, that I'd head back one last time just to make sure we hadn't left anything behind, and then I'd drop the keys off with the real estate agent at the local shopping center. We'd already handed over one set of keys, which had been mine, so I took Mara's set with me. And that's where the first strange thing happened. When I got back to the old house, I went to unlock the front door. It had 2 locks, and neither one would open. The keys turned, but nothing actually unlocked. It was as if they fit, but somehow didn't work anymore. I rang Mara and asked if she was sure those keys were the right ones. She told me she'd locked up with them the day before, and they worked perfectly. So I called the agent and asked if I could come by and collect my set of keys, the ones we'd left earlier. I picked them up, drove back, and this time the door opened without any trouble at all. I went inside and did a proper final check, opening cupboards, looking through the rooms, making sure we hadn't missed anything. Everything seemed normal until I stepped into one of the 3 bedrooms, the one we'd used as a study and little library. There was a small whiteboard fixed to the wall that I decided to leave behind because it was attached pretty firmly. It still had a couple of phone numbers and a few notes scribbled on it. I don't remember exactly what was written there now. I reached up, dampened my fingertip, and started to rub the writing away. The moment I did, my entire body turned ice cold. I don't mean a chill or a shiver. I mean a cold so deep and sudden that I'd never felt anything like it before, and honestly, I haven't felt anything like it since. At exactly the same time, I heard the sound of a woman crying, maybe moaning. What made it even worse was that it didn't seem to come from one part of the room. It felt like it was everywhere, all around me. I completely panicked. I bolted out of the room, rushed out of the house, got in the car, and drove straight back to our new place. When I walked through the door, Mara looked at me and immediately asked if I was all right. She said I was white as a sheet. I told her what had happened, though even as I said it, it sounded unreal. But I know what I felt, and I know what I heard. I still think about it, even now. For years afterward, maybe 10 or 12 years, I had the same dream over and over again, every few weeks. In it, someone had been killed and buried beneath that house. The dream never really changed. It always played out the same way, and it always woke me in a sweat. So that's my story. I've never been able to explain it. And just for context, I'm a semi-retired IT consultant in my 60s. I'm not someone who scares easily, and I like to think I'm practical, thoughtful, and fairly open-minded. But whatever happened in that house that day has stayed with me ever since. I should probably start by telling you that this house was never just some random place to me. It belonged to one of my closest friends, and I stayed there more times than I could count when we were growing up. I knew the long driveway, the pond out front, the way the place looked at night, the sound of the lake nearby. It was familiar, safe, at least on paper. But over the years, little things would happen there. Strange things. Easy to brush off in the moment, but harder to ignore once you started stacking them together. There were all these small incidents. His parents would get annoyed because the freezer, the fridge, or the cupboard doors would be left open, even on nights when we barely left his room. I remember playing hide and seek once and feeling absolutely sure someone was standing right behind me in one of the bedrooms. The room always felt colder than the others. When I turned to leave, I felt what seemed like a hand press against the middle of my back. I spun around, and nobody was there. Another time, a bunch of us were outside playing manhunt across the property. There were usually 8 or 9 of us running around for hours, laughing, yelling, being stupid kids. But twice, on 2 completely different nights with 2 completely different friends, someone suddenly wanted to end the game and call home early. Both of them looked pale and rattled, like they had seen something they couldn't explain. Then there was the night after our grade 8 graduation, when 4 of us were sleeping over. We had all just decided to call it a night when, the second everything went quiet, the whole house stereo system blasted music out of nowhere. Stuff like that happened in pieces, just enough that you could dismiss it, until one night you couldn't anymore. My friend, who I'll call Corey, hated talking about it. If I ever mentioned something weird while we were actually in the house, he would shut it down immediately. Not jokingly either. He meant it. At the time, I thought he was just superstitious. Looking back, I think he knew more than he wanted to admit. So here's the night that changed everything for me. Corey's house was huge. Not just big for a family house huge. I mean a full-on mansion. 5 bedrooms, a live-in maid suite, a driveway that felt like it went on forever, and the whole place sitting near Lake Ontario. One night, his parents were away at a wedding, and it was just me, Corey, and his dog, who I'll call Mac. Mac was the best dog I've ever known. Calm, unbelievably smart, perfectly trained. I never remember hearing that dog bark, not once. He had this quiet awareness about him that made you trust him. That night, we were just being teenage idiots, eating pizza and wings with the money his parents had left for us, watching some documentary about indigenous history and culture. We were joking around, doing dumb impressions, not thinking much of it. Nothing felt wrong yet. At some point, Corey got up to put the leftover pizza in the kitchen. When he came back, something had changed. I could see it on him right away. His face looked off. His energy had gone flat. It wasn't even that late, maybe a little before 11, but he came back and said he just wanted to head upstairs and go to bed. I remember thinking that was weird, but I didn't push it. Later, I was lying in bed, still awake, staring across the room. On the nightstand beside me was a pair of wired earbuds, and I watched them move. Not fall suddenly, not slip in some quick, natural way. I watched the cord slowly slide, inch by inch, over the edge of the table like something was gently pulling it downward. There was barely enough of the wire hanging off for gravity to make sense of it, but I saw it happen. I watched until the weight finally took over and the earbuds dropped to the floor. A minute later, Corey came into the room with Mac, and I told him what I'd seen, kind of carefully, because I knew he hated hearing that stuff in the house. He looked at me with this weird mix of anger and panic and said, "Are you messing with me right now? Because I'm already freaked out." That stopped me cold. I asked him what he meant. He told me that while he was in the kitchen, a 2-liter bottle of soda that had been sitting on the counter tipped over by itself and rolled off. He picked it up, and right as he did, the fridge door slammed shut hard enough to make him jump. That was when he decided we were done for the night. Even after that, I still tried to explain it away. I told him maybe the earbuds had just shifted. Maybe we were both tired and getting into our own heads. Honestly, I was trying to calm myself down as much as him. So we turned off the lights and got into bed. We had only been lying there for maybe a couple of minutes, just talking quietly in the dark, when the lamp on the nightstand beside Corey switched on. Not a regular switch lamp either. It was one of those touch lamps where you just tap the base or the metal and it lights up. We both went dead silent. We looked at each other, then at the lamp. Then it turned off. I don't think either of us even had time to breathe before it switched back on. And that was when Mac started growling. Not a little warning rumble. A real, low, focused growl aimed directly at that nightstand. I had known that dog for years. I had never seen him act like that. Never. He stood rigid, staring into that corner like he was locked onto something we couldn't see. The whole thing probably lasted less than half a minute, but it stretched out in my memory like it went on forever. Then the lamp shut off again, and Mac exploded out of the room. He tore through the doorway like he was chasing something, and the bedroom door slammed hard behind him. Corey and I jumped up and ran after him. We heard him thundering down the stairs all the way to the basement. We got halfway down and stopped. Even in broad daylight, his basement had always felt wrong to me. Dark, unfinished in parts, cold in a way that didn't feel normal. And now, in the middle of all that, we could hear Mac down there. Then we heard him yelp. Not bark, not growl, a yelp. We started yelling for him to come back, both of us panicked. A few seconds later, he came running up from the basement, tail tucked so tightly underneath him it looked painful. He was trembling. That was it. We didn't debate it anymore. We shoved on our shoes, grabbed what we could, and got out of that house as fast as humanly possible. We walked all the way down the driveway with Mac and stood near the road trying to figure out what to do. Part of us was still trying to be rational. Do we go back in? Do we wait it out? Do we call someone? Then we looked up at the house and saw the bedroom light come back on. The same bedroom we had just run out of. That decided it. We called a friend who lived maybe 20 minutes away on foot and asked if we could crash there for the night. We didn't care how ridiculous we sounded. We were not going back inside. Now here's the part that really stayed with me. Corey's dad had security cameras installed around parts of the house. I never knew exactly why, but later on Corey told me they had caught things on video. One clip showed the fridge, the freezer, and multiple kitchen cabinets opening on their own at the same time. I actually saw that one myself. It explained a lot of those arguments from years before, when his parents thought we'd been leaving everything open. He also said there were other clips too. Shadows, movements, things that were harder to explain. I never saw those with my own eyes, so I won't pretend I did. But I believed him after that night. Years later, his family moved out, and once they did, two things happened that still bother me when I think about them. His dad had pretty severe sleep apnea while they lived there, and it eased up almost immediately after they left. His mom used to get awful vertigo spells in that house, and those stopped too. Just gone. Then his dad admitted something he should have admitted a long time earlier. When the house was first being built, workers had uncovered what looked like multiple old burial sites, human remains in the ground. Instead of reporting it, he kept it quiet because he didn't want construction delayed for months while the property was investigated. I've never forgotten that. And I still can't shake the timing either. The one night everything truly erupted was the same night we had been sitting there joking around and mocking the documentary we were watching. Maybe that meant nothing. Maybe it meant everything. I'm not going to stand here and tell you I know exactly what was in that house or who it belonged to. I just know something was there. Before that night, I had no interest in the supernatural. I didn't want stories, theories, or ghost hunts. I would rather have laughed it off and moved on. But after living through that, after seeing that dog react the way he did, after seeing that light turn on and off while we sat frozen in bed, I couldn't dismiss it anymore. So that's the story. I'm telling it exactly because it stayed with me. Because even now, years later, I can still picture that house from the road, that upstairs light glowing again after we ran, like it was watching us leave. I need to tell you about this dream because it did not feel like a dream at all. It felt like I had slipped into some ancient world, something half myth and half memory, as if I had wandered into a story older than history itself. I was not exactly me there. I was a shape-shifting fox named Radhika, and even though part of me felt young and confused, another part felt impossibly old, like I had already lived through ages I could not count. And then there was him. He called himself Ritvij. That name caught me off guard because it belonged to someone familiar from my real life, my cousin. But this being looked nothing like him. That was what made it so unsettling. It felt as though he had borrowed a name I trusted just to come closer, just to make me let my guard down. From the beginning, something about him felt wrong beneath all the beauty. The first time we stood near each other, he made this strange comment about our size difference. I was so much smaller than him. He looked at me almost amused and said something like, "You're still young." And I remember pushing back, telling him, "No, I'm not. I'm grown. This is who I am." But he only smiled and told me I would become much more, that I would grow. It was such an odd thing to hear, and somehow it made me feel small in a way that had nothing to do with height. Then he told me I had kissed him once while I was drunk. I could not clearly remember it, and that made the whole thing worse. It left me with that awful feeling of having lost control of my own story for a moment. He said that the very first time he saw me, he knew I longed for him. And I cannot explain it properly, but that line stayed with me because it felt invasive, like he was naming a hunger inside me before I had ever spoken it aloud. All around us, people were laughing. Not kindly, not gently. They laughed like I was the only one who did not understand the rules of whatever world I had fallen into. I felt exposed, confused, almost ashamed, as if something deeply personal was happening in front of an audience, and everyone understood it except me. And time there was not normal. It stretched in impossible ways. It felt as though I lived through lifetime after lifetime, and even though most of those years are blurred now, I remember the feeling of them. Longing, solitude, waiting. In every version of that existence, I seemed to go on without ever truly belonging to anyone, without a lasting mate, without ever fully remembering him. Not for centuries. Not for what felt like 300 years or more. Then one day, after all that time, he came back. At first he appeared as a black cat, silent and watchful, like he was testing whether I would recognize him. Then right there in front of me, he changed. The cat gave way to a crow, dark and gleaming, and then from the crow he became himself. I still cannot shake that image. He looked almost unreal, too striking to belong to any ordinary world. Taller than any man should be, wrapped in flowing black robes, with hair as dark as midnight falling down his back. His eyes were black too, and his skin was pale in that moonlit, otherworldly way that made him look less human and more like something ancient pretending to be human. And yet I knew it was him. That was the strangest part. Everything about him had changed, and still I knew. I remember what I looked like too, with an odd clarity. Pale skin, wide eyes, lashes too long to seem real, lips soft and full, almost like I had been shaped into something delicate and unreal myself. There was something doll-like about me, something celestial, and in that dream, I was aware of it. I was aware of how he looked at me. I was aware of how deeply I wanted his touch. That is the part I still do not fully know how to say out loud. Because even with all the fear, all the manipulation, all the signs that something was off, I felt drawn to him with an intensity I have never known in waking life. When he touched me, especially when he held my face in his hands, it felt impossibly right, as though my whole being leaned toward him before I had time to think. I did not feel the usual discomfort I would feel in real life. In that world, with him, closeness felt overwhelming and natural at once. Not safe exactly, but irresistible. There was even a moment when I almost became lucid, almost remembered myself. It was like surfacing through deep water. I had this flicker of awareness, this sudden thought that, in real life, I do not even like kissing, that something here did not add up. But then he looked straight at me with this dark, knowing intensity, as if he could see that I was beginning to wake. And in that moment, it felt like he would not let me go, like he was silently telling me, "Stay." The dream pulled me back under. Later, he lifted me into his arms as if I weighed nothing. It felt effortless for him, and strangely grounding for me, as though being held by him erased the distance between fear and desire. Everything in that moment felt too vivid, too emotionally detailed, too layered to dismiss as just a random dream. His eyes held something unreadable, something powerful and ancient and almost possessive, and that made it even harder to look away. What unsettles me most is that even through all the confusion, I still wanted him there. I still recognized him. I still felt that pull. And when I finally woke up, I did not wake cleanly. I had slept for nearly 20 hours, and even then it felt unwilling, like I had been torn out of another life before I was ready. I had an exam the next day, real life waiting for me, but part of me wanted to sink back into sleep and return to that strange place. I even woke a few times during it, but every time the dream kept going, like it had its own current, and I was being carried by it whether I chose it or not. That is what stays with me now. Not just the beauty of it, and not just the fear. It is the fact that both existed together. The manipulation, the longing, the recognition, the unease. Something in me knew all along that not everything was right, and still I could not stop wanting him in that moment. That is the part I cannot forget. So, I want to tell you something that still lingers in the back of my mind. I've never really been the kind of person who believes in ghosts or spirits. I've always figured that strange things happen, sure, but there's usually some logical explanation hiding somewhere in the weeds. Still, there was one stretch of my life that shook me enough to leave a crack in that certainty. This happened not long after my wife and I had our first baby, back in early 2020. She was on maternity leave, and I was driving nearly an hour each way to work every day, so we decided to move out of the city and settle in a little town much closer to my job. We found this wreck of a house for a price that felt almost suspiciously good, and to us, it looked like a chance to build something of our own. The place had a history. We were told an older man named Martin had lived there most of his life. People in town knew him as a heavy drinker, and the house had been neglected for years. Then he met a woman who helped him get his life together, and the two of them started fixing the place up so she could move in. But not long after the renovations began, Martin got sick, ended up in the hospital, and passed away. She didn't want the house after that, and she sold it unfinished. That's how it landed with us. Once we started tearing into it, we realized just how old it really was. The paperwork said it dated back to the 1890s, one of the first homes built in town. We stripped it down to the studs, no insulation anywhere, square nails in the framing, old lath and plaster packed with animal hair. It felt less like remodeling and more like excavating. Eventually, despite all the delays and chaos, we got it ready enough to move in with our daughter. And that's when things changed. From the first night in the house, the nursery felt wrong. Not while I was renovating it, interestingly enough. I spent hours in there hanging drywall, wiring a ceiling fan, painting, building a closet. Nothing. But once the crib was in place, once the dresser and rocker and all the baby things made it feel like a lived-in room, something about it shifted. Every time I walked in there, especially at night, I felt like I wasn't alone. Not in a dramatic way. Just that quiet, unmistakable feeling that someone was standing just outside your line of sight, watching. I'd sit in the rocker holding my daughter while she drifted off, and the whole room would feel heavy. There were nights I'd lay her in the crib and feel guilty leaving her there, like I was walking away from something I couldn't explain, but deeply didn't trust. And the weirdest part was, she slept beautifully. Nothing seemed to bother her at all. So I kept telling myself it was stress, exhaustion, a new house, too much imagination, whatever would make it sound normal. I mentioned it to my wife, and she admitted the house gave her a strange feeling too, but not the way it did for me. To her, it just felt like an old house full of creaks and history. To me, that one room felt occupied. A few months later, the ceiling fan in the nursery started turning on by itself. It happened enough that it stopped feeling random. We'd leave the house, make sure the fan was off, and come home to find it spinning at full speed. The ceilings were high, so I'd installed one controlled by a remote. At one point, thinking maybe the remote was malfunctioning, I took the batteries out and put it away in a drawer. Didn't matter. We'd still come home and the fan would be going. That got my wife's attention. Suddenly, it wasn't just me having a bad feeling in the dark. Now there was something physical happening too, and it was always in that room. So that went on for a while. The bad feeling, the fan, the constant effort to act like we were being rational adults in a perfectly normal home. Then came the final stage of the renovation. We were having insulation sprayed underneath the house. It was a bungalow, no basement, just a shallow crawl space. The insulation crew came out, took one look under there, and told me they couldn't start until the garbage was cleared away. They offered to do it for extra money, but I decided I'd save the cash and handle it myself. I spent the whole day crawling around under that house, dragging out decades of junk, old siding, bits of pipe, tangled wire. Then farther in, older things, broken dishes, tiny medicine bottles, rusted utensils. The deeper I went, the older it all seemed. And then I found something that stopped me cold. Tucked in one corner beneath the front part of the house was a pile of broken children's furniture. I hauled it out into the driveway piece by piece and laid it all out. It looked like a little rocking chair and an old wooden cradle, the kind that rocks side to side. Both were child-sized, both very old, and both looked like they'd been deliberately smashed. Not worn out, not collapsed from age, broken. By then the sun was starting to go down, and I was standing there in the driveway staring at them when that same feeling came over me, that awful watched feeling I'd had in the nursery night after night. That's when it clicked. The spot where I'd found that furniture was directly under the nursery, right beneath it, almost dead center. I'm telling you, every hair on my body stood up. I didn't know what I believed, but in that moment I believed I wanted those things gone. This next part is a little embarrassing, but it's the truth. I didn't know anything about hauntings or rituals or any of that. The only reference point I had was some old supernatural TV show I used to watch, where they'd burn an object and salt it if they thought a spirit was attached to it. Ridiculous? Maybe. But when you're standing in your driveway at dusk, looking at broken antique nursery furniture you just pulled from under your baby's room, your standards for what counts as a good plan get real flexible. So I built a big fire. I threw the rocking chair and cradle into it. Then I grabbed a full container of salt from the kitchen and poured the whole thing over the flames. I stayed out there for hours, stirring the fire until every last bit of that wood was reduced to ash and coals. And after that, everything stopped. Just stopped. The room felt normal. The fan never turned on by itself again. That constant sense of being watched vanished like a switch had been flipped. The house became just a house. I still don't know what to make of it. Maybe I let myself get creeped out and built a whole story around coincidences. Maybe finding those broken pieces under the nursery gave my mind a way to close the loop and finally relax. That's the explanation I usually offer myself. But I can't fully dismiss how real it felt while it was happening, or how sudden the silence was afterward. It didn't make me a true believer, but it did leave me with a hesitation I never had before. We only stayed in that house for about another year. We found out we were expecting our second child, and around the same time I got a much better job several hours away, so we moved again. We've never had another experience like that in any home since. Still, every now and then, I think about that room, about what was buried beneath it, and about how, for one stretch of time, I lived in a house that felt like it was holding its breath. I wanted to tell you about something strange that's stayed with me for years, because every now and then it comes back so clearly that it rattles me a little. I keep having this dream about an apartment, or maybe more like a house split up like an apartment. And even though I know for a fact I never lived there, it feels deeply familiar. Not dream familiar either. I mean the kind of familiar that settles into your memory like it belongs there. Sometimes, when I'm mentally listing all the places I've lived, my mind still tries to include it before I catch myself. That's how real it feels. In the dream, I'm in my early 20s, maybe 23 or 24, and I live there with one steady roommate and a couple of others who drift in and out over time. The steady roommate feels important somehow. I can still picture his face, even now, but I couldn't tell you his name or how I knew him. One of the temporary roommates leaves after some falling out with him, and there's another one I never trust from the start. Nothing dramatic at first, just that quiet feeling that says, don't turn your back on this person. My room is always the front bedroom. It's big, bigger than you'd expect, and for some reason, no one else wants it. I always do. I feel attached to it right away, almost protective of it. I remember having people over sometimes, friends stopping by, but nobody ever seems comfortable there. They never stay long. The atmosphere makes them restless. I even remember arguing once with a friend, trying to convince him to move in, and he absolutely refused. At the time, I took it personally. Looking back, even in the dream, I think he was reacting to something I didn't want to admit. From the outside, the place looks completely ordinary. That's part of what makes it unsettling. It's a modest, red brick house with a dark shingled roof and this very noticeable white downspout along one side. No porch. Just a front door and a side door. There's a driveway, a detached garage we're never allowed to use, neatly trimmed shrubs, a flower bed, a tidy lawn. It sits in a neighborhood in a city where I really did live for a few years, which only makes everything blur together even more. When I wake up, I can remember touring the place, signing paperwork, carrying boxes in, carrying boxes out. I remember it the way I remember actual events. Except none of it happened. Inside, the layout never changes. There's this long central hallway connecting everything, bare and undecorated, almost echoing with emptiness. The whole place has that hollow, in-between feeling, like it exists slightly outside ordinary life. And the rooms are huge. That's one of the strangest parts. From the street, the house looks small, but inside it stretches impossibly far, like it goes back 2 or 3 lots and sideways farther than it should. Nobody in the dream finds that unusual. We talk about the neighbors as though we're attached to another unit, maybe a duplex, but it clearly isn't one. And we never see those neighbors. Never hear them either. The house itself is worn down in a way that becomes normal. The paint is chipped. The sinks are cracked. The linoleum is stained. The carpet looks tired and yellowed with age. The fridge smells sour no matter how often we scrub it. The hallway always has this damp, stale odor to it. The stovetop is crusted over with old, burnt food. There's even a fine layer of dust on the walls, if that makes sense. And somehow none of us ever think to hang anything up. No posters, no photos, nothing to make the place feel like home. And the odd part is, none of us seem especially bothered. We keep saying the rent is cheap enough that it's worth it, especially once it's split 3 or 4 ways. Every so often someone says, we should really call the landlord about this. But no one ever does. I don't even remember seeing the landlord. I don't remember paying rent either, or knowing how much it was supposed to be. It's like all the practical parts of living there are missing. The part that stays with me most is the back bedroom, the one my steady roommate lives in. In his room, there's a staircase leading down to the basement. Not behind a door, just open, with a dusty curtain hanging at the bottom. The curtain is always closed. We've all somehow been told the basement isn't ours to use, that we're not supposed to go down there. Nobody questions it. Nobody jokes about it. Nobody pushes. but every time I even look toward those stairs, I feel uneasy. Deeply uneasy. I avoid that room whenever I can. I avoid the back part of the house altogether. Meanwhile, my roommate sleeps in that room like it's the most normal thing in the world. He never seems disturbed by it at all. Then, one day, something changes. We decide to go past the curtain. I never remember who brings it up. I never remember what finally makes us do it. And I can never remember what we saw down there. That part is always gone when I wake up, like someone tore those pages out. But I do remember the feeling. Whatever was in that basement made something inside me snap into place. Not curiosity, not confusion, just certainty. I needed to leave. And in the dream, I do leave. Within a few days, maybe a week, I'm moving out. But that last week feels blurred over, foggy in a way the rest of the memory doesn't. Everything before it is sharp. Everything after it is absent. I never hear from those people again. I never see the roommate again. They just vanish from my life completely. Which would make sense if none of them ever existed. But somehow that doesn't make the memory feel less real. That's the part I can't shake. It has been over a decade now, and this place still lives in me like an actual chapter of my life. I know it wasn't real, but my mind keeps filing it away as if it was. I had the dream again recently, and it left me sitting with that same old feeling, trying to figure out why this imagined place feels more fixed in my memory than some real apartments I actually lived in. I don't really know what to make of it. I just know it feels less like a dream, and more like I keep brushing against a life that almost belonged to me. So, this happened a few months ago, and even now I still catch myself thinking about it. My husband and I finally moved out of this house that, honestly, felt deeply wrong. We're safe now, and I'm not scared the way I was back then, but I still can't fully explain what was happening there, and that's what sticks with me. The house was in this old mining town where a lot of the downtown area was built over abandoned mine tunnels. People around here still talk about construction crews finding hidden caverns underground that were never on any map. So even before anything strange started happening, the place already had this unsettling history. It was over 100 years old, right in the middle of town, and it carried that kind of heavy, worn-out feeling some old houses have. We rented the basement suite in early 2019. I knew the landlord through work, and at first everything seemed mostly fine. Nothing dramatic, just a weird atmosphere I couldn't quite put into words. Then, in 2020, things started to shift. There was a shared laundry area in this unfinished section of the basement. At first, we didn't have access to it, but once the pandemic started, the landlord told us to use the washer and dryer there instead of going to a laundromat. On paper, it was a nice gesture. In reality, that room made my skin crawl. The second I started doing laundry down there, I felt watched. That's the only way I know how to describe it. The floor was bare concrete, and near the middle there was this raised, square section, maybe 2 feet by 2 feet, with a circular patch in the center made from a different shade of concrete. And sitting on top of it was this bundle of sticks tied together into a pentagram. Now, my landlord was a very spiritual person, so I knew it probably had some protective meaning for her. I tried to respect that. I really did. I told myself it was basically spiritual home security and left it at that. But after I noticed it, I couldn't ignore how oppressive that room felt. Not long after that, little things started happening. A cupboard door would swing open by itself. A trash can would tip over for no reason. We had this framed picture that kept falling, over and over, even though it was nailed into the wall properly. One night we had a friend over. I'll call him Noah. We were all sitting on the floor playing cards when he suddenly went pale. Right after that, the picture crashed down again. I barely reacted because by then it had become weirdly normal, but Noah swore he had seen it lift upward before it fell. I laughed it off in the moment, but it definitely got under my skin. For a while, it stayed at that level. Creepy, but manageable. Then, in 2021, the basement flooded. Not our actual suite, thankfully, just the laundry area. The landlord had her partner come by to fix a pipe, and to get to it, he had to open up this hidden area under the house. We hadn't even known it was there. There was a boarded-up door in the unfinished part of the basement, and behind it was a staircase that went way down and way back under the house. I never actually went down those stairs, but I stood at the top once, and I couldn't see where that space ended. It felt less like a basement and more like the beginning of a tunnel. After that door got opened, everything escalated. The noises got louder. Things started moving more often. The whole house felt tense, like we were intruding on something that did not want us there. Most of it seemed to center around my husband, especially when I wasn't home. He started having night terrors again, which he hadn't dealt with in years. Then one day he was standing across the living room from me, pulling his shirt over his head, and suddenly he jerked and laughed like I was messing with him. He said something like, "Okay, very funny, stop." I had no idea what he meant. He told me he thought I had just grabbed at his stomach, but I hadn't gone near him. And when he took his shirt off completely, there were fresh red scratches on his side. I know how that sounds. I know, but I saw them. Another time I went out of town overnight for work, and because he hates sleeping alone, he stayed up late redoing our fish tank to keep himself busy. When I got back, he told me my earrings had been falling off their rack all night. I had a lot of jewelry on that thing, dozens of pairs, and he said it kept happening one at a time until finally everything came crashing down at once, while the rack itself stayed hanging on the wall. Then he heard the shower turn on. He was too scared to check right away, so he just stood there listening until it shut off. When he finally looked, the shower was wet. That was one of the moments that really got to him. There was also this day when I was in the laundry room and came back into the living room to find him looking absolutely horrified. He told me I had just walked in from the basement a minute earlier, sat down on the couch, and ignored him when he tried to talk to me. But I hadn't. I had literally just walked in. And then something similar happened again not long after. I was cleaning in the kitchen for over half an hour, watching a whole episode of a show on my phone while I worked. When I came into the living room, he said my name, sharply, like he was frustrated. He insisted I had been standing there the whole time ignoring him. I got defensive because I knew I hadn't been there. Then I showed him the show I'd been watching, and we both just kind of froze. Because at the same time, we remembered the earlier incident, the one where he thought he'd seen me come in and sit down. After that, we made this unspoken agreement not to talk about any of it while we were inside the house. And looking back, I really think whatever was in that place fed on tension. During that stretch, my husband and I fought more than usual. At first, I blamed stress. I was in school. He was burned out at work. Life was a mess. But our landlord started changing too. She became colder, harsher, more obsessed with money. And our mutual friends noticed it as well. Around the same time, she and her boyfriend started fighting constantly upstairs until they eventually split up. It felt like the whole house was souring people. At one point, my husband asked a coworker for advice. His family had spiritual traditions, and he took our story seriously. He gave us a few suggestions, mentioned some crystals, and warned us not to engage directly with whatever was there. But the one thing he said very clearly was this: if the pentagram ever broke, we needed to leave. That same day, before my husband had even told me any of that, I went into the laundry room and noticed the pentagram was gone from its usual place. I assumed one of the landlord's cats had knocked it down, but when I found it under the stairs, it wasn't just knocked loose, it had completely come apart. Every tie had unraveled. The sticks were all scattered in a pile. I texted the landlord to let her know and left it there. When my husband got home and told me what his coworker had said, I just stared at him and then showed him what I'd found. After that, things got worse, but not always inside the house. It felt like the chaos spilled into our lives. I hit one of the worst depressive episodes I'd had in years. My husband quit his job because the environment had become unbearable, and then an older coworker became fixated on him and eventually tried to break into our house. That was it for us. At that point, whatever was going on spiritually almost stopped mattering, because now our safety was at risk in a very real, physical way. The strangest part was that once we decided to move, the focus seemed to shift. My husband's night terrors stopped almost completely, and mine started. Full body, screaming, kicking, terrified sleep. The atmosphere got so heavy that he barely wanted me in the house alone anymore. Once we got the keys to the new place, he handled most of the move himself because he didn't want me spending more time back there than I had to. And the difference after we left was immediate. I didn't realize how oppressive that house had been until we were out of it. The air in the new place felt lighter, cleaner, like my body could finally unclench. Later on, we talked to a few people who had visited us there, and every single one of them said some version of the same thing. That house felt off. So that's the story. Maybe there's a logical explanation for all of it. Maybe the old tunnels, the hidden space under the house, the tension, the fear, all of it just combined into something that got into our heads. I'm open to that, truly. But there are still moments I can't explain away. And even now, what stays with me most is not one single event. It's the feeling. That house felt like something underneath it was awake. I want to tell you about something that still sits strangely with me, even now. I can't honestly say, yes, without question, that was paranormal, but I also can't explain it away, and that's what makes it linger. A few years back, I was heading home with 4 friends, and we decided to cut through a small cemetery. It was around 11 at night, maybe a little after, but not especially late. The place itself wasn't creepy in the way people imagine cemeteries to be. It was tiny, wrapped around an old church on a hill overlooking the town. The gravestones were all weathered and old, and no one had been buried there in a very long time. There were houses nearby, a few small flats, and even a care home just down the road. I'd walked through that cemetery plenty of times before without giving it a second thought. So we were making our way around the circular path, and out of nowhere, I caught this bright blue flash in the corner of my eye. It shot from my left side across my vision and disappeared off to the right. It happened so fast that I turned my head instinctively, but there was nothing there. I remember thinking, well, that was odd. But I kept quiet at first because I assumed it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Then, it happened again. This time it moved the other way, from right to left, just as quick and just as vivid. And when I say vivid, I mean it was impossible to ignore. It wasn't a faint flicker. It was this intense electric blue, almost like the flash of emergency lights in the distance. Small, yes, almost wispy, but incredibly bright. After that, it kept happening. Back and forth. Left to right to left. Always just ahead of me, always darting across the center of my vision, and then gone the second I tried to look directly at it. It was so consistent that I started wondering if one of my friends had a laser pointer and was messing with me. But none of them could see anything at all. Not one of them. And honestly, they weren't the kind of people to pull that sort of prank anyway. The longer it went on, the more unsettled I became. Not frightened exactly, not in a haunted goosebumps kind of way. It didn't feel sinister. It felt confusing. Deeply, intensely confusing. But then my brain did what brains do when they can't make sense of something, and it jumped to the worst possible conclusion. I became convinced something might be wrong with my eye. I actually started thinking, what if this is a retinal tear or some kind of medical emergency? Looking back, maybe that sounds dramatic, but in that moment, it felt like the only explanation I had left. Eventually, I worked myself into a panic attack. My friends could see I was spiraling, and they got worried too, so we agreed we should leave and go get checked out. And here's the part I still can't explain. The second I stepped off the final stone steps and out of the cemetery, it stopped. Completely. No more blue flashes, no lingering streaks, no odd spots in my vision. Nothing. It was just over, as suddenly as it had started. What makes it even stranger is that it seemed to follow the path perfectly, almost as if it were staying just ahead of me the whole time. The path circles the church in a neat loop, with 2 entrances on opposite sides. We had come up one set of steps and were heading around toward the other side, and that blue light stayed with me the entire way, flickering from side to side like it was leading me forward. I've heard plenty of stories about shadows, figures, voices, cold spots, all of that. But blue light? I've never really heard anyone talk about that as a paranormal thing. So I'm left with the same questions I had that night. Was it something explainable that I still haven't managed to identify? Was I somehow hallucinating for no reason I understand? Or did something genuinely happen there, and for whatever reason, I was the only one who saw it? That's the part I can't shake. Not because I'm desperate to believe it was supernatural, but because I'm usually the one trying to rule things out. I'm naturally skeptical. I look for the ordinary answer first. But this one has never settled neatly into any box for me, and I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. I want to tell you about something that happened to me years ago, back when I was living in a little mountain town in Colorado called Cripple Creek. At the time, I was working as a car dealer at one of the casinos up there. I had been living in Colorado Springs before that, but the drive was long and rough, especially once winter rolled in, so I figured it made more sense to move closer to work. I ended up renting this old miner's house just outside town. It had been standing there since the late 1800s, and it looked every bit its age. The floors sagged in places, every step made the wood complain, and the whole place always felt cold, no matter what I did. The basement was the worst part. It was unfinished, with dirt floors and crumbling walls, and somebody had carved this strange symbol into one of the stones. I never put much stock in things like that, though. I've always been a skeptic. What really got me at first was my cat, Jasper. The moment we moved in, he acted like he wanted no part of that house. For days, he barely left my bed. He stayed tucked under the blankets most of the time, and honestly, with how cold that place was, I didn't mind the company. I had the heat running constantly, a space heater in my room, even an electric blanket on the bed, and somehow it still never felt warm enough. After a few months, I decided to get a roommate to help with bills. A guy I worked with at the casino moved into the upstairs area. His name was Braden. Everything seemed normal, and life settled into a routine for a while. Then one morning, something happened that I still can't explain. I was working an early shift then, the kind where you're up long before the sun even thinks about rising. That morning I got up around 3, took a shower, got dressed, and was getting ready to leave for work. My bedroom was just off the living room, and as I stepped out in the dark, I saw what I thought was Braden walking up the stairs at the far end of the room. I remember it clearly. It was the shape of a man in a thick winter coat moving up the steps. I even heard that soft rustling sound those heavy jackets make when someone walks by. It felt completely ordinary for about 2 seconds, and then my brain caught up with me. Braden had started work at 3 that morning. There was no reason he should have been home. That's when the air in the room seemed to change. I stood there for a second trying to make sense of it, then grabbed my pistol and went upstairs. I checked every room, closets, corners, everything. There was nobody there. Nothing. The whole upstairs was empty. I didn't stick around after that. I put the gun back down, got out of the house as fast as I could, and headed straight to the casino. And there he was, Braden, exactly where he was supposed to be, working. I've gone over that moment in my head more times than I can count, and I still don't have an explanation for it. I don't believe in ghosts. I still don't. But I know what I saw that morning, and I know what I heard. Even now, just talking about it, I can still feel that chill all over again. I need to tell you about a night that completely changed the way I see things. At the time, I did not believe in ghosts or spirits at all. Not even a little. I was the kind of person who would laugh about paranormal stories, make jokes, and brush everything off like it was just nerves or imagination. That was me, right up until I stayed at this house with my friend. We were house sitting at her uncle's place, this beautiful home tucked into a heavily wooded area, quiet and a little isolated even though there were other homes nearby. My friend, I'll call her Finn, had told me before that her cousin always felt strange things in that house. She used to talk about weird energy, unexplained noises, and the feeling that someone was there when nobody was. I never took it seriously. I just assumed her cousin was overly anxious. Then came that night. When it was time to sleep, Finn and her boyfriend, who I'll call Silas, went to the bedroom, and I decided to sleep on the couch in the big open-plan lounge. I actually preferred it. It felt relaxed, and I was still wide awake. A little later, our friend Amelia called us on FaceTime, and we all chatted for a while. I was alone in the lounge on the call, while Finn and Silas stayed connected from the bedroom. At some point, we started joking around, and said Amelia would probably come haunt us, since her own house supposedly had strange things happen there. I laughed. I remember being completely unfazed. And then, almost instantly, the whole atmosphere changed. The room went cold. Not normal nighttime cold, not a breeze, not a subtle shift. I mean suddenly, sharply cold. The kind of cold that makes your skin tighten. At the same time, I felt this horrible draining sensation, like my energy was being pulled straight out of me. My body felt heavy, and there was this pressure on my chest, as if something was sitting there, pinning me down without actually touching me. That feeling lasted for a couple of minutes, and I was trying to make sense of it, trying to stay rational. But then I became aware of something else. I felt, so clearly, that something was in the lounge with me. It felt like it was standing in the corner near the fireplace, just watching me. I looked straight at that corner. There was nothing there. Nothing I could actually see. But the feeling did not go away. If anything, it got worse. The room felt freezing by then, and the pressure and dread just kept building. It is hard to explain unless you have felt it yourself, but it was like every part of me knew I was not alone. And what made it even stranger was that this happened in the middle of a scorching summer. I live in South Africa, and that day had been unbearably hot. There was no reason for that room to feel like ice. After about 10 minutes, I could not take it anymore. I ran down the passage to the bedroom where Finn and Silas were. I told them exactly what had happened, and I know I must have looked shaken because they immediately took me seriously. Silas and I even went outside afterward to check the garden and around the property, just in case someone had somehow gotten in or been lurking nearby. There was nothing, no sign of anyone at all. Then, about a year later, we stayed at the same house again. this time with another friend who was much more sensitive to paranormal stuff than I was. He was one of those people who picked up on things without even trying. Early that morning, around 5, he woke me up and asked me something that honestly sent a chill through me all over again. He asked, "Did you clap next to my head and say my name to wake me up?" I was half asleep and completely confused. I told him no, of course not. And the thing is, I am an incredibly deep sleeper. I do not just wake up, move around, clap in someone's ear, and then fall back asleep without knowing it. That is not possible for me. Our other friends were not in the room either. When he woke up, there was nobody there. We were both left staring at each other, trying to come up with some reasonable explanation, and neither of us could. That house was the first place that ever made me question everything I thought I knew. Before that, I would have rolled my eyes at stories like this. Now, I cannot. I still do not have a perfect explanation for what happened, but I know what I felt that night, and I know how real it was. Whatever was in that house, I do not think we imagined it. So, this happened around 5 years ago, and I still can't explain it in a way that makes complete sense. My girlfriend and I were out at this river trail near where we lived, just getting some exercise and enjoying the weather. She wanted to jog, and I decided I'd take my bike. The trail kind of splits around a main bridge in the middle, and that bridge is the big landmark. There are smaller crossings at either end, but the center one is where people usually stop, look out over the water, and hang around for a bit. We decided to go in different directions at first. My plan was to bike my side, turn around, then head toward her side so we could meet up and finish around the same time. Each half of the trail is maybe a couple miles or so it felt easy enough to time it out. Since I was on my bike, I was moving pretty fast. I got close to the far end of my side and thought about continuing toward the lake, but instead, I turned back. On my way back, I passed this older man, probably somewhere in his late 70s or early 80s. He had this really kind face, soft smile, and gave me a little wave. We did that quick trail greeting, just a simple, "Hey," as we passed. What stood out to me was that he seemed almost expectant, like he was already looking at me before I got there, waiting for that little hello. Nothing creepy, nothing strange exactly, just memorable. Anyway, I made it back to the middle bridge and rode across it so I could stop for a second and look over the river. And this is the part that matters. When I had passed that man earlier, he was walking away from the main bridge, farther down the trail. He wasn't moving quickly either, more like someone out for a peaceful stroll, taking in the scenery. After stopping at the bridge, I headed over to the other side of the trail, the side where I was eventually going to meet my girlfriend. When I got there, I decided to take a break. I got off my bike, sat there for a bit, and started scrolling on my phone. Probably about 10 minutes went by. Then I got this weird feeling and looked up. And there he was. That same older man was walking across the bridge toward me. I just remember staring because it made no sense. The man I had seen earlier had been a good distance down the opposite side, heading away from the bridge. Even if he had turned around right after passing me, there is no way he could have covered that distance, crossed back, and made it over to my side that fast. Not at the pace he was walking. And it wasn't just, maybe it looked like him. It felt exact. Same gray knit cap, same faded green puffer jacket, same jeans, same build, same slow, easy stride. He kept coming in my direction, and I started feeling awkward because we had already said hello once. I get socially anxious sometimes, so instead of looking at him again, I dropped my eyes back to my phone. When I last saw him, he was maybe 20 yards away. I only looked down for about a minute, maybe a little more. Then I looked back up. He was gone, just completely gone. And what made that so unsettling was the layout of the trail. From where I was standing, I could see a decent stretch in both directions. If he had kept walking, I should have seen him somewhere. If he had turned off, I should have noticed that too. But there was nobody there. No man on the path. No figure in the distance. Nothing. I just sat there staring, trying to make it make sense. And honestly, I still can't. I know how it sounds. Maybe there's some explanation I missed. Maybe there were two men dressed almost exactly alike. But in the moment, it didn't feel like that. It felt like I saw the same person twice in two places he couldn't possibly have reached, and then watched him disappear. I want to tell you about a place I lived in when I was younger, because even now, at 24, I still have a hard time putting it into words without feeling like it sounds unreal. These days, I barely experience anything paranormal at all. Maybe the occasional strange feeling, but nothing like what it used to be. When I was a kid, though, it felt like the supernatural had its claws in my family. Honestly, it wasn't just me. Everyone in my immediate family seemed to go through things. It was almost like we carried something with us, like whatever darkness was already in a place would somehow grow stronger around us. Looking back, maybe that made a strange kind of sense. My childhood had a lot of pain in it, and sometimes it felt like that pain opened the door to things we couldn't explain. There was one apartment in particular, where I lived from about age 9 to 12, that I still think of as the worst place we ever stayed. I don't say that lightly. That apartment felt wrong in a way I've never felt anywhere else. It was like the air itself was angry. There was this constant heaviness, this sense of dread that never really lifted, like something in that place was always watching and always furious. And it wasn't just a feeling. All of us experienced things. We'd catch shadows moving across the walls when nothing should have been there. We saw figures out of the corners of our eyes. We'd wake up with scratches. The bunk bed my brother Eli and I shared would shake so hard it felt like someone was grabbing it and trying to rip it apart. Nighttime in that apartment was its own kind of nightmare. For me, the worst part was trying to sleep. I used to dread bedtime. My older siblings handled it better than I did, at least on the surface, but even they admitted the nights were terrible. I'd lie there scared out of my mind, waiting for exhaustion to finally pull me under. And when it did, that's when it would happen. I'd slip into this state that felt like sleep paralysis, except it was more than that. I'd realize I was trapped, and the second I became aware of it, panic would hit me. I'd try to move, even just a finger, anything at all, and it felt like I was dragging myself through wet cement. Sometimes breathing felt almost impossible, like something heavy was pressing the air out of me. Then the loop would start, and it wasn't like I'd see some obvious horror movie figure standing over me. It was worse in a way, because it was this presence, this pure, hateful force. I could feel it. It felt like it despised everything in that room. It hated me. It hated all of us. There was no mistaking that. I would fight with everything I had to get out of bed. Sometimes I'd manage to throw myself over the side, just flop straight onto the floor. It didn't matter whether I was sleeping on the bottom bunk or the top one. Somehow, in that strange, half-dream state, the same thing would happen anyway, like logic didn't apply anymore. I'd hit the floor, and for a second I'd think I'd finally broken free. Then suddenly, I'd be back in bed again, frozen. I can't really explain how terrifying that was. It took so much effort just to fall out of bed once. To have to do it over and over again felt endless. I'd land on the floor, barely able to move, every muscle locked up, and all I could do was stretch one arm toward the bedroom door beside the bed. I'd feel the carpet under my hand. I'd think, just get to the door, just get to the door. And then everything would snap back again. and I'd be right where I started. Sometimes that cycle felt like it lasted for hours. Every now and then, I'd make a little more progress. I'd drag myself across the floor inch by inch until I reached the doorknob. I remember grabbing it with one hand and trying to pull myself up while my legs just hung there useless, like they didn't belong to me. I'd try to call for help, try to mouth the word, but nothing would come out. Not even a whisper. It was like my voice had been taken too. And then morning would come. After what felt like an entire night of fighting just to move, I'd still have to get up and go to school like everything was normal. That was the part that made it feel even stranger. Life just kept going. Sometimes I'd wake up and realize I really had ended up on the floor. Sometimes I'd find faint scratches on my arms. Other times, there'd be nothing visible at all, just this bone-deep exhaustion that made it feel like I hadn't slept for a second. I still feel ridiculous talking about it. I really do. There's always that voice in the back of my mind saying, "That sounds impossible. That sounds insane." But I know what I lived through. I know what that apartment felt like. And I know I wasn't the only one who experienced it. So when I tell this story, I'm not asking anyone to explain it away for me. I'm just telling you that it happened. It was real to me, and for a long time, it was just my life. Hey, I've got a story that still gives me chills when I think about it, and honestly, I'm not even sure what to make of it. So, this all started in my little daughter Mara's room. She's 2 years old, and up until all of this, her room was just her room. Nothing dramatic, nothing unusual. My wife and I are not religious people at all. My wife is a little open-minded about spiritual stuff, I guess, but I've always been the skeptic in the house. A while back, we started hearing noises coming from Mara's closet. Not constantly, but often enough that it caught our attention. It sounded like knocking or something bumping lightly against the closet doors. Every time we checked, there was nothing there. No vents, no pets, no obvious explanation. It was strange, and even though Mara mostly brushed it off, it definitely left my wife and me with that unsettled feeling you can't quite shake. Then one evening, I was in the bathroom next to her room giving her a bath when I heard this loud crash. I called out, my wife came running, and I went straight into Mara's room. A whole stack of books had fallen from a high wall shelf onto the floor. Now, these weren't books loosely stacked on a ledge. They were on one of those front-facing nursery shelves where the books sit pretty securely. I even tested it afterward because I wanted a reasonable explanation. I tried to see if they could just slip out on their own, but they really couldn't. And the strangest part was that only the books from the top shelf had come down. The lower shelves were untouched. Those books hadn't even been handled in weeks. After that, things went quiet for a while. No more closet noises, no more weird moments. We actually started to think maybe it had all just been a string of odd but harmless little incidents. Then another night, during bath time again, I heard another crash. This time, I walked into Mara's room and found a framed picture lying flat on her changing table. What made that one so unsettling was how it had been placed before. The frame had been sitting on a shelf above the table, leaning against the wall, and there were several little items in front of it, including a baby monitor camera. But somehow, the picture ended up down on the changing table, while everything else stayed almost exactly where it was. Nothing had been knocked over. Nothing had fallen with it. The camera had shifted just slightly, barely at all. I checked the footage because the camera is motion activated. About 10 minutes earlier, it had recorded me going into the room to put something away. The frame was definitely still on the shelf then. The recording showed me leaving, then it stopped. It didn't catch the picture falling. It only started recording again when I walked back in and found it already down. That really got under my skin. Then came the night that honestly rattled both of us the most. Mara woke up right around 3 a.m. My wife went to get her, and when she brought her into our room, our daughter was completely beside herself. I don't mean normal toddler crying. I mean she was writhing, screaming, sobbing, totally inconsolable. It looked like she was terrified or in pain, and we had never seen her like that before. It felt so intense and so out of character that it genuinely scared us. And then, after all that, she just suddenly wore herself out and fell asleep. The next day she was completely fine, totally normal, laughing, playing, acting like nothing had happened. And there's one more thing. Her room is always colder than the rest of the house. Not a little colder, noticeably colder. The bathroom next door feels normal. The guest room on the other side feels normal. But her room stays several degrees cooler for no clear reason. We even checked with sensors because I started thinking maybe I was imagining it. But no, it really is colder in there. On top of that, she'd also started waking up in the middle of the night for weeks, which was unusual for her because she had always been a great sleeper. And I know this next part sounds dramatic, but when I realized so much of this seemed to center around 3 a.m., I did what everyone does when they're freaked out and sleep deprived. I started searching online. I found all kinds of folklore and religious interpretations tied to that hour, and suddenly, I was connecting dots I probably shouldn't have been connecting. But when you're already unsettled, your mind goes wandering. We live in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and people around here love to talk about the spiritual history of the place. Hauntings, old energy, all of that. Our house isn't even especially old, so I keep trying to tell myself there has to be some practical explanation. But I'll be honest with you. When you hear sounds with no source, see things move that really shouldn't move, watch your child react in a way you've never seen before, and feel that chill in the room over and over again, it starts to wear on you. So that's where I am. Part of me wants to explain every bit of it away. Another part of me can't deny how unsettling it has all felt while we were living through it. And I still don't know what to think. I grew up in a small village in Romania, in an old family house that, on paper, seemed completely ordinary. Its history was never especially dramatic. As far as we know, the people who lived there before us were religious people, church-going, respectable. Nothing that would make you immediately think something was wrong. And yet, from as far back as I can remember, that house never felt entirely right to me. Most of whatever was in there seemed strongest in the kitchen, though strange things happened in other rooms too. I'm actually staying in the house again now, and I may try recording overnight just to see if anything turns up. Honestly, I'm not expecting much beyond odd sounds. Still, after everything I've experienced there, I can't really ignore it either. The first thing I remember happened when I was around 6. I was sleeping in a room where the door had a glass pane in it, and from my bed, I could see straight through that little window. I was still scared of sleeping in the dark back then, so my mother would always leave the hallway light on for me. One night, sometime very late, I woke up and looked toward the door. Standing there, visible through the glass, was a hooded figure watching me. I was half asleep and thought maybe it was my grandmother, because she used to wear a headscarf tied in that old-fashioned way. So I called out to her. The moment I did, the figure turned its head to the side, and then another hooded figure appeared beside it. It looked like the two of them were talking to each other, though I couldn't hear a thing. Then, after a few seconds, both of them turned sharply and moved out of view. And just as they did, a third figure slipped past after them. I remember lying there frozen, staring at the door, too afraid to even pull the blanket over my head. Another time, in a different bedroom, I was home alone, just lying there messing around on my phone. Out of nowhere, I saw what looked like fire appear in the upper corner of the wall near the door. It spread incredibly fast, racing across the wall toward the frame. For a second, it looked like flames were pushing around the edges of the door itself, like something was about to burst through. And then, it was gone. The whole thing lasted maybe 2 seconds. I ran to look, expecting smoke or scorch marks, or at least some sign that I hadn't imagined it. But there was nothing. The wall was untouched. The old wooden door, which had been in the house since before my father bought it, looked exactly the same as always. That same door was involved in something else that I still can't explain. Again, I was alone in the house, sitting on the bed with my phone, when the door suddenly started shaking hard. Not a gentle rattle either. I mean, violent, aggressive shaking, like someone on the other side was trying to force their way in. I jumped up immediately and grabbed the handle, expecting resistance, expecting someone to be there. But the second I touched it, everything stopped. I yanked the door open right away and checked the hallway, then the other rooms. No one was there. Nothing had fallen, no windows were open, no explanation made sense. That one shook me badly, because it felt physical and real in a way that's hard to brush off. A few years later, maybe when I was around 12 or 13, I had another encounter in the kitchen. It was around 9 at night. I'd gone in to heat up some leftovers while my mother and my younger brother were each in their rooms. The microwave was near the back of the kitchen, close to the door that leads outside. When it beeped, I walked over to get my food. I was only a couple of steps away when, right in front of me, a black figure appeared for a split second. It was tall, thin, almost unnaturally narrow, and it stood maybe a meter away from me. It vanished so quickly that part of me wanted to call it a trick of the eyes. But I know what I saw, and I remember exactly how cold my whole body felt in that moment. What unsettles me even more is that it wasn't just me. My little brother, who's a bit younger, eventually admitted that he'd had his own experiences too. He told me he'd heard whispering in the kitchen when nobody else was there. He also said that once, while he was in the bathroom, he looked toward the little window in the door and saw a dark figure standing outside, staring in. The strangest thing he described was seeing, from the corner of his eye, what looked like a long, dark shape sitting upright on one of the beds, so tall it nearly reached the ceiling. He said it leaned slightly, as if it were watching. And then there's everything else. The smaller things. The things that sound less dramatic when you say them out loud, but add up over time until the whole house feels wrong. There were nights when I'd catch what looked like faces or human shapes hovering above me just before sleep. I used to try recording sounds in the house, hoping for something clear enough to prove I wasn't imagining it all. Most of the time, the only things I caught were strange voices, breathing, or noises that didn't belong there. I know how this sounds. I really do. And I'm not asking anyone to believe every word automatically. I'm just telling you what happened in that house, as honestly as I can. Maybe there's an explanation for all of it. Maybe there isn't. But when you grow up in a place where the silence never feels empty, you start to trust that feeling. And in that house, especially in that kitchen, I never once felt alone. You know, I grew up in a house with a kind of history that seemed to cling to the walls. The land had been settled way back in the 1840s, and even when I was little, parts of the original property were still there. Some of the old outbuildings were standing, weathered but stubborn, on the section that hadn't been divided up yet. Our house itself was newer. It was part of a neighborhood that started going in during the 1970s, but our place wasn't actually built until 1988. What made it feel different, though, was where it sat, right beside the old barn and those original buildings, like it had 1 foot in the present and 1 foot somewhere much older. My grandfather, whose name was Walter, died in that house in 1991 when I was still a baby, only a few months old. My mom used to say he had come there to die, and even as a kid, that phrase stayed with me. It felt heavy, strange. like it meant more than what she was saying out loud. For as long as I can remember, I never felt completely alone in that house. It wasn't always frightening, at least not at first. One of the earliest things I remember is being out on the swings in the backyard and seeing a woman on horseback passing through. She always seemed gentle. She'd smile, lift her hand, and wave to me, and I'd wave right back like it was the most normal thing in the world. At the time, it didn't seem unusual. Our neighbors had horses, so to me it made perfect sense. But one day my mom saw me waving and asked who I was waving at. I told her, just as casually as anything, that I was waving to the lady riding her horse through the yard. And she looked at me and said there was no woman there. She told me the neighbors never rode through our property. Looking back now, what stands out is how she was dressed. Even then, something about her clothes felt old-fashioned. Not costume old, but genuinely from another time, maybe late 1800s, early 1900s. I didn't have the words for that as a child, but I do now. And then there was my grandfather. When I was young, I remember waking up at night and seeing him standing in the living room. He looked faint, almost translucent, but recognizable. Just there, quiet, watching. I was so scared of seeing him that whenever I had to cross the living room to get to my parents' room at night, I'd shut my eyes and hurry through, hoping that if I couldn't see him, maybe he wouldn't be there. Years later, my mom admitted that she'd experienced things too. She told me she believed he had stayed behind in some way. At one point, 2 different mediums came through the house at different times, and both of them mentioned an older man's spirit attached to the property. I know how that sounds, I really do. And even now, part of me resists it. But there were other moments too, things that are harder to explain away. One afternoon, my sister and I came home early from school and went to change before heading next door to the babysitters. We were the only ones home. Then we heard this huge crash downstairs, like a sudden burst of chaos in the kitchen. We both froze, then ran to look. The chairs around the breakfast table had been knocked over, and every cabinet door in the kitchen was standing open. Every one of them. We had only been upstairs for a minute or two. No one could have come in, done all that, and vanished without us seeing or hearing more than that one violent burst of noise. But the encounter that stayed with me most happened just before I turned 8. I was in my bedroom getting ready for bed. I had this routine where I'd pull on my pajamas, jump onto my twin bed, then hop off and head into the hallway to brush my teeth. One night, I jumped onto the bed, and when I landed, there was a boy standing right there in front of me, maybe 6 inches away. He looked about my age. He had reddish hair, freckles, and pale eyes. He was translucent, but clear enough that I can still picture him. I remember the shock of it, the way my whole body seemed to stop. It was only a second, maybe less, and then he was gone. After that, sleeping in that room became almost impossible. For a long time, I'd sleep in the family room instead, or on the floor in my parents' bedroom, anywhere but there. And every now and then, I'd see that same boy again, outside this time, moving through the backyard or near the neighboring pasture. He never spoke. He never came toward me. He would just be there for a moment and then disappear. Even now, I'd still say I'm skeptical by nature. I don't jump to supernatural explanations. I still question my own memory sometimes, but these moments have stayed with me for years, and they're only a few of the things that happened in that house. Whatever it was, whether it was memory, imagination, something spiritual, or something I'll never have words for, that place never felt empty. Not once. You know, I still think about this one sometimes, because even now, I cannot neatly file it away under anything sensible. Back then, my former wife and I both worked in the office of a company. Part of her job involved helping coordinate arrangements when someone passed away. It was just one of those responsibilities that landed on her desk, and over time she got used to calling the same funeral home whenever she needed to handle those details. There was always one woman there who helped her, and for this story, I'll call her Marion. My memory is not flawless, so a few details are a little softened by time, but the heart of it is exactly how it happened. One day my wife called, like she always did, to make arrangements for a viewing. This time, though, a different woman answered and helped her. I'll call her Nina. My wife didn't think much of it. She just figured Marion was busy, and Nina seemed kind and confident, like she knew exactly what she was doing. As they were going over everything, Nina asked whether my wife wanted the flowers delivered the evening before the viewing or the morning of. That caught my wife off guard because Marion had never asked her that before. She wasn't sure which was better. Nina told her, very matter-of-factly, that since the viewing was going to be fairly early, it might be safer to have the flowers brought in the night before so there wouldn't be any delays. That sounded reasonable, so my wife agreed. A little later that same day, Marion called her, and right away, Marion sounded puzzled, maybe even a little irritated. She asked why the flowers were being delivered the night before. My wife explained that Nina had suggested it. Marion told her no, that was a mistake, that flowers should not sit overnight because by morning they could start to droop and look tired. She said it would be much better to have them delivered the day of the viewing. So my wife said, all right, let's change it. Marion told her she'd take care of it, and that was that. Then, the next day, Nina called to go over a few final details. In the middle of the conversation, she mentioned that the flowers had already been delivered and that they looked beautiful. My wife stopped her and said, no, that couldn't be right. She explained that she had spoken to Marion, and Marion had changed the delivery to the morning of the viewing. There was this pause. Then Nina said, very quietly, that my wife must be mistaken. My wife said, no, I'm not mistaken. Marion is the woman who always helps me. I know who I spoke to. And that's when Nina told her that Marion had passed away about a year earlier. My wife came straight to my office after that and told me the whole story. I worked in records at the time, and I remember listening to her thinking, that is eerie, sure, but there has to be some ordinary explanation. A crossed line, a misunderstanding, a wrong name, something. After she left, I started digging. She was the kind of person who wrote everything down, every call, every time, every detail. So I pulled the file for the deceased person whose arrangements she'd been handling, and there they were, written out in her notes. One note said she had spoken to Nina in the afternoon and that Nina recommended delivery the evening before. Another note, written later, said she spoke to Marion, who said to switch the flowers to the morning of because they might wilt overnight. It was all there. Clean, clear, documented. I remember staring at those notes, feeling that strange little chill creep up my back. So I went further. I pulled older files, ones from before Marion had died, just to make sure my wife really had always dealt with the same person. And sure enough, there were note after note after note mentioning Marion by name. She was real. She had been the regular contact all along. At that point, I thought maybe someone at the funeral home was playing some bizarre prank, but that didn't make sense either. It was a small place. The owner was older. His son worked there too, and after Marion died, Nina had taken over her role. It didn't feel like the kind of place where anyone would do something cruel or theatrical like that. So I looked online and found Marion's obituary. She had, in fact, worked at that funeral home, and she had, in fact, died the year before. What really unsettled me, though, was what came next. As I kept reading, I noticed the date and time listed for her own visitation, and the timing lined up almost perfectly with when my wife said Marion had called her back. That was the moment that got me. Not just because of the date, and not just because of the hour, but because suddenly this strange story had a shape to it that I could not explain away. It felt less like a mistake and more like something reaching across a thin place in the world. I got goosebumps right there at my desk. Now, to be fair, I've changed the names here, and I've smoothed over some of the exact dates because I don't trust my memory enough to swear to every number. But the pattern was real. The notes were real. The obituary was real. And the timing was close enough to stop me cold. I still do not have a tidy explanation for it. Maybe it was an incredible coincidence. Maybe there was some perfectly logical detail I never uncovered. Or maybe Marion was still there in some quiet way, still doing what she had always done, still trying to help one more family put things in order. I can't prove that, of course. I just know that when I read those records and saw how everything lined up, it didn't feel like a joke, and it didn't feel like confusion. It felt like a call from someone who, somehow, had not entirely left. You know, I still think about this one sometimes, because even now, I cannot neatly file it away under anything sensible. Back then, my former wife and I both worked in the office of a company. Part of her job involved helping coordinate arrangements when someone passed away. It was just one of those responsibilities that landed on her desk, and over time she got used to calling the same funeral home whenever she needed to handle those details. There was always one woman there who helped her, and for this story, I'll call her Marion. My memory is not flawless, so a few details are a little softened by time, but the heart of it is exactly how it happened. One day my wife called, like she always did, to make arrangements for a viewing. This time, though, a different woman answered and helped her. I'll call her Nina. My wife didn't think much of it. She just figured Marion was busy, and Nina seemed kind and confident, like she knew exactly what she was doing. As they were going over everything, Nina asked whether my wife wanted the flowers delivered the evening before the viewing or the morning of. That caught my wife off guard because Marion had never asked her that before. She wasn't sure which was better. Nina told her, very matter-of-factly, that since the viewing was going to be fairly early, it might be safer to have the flowers brought in the night before so there wouldn't be any delays. That sounded reasonable, so my wife agreed. A little later that same day, Marion called her, and right away, Marion sounded puzzled, maybe even a little irritated. She asked why the flowers were being delivered the night before. My wife explained that Nina had suggested it. Marion told her no, that was a mistake, that flowers should not sit overnight because by morning they could start to droop and look tired. She said it would be much better to have them delivered the day of the viewing. So my wife said, all right, let's change it. Marion told her she'd take care of it, and that was that. Then the next day, Nina called to go over a few final details. In the middle of the conversation, she mentioned that the flowers had already been delivered and that they looked beautiful. My wife stopped her and said, no, that couldn't be right. She explained that she had spoken to Marion, and Marion had changed the delivery to the morning of the viewing. There was this pause. Then Nina said, very quietly, that my wife must be mistaken. My wife said, no, I'm not mistaken. Marion is the woman who always helps me. I know who I spoke to. And that's when Nina told her that Marion had passed away about a year earlier. My wife came straight to my office after that and told me the whole story. I worked in records at the time, and I remember listening to her thinking, that is eerie, sure, but there has to be some ordinary explanation. A crossed line, a misunderstanding, a wrong name, something. After she left, I started digging. She was the kind of person who wrote everything down. Every call, every time, every detail. So I pulled the file for the deceased person whose arrangement she'd been handling, and there they were, written out in her notes. One note said she had spoken to Nina in the afternoon, and that Nina recommended delivery the evening before. Another note, written later, said she spoke to Marion, who said to switch the flowers to the morning of because they might wilt overnight. It was all there. Clean, clear, documented. I remember staring at those notes, feeling that strange little chill creep up my back. So I went further. I pulled older files, ones from before Marion had died, just to make sure my wife really had always dealt with the same person. And sure enough, there were note after note after note mentioning Marion by name. She was real. She had been the regular contact all along. At that point, I thought maybe someone at the funeral home was playing some bizarre prank, but that didn't make sense either. It was a small place. The owner was older, his son worked there too, and after Marion died, Nina had taken over her role. It didn't feel like the kind of place where anyone would do something cruel or theatrical like that. So I looked online and found Marion's obituary. She had, in fact, worked at that funeral home, and she had, in fact, died the year before. What really unsettled me, though, was what came next. As I kept reading, I noticed the date and time listed for her own visitation, and the timing lined up almost perfectly with when my wife said Marion had called her back. That was the moment that got me. Not just because of the date, and not just because of the hour, but because suddenly this strange story had a shape to it that I could not explain away. It felt less like a mistake and more like something reaching across a thin place in the world. I got goosebumps right there at my desk. Now, to be fair, I've changed the names here, and I've smoothed over some of the exact dates because I don't trust my memory enough to swear to every number. But the pattern was real. The notes were real. The obituary was real. And the timing was close enough to stop me cold. I still do not have a tidy explanation for it. Maybe it was an incredible coincidence. Maybe there was some perfectly logical detail I never uncovered. Or maybe Marion was still there in some quiet way, still doing what she had always done, still trying to help one more family put things in order. I can't prove that, of course. I just know that when I read those records and saw how everything lined up, it didn't feel like a joke, and it didn't feel like confusion. It felt like a call from someone who, somehow, had not entirely left. I need to tell you about something that's been weighing on me, because honestly, I still don't know how to explain it. A while back, I went through some frightening experiences in a place that already felt off somehow. Like the strange things happening there almost belonged to that environment. Since then, my relationship ended, and now something unsettling seems to be happening in our home. And it's involving my kids. For the past few months, my 5-year-old daughter Ellie has been coming into whatever room I'm in and asking what I needed. Every time, I'd tell her I hadn't called for her. At first, I tried to brush it off. I figured maybe she was hearing the TV from another room, or one of her siblings, or maybe she just thought she heard me. But the most recent time really shook me. She came to me looking genuinely worried and said she heard me calling her, and that I sounded upset, like I was crying or hurt. I asked her if she was sure it was my voice, and she said yes, without hesitation. I told her I was okay and that I hadn't called her at all. It felt awful trying to explain it away because I didn't want her to think I didn't believe her. I do believe she heard something. I just don't know what. Then this morning, something happened with my older son that rattled me even more. I got home from work a little after 5 in the morning. 2 of my kids were asleep and the house was quiet. I went straight to my bedroom, shut the door, and started winding down the way I usually do, just scrolling on my phone and reading random things before going to sleep. Around 5:40 or so, there was a knock at my bedroom door. It was my 16-year-old son, Mason, and he looked confused. He asked me what I wanted him to do. I just stared at him because I had no idea what he meant. I opened the door and told him I hadn't asked him to do anything. He asked again, and I told him I'd been in my room since I got home and hadn't called for him once. The color drained from his face. He told me that he had been jolted awake by loud knocking on his bedroom door, and that he heard my voice telling him to get out of bed right now. He said I sounded irritated, even harsh, so he got up and started getting dressed. Then he heard the knocking again, along with my voice telling him to hurry up and get out of his room. My bedroom is only a few steps from his. If that had really happened in the hallway, I should have heard it, even with my door shut. But I heard absolutely nothing. What scared him most was that by the second round of knocking, he was fully awake. He wasn't half dreaming. He was standing there, getting dressed, hearing what he was sure was me. I tried to stay calm for his sake. I told him maybe there was some strange overlap, something we couldn't explain. Maybe even something like hearing a version of me from somewhere else. I don't know if I believed that myself, but I didn't want to dismiss what he experienced, because I could see how real it was to him. And I definitely didn't want to frighten him with darker ideas. The truth is, I'm scared too. Lately, there have been other things that feel just as strange. Not long ago, a bank card I had misplaced at work somehow turned up inside a storage box at home. Then, not long after that, a PDF downloaded itself onto my son's computer while he was home alone. It was a guide for teens preparing for their driving permit, which stood out because he and I had only talked about it a few days earlier. We hadn't searched for it or signed up for anything yet. It just appeared. I'm trying to stay grounded. I'm trying not to jump to the worst conclusion. But when your children keep hearing your voice when you know you never spoke, it's hard not to feel deeply unsettled. So I'm telling you this the best way I can, because I honestly want to know what you'd think if this were happening in your home. Would you be worried too? Because I am. So, before I tell you what happened that night, I should give you a sense of the place, because honestly, the building itself feels like part of the story. It's an old building, older than anyone I know can fully trace, definitely standing well before 1915. It's huge, the kind of place that seems to keep unfolding the longer you work there. The second and third floors are packed with old offices, most of them sitting empty almost all the time. And there's a big function hall upstairs that we rent out now and then. On the main floor, there's this large bar, and that's where I spend most of my shifts. Down below, there's a basement with a couple of old classroom-style rooms, another smaller event space, and a handful of storage rooms that always feel a little forgotten. There's also this separate lower level near the bar that isn't even connected to the rest of the basement. That area has always unsettled me. It's dim, cramped, and there are these strange blocked-off doorways, sealed over with concrete. Some of the doors are heavy, solid metal, leading into these tiny, dark rooms. I was told years ago they may have been used as shelters. There's also a story that's been passed around by some of the longtime regulars, people who've been coming in since long before I ever worked there. They all tell it almost the exact same way. Supposedly, sometime in the late 80s, a man tried to force his way inside after hours, and an off-duty police officer who happened to be in the building shot him. No one I know has ever been able to fully prove it, but what's strange is how consistent the story is every time it's told. The part that gets to me most is that people say it happened in the area that's now the women's restroom. And I'll just say this, that corner of the bar has always felt off. Anyway, the thing I really wanted to tell you about happened just a few hours before I finally sat down to talk about it. I was closing up for the night, and there was one regular still hanging around after we'd officially shut down. His name's Darren. He's one of those kind, familiar faces, the kind of customer who doesn't just take up space, but actually helps when you're trying to get through the end of a long shift. He asked if I could call him a cab, and while he was waiting, he offered to wipe down a few tables for me. So we were both cleaning, maybe 15 minutes, maybe a little more, when we heard a knock at the front door. Now, that wasn't unusual by itself. Cab drivers who pick people up after closing sometimes knock because the doors are locked and they know we're inside. Darren and I were both close to the entrance, so we got there almost immediately and stepped outside within seconds. The cab was already sitting out front, maybe 50 or 60 feet from the door, and the driver was back in his seat. I remember looking at him and saying something like, "Wow, you moved fast." And he gave me this confused look and said, "What are you talking about?" I told him I figured he must have knocked and then hurried back to the car. But he just shook his head and said, "No, I didn't knock. I was actually about to call and let you know I was here." I asked him if he was serious. Then I asked him again. I even asked if someone else had been standing nearby and knocked instead. He said no. He told me he'd been sitting there alone for at least a minute and hadn't seen anyone near the entrance. I knew the driver pretty well, and he was not the kind of person who'd play around with something like that. Darren and I just stood there staring at each other because we had both heard it. Clear as day. Not a creak, not some vague sound. A knock. Firm and unmistakable. And we were right by the door. We would have seen someone if anyone had actually been there. After Darren left, I had to go back inside and finish closing on my own, and I'm not going to pretend I was calm about it. I was rattled. My nerves were already shot because that wasn't even the first strange thing I'd experienced working there. I tried to push through and finish as fast as I could. I went into the kitchen to make sure everything was off and cleaned down. I'd only been in there maybe 20 seconds when I heard the sound of bar stools scraping across the floor. It's such a specific sound. If you've worked in a bar long enough, you know it instantly. There was no confusing it with anything else. I just froze. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up. And for a second, I honestly hoped maybe someone had passed out in a corner somewhere and stumbled out after I thought the place was empty, because that would have been easier to explain. But when I finally forced myself to step out of the kitchen a few seconds later, there was no one there. And the strangest part was that none of the stools had moved. I had lined them all up earlier, neatly, exactly where they should be. Everything looked untouched. That was the moment I really lost my nerve. I didn't want to stay in that building another second by myself. I left, picked up a coworker, and brought her back with me just so I could finish closing without being alone. I've worked at that bar for over 2 years now, and I can tell you this was not the first time something happened that I couldn't explain. There have been a lot of moments there, some small enough to brush off, others that genuinely scared me. I'd probably tell myself it was stress or imagination if it had only happened to me, but it hasn't. Other employees have seen things too. Sometimes other people are standing right there with me when something strange happens. And I guess that's what stays with me the most. It's not just that the building is old, or eerie, or full of stories. It's that every now and then, it feels like something inside it wants to be noticed. So this happened around 8 or 9 years ago, when I was living with my dad in a small 2-bedroom apartment. My room was connected to the bathroom, and that setup always felt a little strange. There were 2 doors into the bathroom. One opened from the main part of the apartment, right near the front entrance, and the other connected directly to my bedroom. The only good thing about that second door was that the lock was on my side. Past the living room, there was a short hallway that led back to my dad's bedroom. We'd already been living there for well over a year, and nothing unusual had ever happened. I already believed in the supernatural back then, mostly because just about everyone in my family had their own stories. They had all seen or heard things in another apartment they lived in before I was born. I believed them, but until this night, I had never experienced anything myself. It was late. Definitely after midnight. I was sitting in a chair in my room, playing video games, facing the TV. I was maybe 5 feet from my open bedroom doorway. My dad had gone to sleep hours earlier, and every light in the apartment was off. It was just the two of us there. The only light in my room came from the TV and this standing fan I had, which had a few little blue indicator lights glowing on it. The bathroom door that opened into the main apartment was cracked open, but the bathroom door connected to my room was shut. I remember being very grateful for that. Everything was completely quiet because I was trying not to wake my dad. Then, all at once, I felt movement off to my right, just outside my bedroom door. I didn't hear footsteps or anything at all, but I felt it strongly enough that I turned to look. And right as I turned, I saw it. I saw the forearm and hand of someone, like they were mid-step, walking past my doorway and into the bathroom. I couldn't make out a face or a full body, just that arm and hand moving naturally like a person in motion. Their skin looked dark, and the blue light from my fan caught on it just enough for me to see it clearly. But there was no sound, no footsteps, no rustle, nothing. And when whatever it was went into the bathroom, there was still nothing. No light came on, no door moved, no noise at all. I remember calling out, really uncertain, "Dad?" No answer. The bathroom door stayed open. Everything stayed silent. I just sat there, staring at the doorway, frozen. It felt like 5 full minutes, though it probably couldn't have been more than a few seconds. Every hair on my body stood straight up. Even now, thinking about it gives me chills. Then survival instinct kicked in. I jumped up, slammed my bedroom door shut, locked it, and ran straight to the other door, the one connecting my room to the bathroom, and locked that one too. I did not sleep at all that night, not even for a minute. This happened around 16 years ago, and I still remember it with that strange, heavy clarity some nights leave behind. My grandmother, May, had reached a point where she needed full-time care, and she moved into a nursing home at 92. Even though we knew it was the right decision, it was heartbreaking. She was never going back to her house, so a few months later I went back to my hometown for several days to help my mom sort through everything and get the place ready to sell. I'd spent so much of my childhood at Grandma May's house that being there still felt natural to me. Familiar, even comforting. So I brought my 2 cats along and stayed there while we worked. I set us up in a small bedroom at the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor, mostly because it was one of the least cluttered rooms, and the cats could relax there while Mom and I tackled the rest of the house. We spent 2 full days going through drawers, closets, boxes, old furniture. All the quiet little pieces of a life lived in one place for decades. By the end of the 2nd day, I was completely worn out. Mom headed home for the night, and I went upstairs, sat with my cats for a bit, turned off the light, and fell asleep almost immediately. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to a huge bang. The kind of sound that makes your whole body snap awake before your mind has time to catch up. It sounded like wood hitting wood downstairs, like a heavy chair or table had slammed into something. At first, I thought I should get up and check it out. But then, right after that bang, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. The stairs were right beside the wall my bed was against, so I could hear them clearly. Slow, deliberate steps, coming all the way up. Then they stopped just outside the bedroom door. And then there were 3 light knocks. I was instantly terrified. I remember lying there in the dark, barely breathing, and calling out as steadily as I could. "Hello? Who's there?" No answer. For a second, I tried to convince myself I'd dreamed it, that maybe I was still half asleep and none of it had really happened. The light switch was just above my head, so I reached up and turned it on. I expected my cats to be groggy or annoyed at me for waking them. Instead, both of them were sitting close together, shoulder to shoulder, staring straight at the bedroom door with their eyes wide open, not looking at me at all. Just fixed on that door. That was the moment I knew I hadn't imagined anything. And honestly, that was not the confirmation I wanted. My phone was charging in another room because my cats were young then and had a talent for knocking cords loose. So there I was, stuck upstairs, looking at two cats who were clearly just as uneasy as I was. I called to them a couple of times. They'd glance back at me, then turn right back to the door, like they knew something was there but had no intention of getting any closer. I sat there for a minute, trying to gather myself. Then I thought, I can't stay frozen in this room all night. So I got out of bed, walked to the door, and called out one more time. Is anyone there? Nothing. I opened the door, and I can tell you this. There are few things more unnerving than opening a door when your whole mind is braced to find someone standing on the other side, and there's just no one there. I checked the entire house, every room, every corner. It was a 4-bedroom place, and I went through all of it. Nothing was out of place. Nothing had fallen over. The outside doors were still locked. There was no sign that anyone had been inside at all. Eventually, I went back upstairs and got back into bed. People always ask me how I managed to sleep after that. And the truth is, I think the fear burned through me so hard that once it let go, I just crashed. Pure adrenaline and exhaustion. Nothing else happened the rest of the night. The next morning, Mom came over with breakfast, and while we were getting ready to start another long day of sorting through things, I told her everything. I was expecting her to smile politely and tell me I'd been overtired. Instead, she said, very calmly, when we visit Grandma today, you should tell her that story. I laughed and said, why? So she can make fun of me? Mom just said, no, just tell her. That got my attention. So later that day, we went to see Grandma May. We sat and talked for a while, just chatting, and then Mom turned to her and said, Mom, Rowan has something to tell you about last night. The second Mom said it, I could tell by her tone that this wasn't random. Grandma looked right at me, and I started explaining what had happened. I barely got to the part where I said, I woke up to this really loud sound, before she interrupted me and said, wood slamming into wood? I just stared at her. Then she asked, did you see him? And I said, see who? She answered, the old man in the overalls. I remember looking from Grandma to Mom and back again, completely stunned. And that was when they finally told me that Grandma had experienced things in that house for years. Not just odd noises, but full-body apparitions, footsteps, figures, strange moments that had become almost familiar to her. She even told me that once she'd seen the old man and followed him toward the bathroom, asking where he was going. He told her, to fix the car. She said she told him there wasn't any car in the bathroom, but he walked in anyway and disappeared. Grandma had kept most of it to herself because she didn't want people thinking she'd lost her mind. A few days later, more family came to help finish clearing out the house, and I told the story again. That's when my uncles started sharing their own memories. Shadowy figures upstairs, strange shapes in the hallway. My younger uncle said he used to sleep on the couch because being upstairs at night unsettled him so badly. What gets me is that I stayed in that house all the time when I was a kid. Weekends, holidays, random visits, you name it. And I never had a single paranormal experience there. Not one. So part of me has always wondered if whatever was in that house waited until I was older. Or maybe it was because Grandma had been gone for a while, and I was suddenly there in her place, moving through the rooms, sorting through her things, changing the rhythm of the house. Maybe something noticed. Maybe it wanted to know who I was. The house was sold years ago, and as far as I know, it's still standing. And I'll be honest with you, I've often wondered whether the people living there now have stories of their own. Because after that night, I have a hard time believing I was the last one to hear footsteps on those stairs. So let me tell you something that still sits in the back of my mind like a splinter I can never quite pull out. This happened about 9 years ago, just before I moved away for college. Back then, my boyfriend, 2 close friends, and I used to drive from Chicago up to Milwaukee pretty often for EDM shows on the weekends. It felt normal then, you know? We were young, broke, always a little reckless, and absolutely convinced that being tired was the same thing as being invincible. On this particular Friday, I drove us up after class. We got there sometime around early evening, maybe a little after 6, and we left the venue before midnight. Usually, on trips like that, we'd figure out a place to stay. Nothing fancy, just enough to sleep for a few hours before heading back. But that night, for whatever reason, we decided not to get a hotel. I think part of it was money, part of it was us being dumb and overconfident, and part of it was just assuming we'd figure it out. Our brilliant plan was to nap in my car for a bit and then drive home. The problem was, there really was not a safe or comfortable place to do that. We spent what felt like forever trying to make it work, moving the seats around, cracking windows, talking ourselves into being able to sleep, but nobody really could. So sometime in the middle of the night, maybe around 2:30 or 3, we gave up and decided to head back to Chicago instead. The plan was that I'd drive part of the way, then we'd switch off. My boyfriend at the time, I'll call him Mason, was going to take over for the second half. We made a couple stops, switched drivers once or twice, grabbed gas not too far outside the city, and eventually got back to Chicago. We parked outside Mason's apartment building just before dawn, maybe around 4:30 or so. At that point, all 4 of us were exhausted, but not ready to get out of the car yet. We started passing around my phone, looking through concert videos and blurry photos, laughing at how bad some of them were, replaying little moments from the night. And then came the part that changed everything. While we were all huddled over my phone watching a video, someone knocked on the window. It scared all of us half to death. It was Mason's mom. She worked nights, so seeing her out there in the dark made sense at first. She looked at us, kind of puzzled but calm, and asked how the concert was, how the drive back went, whether we were hungry or tired. We told her, yeah, we were wiped out. Then she asked, almost casually, why we'd stayed in the car so long. Mason shrugged and said we were just looking through pictures and videos from the concert. And I still remember what she said next. She looked at us and said, "Did it really take you 2 days to look at pictures and videos?" At first, none of us even understood what she meant. We asked her what she was talking about, and she said, completely seriously, "You guys have been out here since Friday night. It's Sunday evening." I cannot properly describe the feeling that hit that car. It was instant panic. Not dramatic, not theatrical, just pure confusion. All 4 of us started talking over each other, asking her the same questions in different ways, hoping one of them would somehow crack the whole thing open and make it make sense. Why hadn't she said something earlier? She told us she'd noticed my car when she left for work Saturday night, but she assumed we'd parked it there and gone inside somewhere, maybe to his apartment or maybe somewhere else. It wasn't until she saw the car was still there the next day that she came over to check. But then there were all these other details, and none of them made sense either. My car still had gas. Not empty, not even close. I'd filled up less than an hour outside Chicago, and somehow the tank was still around 3/4 full. That alone still bothers me. If the engine had been running all that time, especially with the air going, How was there any gas left? None of us remembered falling asleep. And even if we had, how do 4 people all stay asleep that long in a car without waking up hungry, thirsty, sore, confused, needing a bathroom, anything? Not one of us got out. Not one of us ate or drank. Our 2 friends had their own cars parked nearby, so if they'd wanted to leave, they could have. But nobody did. I also didn't have frantic missed calls from my parents. They weren't strict, and they gave me space, but still, 2 full days? You'd think there would have been something. After we all kind of spiraled for a while in front of Mason's building, our friends finally left. Mason and I drove to my parents' house, which was only about 15 minutes away. By then, it was around 10 o'clock on Sunday night. We tried to explain what had happened, and my parents didn't believe me at all. I think they assumed I was making up some ridiculous story to cover for being somewhere else, even though I wasn't. And honestly, I get why it sounded unbelievable. But the strangest part is this. All 4 of us were so shaken by it that we basically never talked about it again. Not really. It was like we had all silently agreed that if we left it alone, maybe it would stay buried. It didn't. I still think about it, more than I probably should. I still run through every normal explanation I can think of, trying to force it into something logical. Did we all somehow pass out? Was there something wrong with us physically? Did exhaustion do something bizarre to our sense of time? Was it some shared blackout, some strange psychological thing, some medical explanation nobody caught? Or was it something I still don't have words for? I know how this sounds when I say it out loud, but I'm telling you exactly the way I remember it, and that's what unsettles me most. It doesn't feel like a dream. It doesn't feel fuzzy. It feels real. Just impossible. And even now, part of me still wants to call those 3 people and ask, do you still think about that weekend too? Or am I the only one still haunted by it? It was last July, close to 11 at night, and Mara and I had just left his place after finishing a long game of Monopoly. He was staying at his grandparents' old house in a quiet subdivision, and I was driving us back to my place. I remember pulling up to the exit, getting ready to turn onto the main road, doing the usual thing, checking left, then right. But when I snapped my head back to the left, I froze. There was this glowing white figure standing right in the middle of the road. It was maybe 50 feet ahead of us. Human-shaped, about the size of a person, but there was no face, no real features, nothing I could make out clearly. It was just this bright white shape, almost like it was lit from within. And then, in a split second, it lifted what looked like an arm and shot straight upward, maybe 15 or 20 feet, and vanished. Just gone. Completely gone. It only lasted maybe 2 seconds, but it was long enough for me to know I saw something. There weren't any cars coming, it was dark, and there was nothing around that could have caused some kind of reflection. I just sat there for a second and asked Mara, "Did you just see what I think I saw?" And he got quiet and said, "Yeah, I did. I just didn't want to be the first one to say it." That part still gets me, because if it had only been me, I probably would have spent years trying to explain it away. And honestly, what we saw that night felt even stranger because of everything that had already been happening in that house. Even though the house itself wasn't very old, it always felt wrong in there. Heavy, like the air had weight to it, like somebody was watching you constantly, especially after dark. You know that feeling when it seems like someone is standing just behind you, close enough that you should be able to hear them breathe? That's what it felt like almost every night. We used to hear whispering too. Really low, constant chatter, like people talking in the next room. except whenever we stopped and listened, we could never make out a single word. Mara said he would hear growling sometimes, just out of nowhere. One night, both of us heard this long, loud moan in the hallway outside the bedroom. It sounded like a woman, and it was close enough that neither of us slept after that. We each had a child, and one morning around 6, we woke up to 3 clear knocks on the bedroom door. I thought one of the kids had gotten up early, so I opened the door and checked the living room. Both of them were still asleep on the couch. Nobody else was there. Another time, from the bedroom, we heard what sounded like papers being thrown around the kitchen, drawers opening and slamming. It was so loud and sudden that I actually jumped up and unlocked the sliding glass door in the bedroom because I thought someone had broken into the house and we'd need a way out fast. But when we checked, nobody was there, just drawers standing open. Mara also told me that one night he walked out of the bedroom and saw a tall black figure near the kitchen. He said it sort of stepped out from the darkness and then disappeared right in front of him. It all got so intense that we started making a habit of leaving before it got dark and staying at my place instead. And that was exactly why we were leaving that night after Monopoly. We'd looked at the time, realized how late it was, and basically rushed out of there because neither of us wanted to spend another night in that house. What makes it even stranger is that his grandmother, before she moved out, used to insist that people were living in the attic or the basement. She called the police more than once, convinced there were squatters in the house, but nobody ever found anything. Later on, when we were trying to make sense of everything, Mara remembered that during the last couple of years she lived there, she had gotten deeply into tarot readings on TV and was watching them constantly, all day and half the night, almost like she was letting them dictate her life. I don't know whether that had anything to do with what was in that house. I really can't say. I just know that the feeling there was real, the sounds were real, and whatever we saw in the road that night, both of us saw it. And I still have no idea what it was. This happened in 2000, and I still swear every word of it is true. At the time, my first wife and I had separated, and we were in the middle of a divorce. I was living by myself in the house we'd shared, and to be honest, it was a lonely, heavy sort of season. One night, I went out for drinks with a couple of friends and made it home sometime around 2 in the morning. I'd had more than enough, and when I got back, the house was completely quiet. I turned on the television, dropped into my old armchair, and lit a cigarette. I must have drifted off without realizing it. Then, out of nowhere, I heard this voice explode right beside my ear, on my right side. It shouted, "Wake up!" I'm telling you, it wasn't like hearing someone call from across the room. It felt close, immediate, powerful. I jumped straight out of that chair in total confusion, half asleep and panicking, trying to figure out who on earth had spoken. And then I felt the heat. While I'd been dozing, the cigarette had slipped from my hand and fallen onto my chest. It had been burning into my jumper, smoldering away until the fabric had just started to catch fire. I slapped at the flames, yanked the jumper off, and then rushed through the entire house, room by room, convinced someone had to be there. But there was nobody. I was completely alone. Eventually, I came back to the living room, still shaken, my heart pounding. The smell of smoke was hanging in the air, and there on the floor was the cigarette, beside my scorched, ruined jumper. Everything about it was real, plain as day. But the voice, that was the part I couldn't explain. Even now, I can still hear it in my mind, and it still gives me chills. The way I describe it never quite captures it properly. It started low, almost like a deep rumble, and then built into something forceful and commanding, until it hit with this overwhelming urgency. I don't like to think too much about what could have happened if it hadn't woken me. Up until then, I'd always thought of myself as a practical, level-headed skeptic. But after that night, I became much more open to the idea that there may be things in this world we simply can't explain. There's one more detail I always feel is worth mentioning. My father had died of cancer only a few months before this happened. I can't say it was him. I honestly don't know, but I can't help noting it. My dad, Raymond, had spent many years as an army sergeant. He never once raised his voice at me, not in all the years I knew him. But I knew from others that he was deeply respected, and when he spoke, people listened. So no, I'm not saying it was him, but I've never forgotten that voice. I've only really been living in this apartment for about a week, even though I got the place nearly 2 months ago. It's part of this big old Spanish-style house from the late 1800s, split up into several units now. Mine is upstairs. The whole place has that older layout where every room leads into another room with its own door, instead of one big open space. It feels beautiful, but also a little closed in at night. Almost every night this past week, something strange has been happening between midnight and 3 in the morning. The first time I heard it, it sounded like someone stomping twice with the heel of a shoe. Not loudly, but enough to make me freeze. Then it kept happening for maybe 15 minutes, slightly off rhythm, like someone trying to keep a beat and failing. I got so scared I reached over to wake my boyfriend, but the second I said something out loud, it stopped. Just completely stopped. I stayed awake for another half hour waiting for it to start again, but it never did. When I checked my phone, it was exactly 3 a.m. Another night, I heard this strange movement from the same part of the apartment. The best way I can describe it is that it sounded like some medium-sized animal shifting around, but when I got up to look, there was nothing there. Then one afternoon, I'd fallen asleep on the couch in the living room while my boyfriend was in bed with our dog. I didn't hear anything that time, but the next day he told me he'd heard light footsteps in the hallway. At first he thought it was our dog, who's about 20 pounds, but when he lifted his head, the dog was curled up in the corner of the room, already awake, staring toward the hallway. Then the footsteps came again, quick and light. Our dog got stiff, started growling toward the hall, and then everything went silent. The next day, when he told me all this, I honestly felt sick. Ghosts have always terrified me. I've had experiences before that I still don't like thinking about, so this is pretty much one of my worst fears. We ended up going out for coffee mostly just to get out of the apartment for a while, and I started pressing him for details. I asked what the footsteps sounded like, where they seemed to be coming from, how heavy they were. He didn't really want to say it, but finally he admitted he thought it might be a young boy. When I asked why, he told me he'd actually been noticing strange things ever since he moved in about a month earlier. He just hadn't wanted to scare me. He said there had been noises at night more than once. Footsteps, little sounds, things he couldn't explain. One night, he was sleeping on the couch during this awful heat wave when it had been over 100 degrees every day, and since the apartment has no air conditioning, it was miserable inside. He woke up around 2 a.m. because he felt like someone was watching him. And even though it had been unbearably hot, the room had turned cold. He didn't see anyone, but he said he felt something there with him. He told me he thought it was a child because whatever presence he sensed felt short, and the footsteps sounded small, like a kid pacing through the hallway. Then last night, things got even harder to brush off. We were sitting in the living room watching TV around midnight when the nightlight in the kitchen started flickering. Not just once or twice, but on and off for 10 straight minutes. I finally said out loud, "Please stop." And it did, immediately. We went to bed around 1 a.m., and not long after that, I heard this scuttling sound behind the hallway door that leads toward the kitchen. My bedroom itself doesn't have its own door, but there's a short hallway attached to it, and that hallway does. My dog suddenly jumped off the bed, ran straight to the door, and started barking. We called him back, and by then the noise had stopped again. I was so shaken that I barely slept. I kept drifting off and waking back up, and every time I started to relax, I'd hear something again from behind that door. My boyfriend left early this morning, around 6, for a long drive, and that was the only time I managed to finally fall asleep. When I woke up around 9, I noticed my closet door was standing open. So was the hallway closet. I still haven't asked him yet if he opened them before he left. I really, really hope he did. Before I get into the strange part, I should say this first. I was incredibly close with my grandmother, Mara. We spent so much time together, especially in the last few years of her life. Then I went overseas for 6 months, and she passed away just days before I was supposed to come home. When I finally got back, it was late, around 2 in the morning. The airport was closer to my grandmother's house than my own place, so I stayed there that first night. My sister, Elise, her husband, and their baby were there too because of the funeral. The service had already happened, but they had delayed the burial so I could be there. I had been traveling for more than a full day, and I was completely wiped out. I went straight upstairs, dropped my bags, and fell asleep almost immediately. I didn't wake up until well into the afternoon. Upstairs, the house had this long hallway layout. There were 2 bedrooms on either side of the stairs, and then one more room at the very end of the hall. Elise and her family were staying in the room on the left, and I was in the room at the end. When I finally came downstairs, my brother-in-law looked at me and said, "You're up early." I remember staring at him, confused, and saying, "What are you talking about? I haven't been out of that room since I got here." He said that earlier that morning, he'd heard someone downstairs in the kitchen, moving around, opening things, just making the kind of sounds a person makes when they're awake before everyone else. Since Elise was still in bed next to him, he assumed it had to be me. I didn't think much of it at first. The house was old, full of creaks and settling noises, and I was too tired to read into it. But then Elise spoke up. She told me she'd been awake very early to feed the baby, and while she was up, she heard movement in the hallway. She thought it was me too, so she stepped out, expecting to see me there. Instead, she said she saw something she still couldn't really explain. She called it a shadowy glow, which honestly sounded odd to me too, but that was the phrase she used. She said it moved quietly down the hallway and toward the room where I was sleeping. My door had been closed, so she said it just seemed to fade when it reached it. I got emotional right away. And then Elise looked at me and said, very gently, "I think that was Grandma saying goodbye to you." The reason that hit me so hard is because my last real moment with my grandmother hadn't been peaceful. I'd seen her in the hospital during a visit home, and it was painful, messy, heartbreaking. It wasn't the memory I wanted to carry forever. So maybe my sister was half awake and imagined it. Maybe my brother-in-law heard an old house shifting in the night. Maybe there's a perfectly ordinary explanation for all of it. But in my heart, I choose to believe she came back one last time so I wouldn't leave this world with only that hospital memory. I believe she came to say goodbye. After the burial, I went back to my own apartment, but Elise and her husband stayed at the house for a couple more nights. They told me nothing else happened after that. No footsteps, no sounds in the kitchen, no strange glow in the hallway, just silence. The house was sold not long after, and I never got to go back. But maybe that was enough. Maybe she only needed one quiet moment to let me know she hadn't left without me. I work in a dental practice that's spread across 3 floors, and lately, a few things have happened that none of us can quite explain. On the ground floor, we've got reception, a couple of waiting areas, and 2 treatment rooms. The middle floor has another surgery and the decontamination room. Upstairs is where the staff area is, with the kitchen, bathroom, changing room, and a little space where we sit on our breaks. The building is always locked, and only staff have keys, so we're usually very aware of exactly who's inside at any time. One afternoon, I was down in the decontamination room around lunch, and the only other person in the practice with me was my colleague, Mara. She's the kind of person who never believes in anything paranormal, not even a little bit. I was standing by the window, absent-mindedly watching the cars leaving the car park, when Mara started walking in to ask if I was heading for lunch. Just as she reached the doorway, she heard this low groan right beside her shoulder. She turned to me straight away and asked if I was messing around or making strange noises, but I hadn't said a word. She even said it felt like it came from behind her, not from where I was standing. We laughed it off at the time, but it definitely stuck with us. Then, a few days later, almost all of us were upstairs in the kitchen having lunch. One of our other colleagues, Nina, was still downstairs on reception because she was taking her break later. We were all chatting normally when suddenly we heard someone scream, "Help!" It was so sharp and panicked that every one of us froze. And the strangest part was, it sounded exactly like Nina. Not vaguely like her, but exactly like her. Then it came again, and again. In total, we heard it 5 times, each one urgent and desperate. We all looked at each other, realized we'd all heard the same thing, and ran straight downstairs. When we reached reception, Nina was completely fine, calm, confused, and very much not calling for help. She said she hadn't shouted, hadn't heard anything, and there was no one else in the building. What makes it even stranger is that if the voice had come from outside, she should have heard it more clearly than any of us, but she heard absolutely nothing. We tried to brush that off too, even though it shook all of us a bit. Later, I mentioned it to another colleague who'd been off that day. She told me something she'd seen earlier that same week. She'd arrived very early one morning, just as it was getting light. It was that gray winter kind of morning, where you can still tell the darkness hasn't fully lifted. We sometimes arrive while the cleaners are still there, so she looked up at the windows before getting out of her car to see if anyone was inside. The lights were off, the front gates were padlocked, and there were no cars parked outside, so she assumed the cleaners had already gone. But then, she saw someone standing at the middle floor window, looking out. She said what unsettled her most was that the figure didn't look like a person in shadow. The daylight was strong enough that she should have been able to make out a face or some kind of detail. Instead, it was just a solid dark shape, like a black outline filled in completely. No features, no movement. Just watching from the exact same floor where Mara had heard that groan behind her. Then later that same day, one of our last patients had put his things on a countertop while I was nearby typing up notes. Something suddenly dropped onto the floor. He picked it up, set it back, and a few minutes later it fell again. Then it happened another time. After the 3rd or 4th time, I laughed and said, "Your things really don't want to stay there, do they?" And he smiled and said, "Must be your practice ghost." I remember going cold when he said it, because that room was on the middle floor too, and by then all of us had started quietly noticing the same pattern. Whatever was happening in that building, it always seemed to come back to the middle floor. You know, when I was younger, my family moved into this incredible old California house that felt like it had been built for parties and long summer nights. It had these huge, perfectly kept gardens, little fountains tucked here and there, an open atrium, and this enormous pool with a patio that seemed to go on forever. Out on the property, a little way from the main house, there was also a manufactured guest house. It was maybe 8 or 12 years old at the time, around 500 square feet, and the previous owners had apparently used it for an older relative. When we first bought the place, my dad checked it over, locked it up, and more or less forgot about it. Inside, it had a small kitchenette, a full bathroom, and a washer and dryer that still looked fairly new. No furniture, no decorations, nothing. Just empty rooms. We lived way up on a hill back then, and there really was not anyone nearby. No close neighbors, no foot traffic, nothing. There was one other house farther down the road, but it was empty and had been sitting on the market for a while. Then, one summer night, our washer in the main house quit working. And with a family that big, laundry does not politely wait for a repair appointment. So my dad decided to carry a load down to that little guest house and use the washing machine there. It was an older, top-loading Whirlpool, the kind with the heavy lid. He started the load, stood there for a minute to make sure it was running properly, and then headed back up to the house. But when he came back later, the lid was standing open and the clothes were everywhere. Not just spilled out near the machine, but scattered across the floor like somebody had grabbed them and flung them around. At first he thought maybe the washer had somehow malfunctioned, but that did not really explain how the clothes had ended up so far from it. That was the moment he got uneasy. My dad was a Vietnam combat veteran, and he was not the kind of man who spooked easily. He had a sidearm on him, so he searched around the guest house, checking corners and looking outside, thinking maybe somebody had gotten in somehow. He did not find anyone. So he picked up all the clothes, loaded them back into the washer, and started it again. This time, he stayed there the whole cycle. Nothing happened. The machine worked perfectly. He brought that load back to the main house to dry it, then took another batch down, and when he returned again, same thing. Clothes all over the floor. That was when he said every hair on his arms stood up. Now he was genuinely shaken. But he also had an idea. We had this huge German shepherd named Baron, and my dad figured that if someone was sneaking into the guest house to mess with him, the dog would catch it instantly. So he brought Baron down with him. But the second they got close to the door, Baron stopped cold. Just planted himself. Then he started whining. My dad tried to lead him forward, and the dog absolutely refused. He was straining backward, barking, crying, fighting with everything he had not to go through that doorway. My dad eventually managed to get him inside, but Baron completely lost it. He would not settle down. He just kept barking and whining like something in there had terrified him. After that, my dad gave up. He grabbed the laundry and went back to the house, and we did not try using that washer again. We waited until someone came out and fixed ours. What made it stranger was that Baron was always alert. He had this long dog run that let him roam a good stretch of the yard, close enough that he would have noticed anyone coming or going near that guest house. But he never once barked at that building before or after. Never gave us any sign that a person had been around. That house is still out there, up on a hill not far outside Lockford, behind a gate. And to this day, we never found out anything about the history of that property. We never learned whether something bad had happened there. But I can tell you this. My dad never forgot what happened in that little guest house. And honestly, neither did the rest of us. I've never really been the kind of person who gets into ghost stories. Honestly, I avoid horror movies altogether because even a cheap jump scare is enough to ruin my night. But lately, the things happening in my house have started to make me wonder if there's something here I can't explain. For more than a decade now, Weird little things have been happening with the electronics around my house. Lights flicking on or off, devices acting up for no clear reason, stuff like that. For years, I brushed it off. I figured maybe it was some kind of interference, like a neighbor's remote, or just old wiring doing strange things. It felt easy enough to explain away. Then one night, my girlfriend Maya was over. She was sitting beside me in a chair, working on an assignment, and I was at my desk on my computer. Out of nowhere, a can of iced tea that was still pretty full just slid across the desk by itself. Not tipped over, not rolled, just slid. We both turned and saw it at the exact same moment. After that, I spent several minutes trying to recreate it, pushing the can from different spots, checking the surface, everything. The desk was flat, and there was no way it should have moved like that without spilling. It didn't make sense, but at the time, I still told myself it was just one of those weird things. Then there are my dogs. I have 2 of them, and every so often at night they'll suddenly start barking like something has really set them off. At first, I assumed it was just noise outside. There are always people around the neighborhood, kids running around late, that kind of thing. But one night, it went on long enough that I decided to quietly go check on them without calling attention to myself. I came upstairs expecting to find them at the window or by the front door, but instead, both of them were standing frozen at the entrance to the kitchen. The whole kitchen was completely dark, and it was around midnight. They were staring straight into it, growling and barking like they were focused on something very specific. They didn't even notice me walk up behind them, which is unusual by itself. When I turned the kitchen light on, both of them looked up at me almost like they were confused, like whatever had their attention was suddenly gone. What really got to me was the growling. My dogs are not aggressive. I had never heard that sound from them before. One of them had the fur raised along the back of her neck. I didn't see anything in that room, and I didn't hear anything either, but they were reacting to something. The part that's really been getting under my skin, though, is something I started seeing more recently. Every now and then, I'll catch sight of this strange, greenish shape, kind of like a misty glow, about the size of a small ball. It's transparent, almost smoky. And the weirdest part is that it never seems to come toward me. It always seems to move away. What I mean is, if I'm heading downstairs, I'll catch a glimpse of it going up the other staircase. If I'm going upstairs, I'll see it drifting down the opposite side. It feels less like it's following me, and more like it's deliberately avoiding me. That somehow makes it even stranger. At this point, I've started leaving lights on around the house all the time. I even bought lower wattage bulbs so I wouldn't feel as bad doing it. When I'm home alone now, I catch myself not wanting to turn around too quickly, like I'm nervous about what I might see behind me. And then there are the smells. That's another thing I can't explain. Every so often, I'll suddenly notice a scent in the house that absolutely should not be there. Sometimes it smells like tobacco or cigars, even though no one here smokes. Other times it's something unfamiliar that I can't even identify. And my bedroom, for some reason, will randomly smell intensely like oranges. Not faintly either. I mean overwhelmingly, like someone tore open a huge pile of fresh orange peels and left them all over the room. I don't use citrus candles, sprays, cleaners, nothing. There's no reason for that smell to be there, but when it happens, it's strong. So that's where I'm at now. I've spent a long time trying to explain all of this away as coincidences, bad timing, weird house stuff, anything practical. But when you pile all of it together, it starts to feel like something is off. I still don't know what to call it. I don't know if that green mist is supposed to be some kind of spirit, or if there's another explanation entirely. I just know that whatever's happening in this house doesn't feel random anymore. So I work at a Goodwill in southern Massachusetts, and this happened around 8:30 at night, in the middle of winter. It was one of those cold, dry evenings where everything outside feels still. No rain, no snow, nothing dramatic, just quiet. We were getting close to closing when my assistant manager, Mara, happened to glance at the security cameras and noticed this dark figure moving around near the little hallway by the bathrooms. She asked me to check the monitor with her because she thought she saw something shift. At first, I honestly didn't catch anything. Then suddenly, I saw it. It came out of the customer bathroom and darted across the hall, like it was trying to stay out of sight, and slipped behind this folded table we had leaning against the wall. At that point, we asked the store manager to come take a look, because we wanted to make absolutely sure there wasn't somehow still a customer in the building. He went out with Mara to check the bathroom, and I stayed in the office watching the cameras. He knocked on the bathroom door, opened it, and stepped inside to look around. While he was doing that, I saw the figure again on the monitor, and for a second I thought it was Mara. But then I noticed she was still standing a few feet away near the back room door. That was the moment my stomach just dropped. After they checked the bathroom, I watched my manager suddenly run toward the back wall of the building, into the linen section, peering between and underneath the racks like he had seen someone duck in there. From where I was watching, though, I couldn't make sense of it. I didn't see anyone at all. I figured maybe he was just being thorough and checking every possible hiding spot. Then both of them moved to the front of the store, turned on more lights, and checked behind the registers and all the other places someone could crouch down and hide. My manager went back again to look through the linen racks, and then he stopped near the front door. A little later, the lights were turned back off, and they both came back to the office to ask if I'd seen anyone on the cameras. I didn't tell them right away about the figure because I wasn't sure whether my store manager believed in anything paranormal, and I didn't want to sound ridiculous. But then he told me he thought he'd seen someone hiding in the linen racks, and right after that, he heard knocking on the back glass door. He wanted to show both of us exactly where he'd seen it and which door the sound came from. So he started testing the doors, checking whether maybe one had shifted open or whether wind could have caused the noise. Then he knocked on the glass himself after moving the door around a little, and sure enough, that was the exact same sound. Even after figuring that part out, none of us felt better. We were all already too shaken. So we decided the closing tasks were done, we were finished for the night, and we were leaving. Nobody wanted to stay in that building any longer than necessary. I ended up being the last one left to clock out, and of course, that's when the digital punch-in system started glitching and wouldn't accept my clock out. Standing there alone while that thing kept messing up was just about enough to send me over the edge. Later, I found out my store manager actually does believe in the paranormal and has had a lot of experiences before. He's the kind of person who usually doesn't scare easily at all, so seeing him genuinely rattled made everything feel even worse. Mara has had experiences too, and we've talked before about some strange things we've both had happen. What really gets to me is that most days I'm opening or closing the store with just one other person, and that person is usually in the back room sorting donations. So I'm the one walking through the dark store, turning on lights, starting the music, and cleaning up whatever got left behind the night before. After what happened, I was seriously debating whether I could even make myself go in for my opening shift the next morning. And because of store rules, I can't do anything like burn sage or incense or put salt by the doors, even if I wanted to. So I've just been sitting with this feeling, wondering how to make myself and the rest of the staff feel safe at work again. Whatever that was, it terrified me. And more than anything, I just wanted it to stop bothering us and go back to whatever normal had been before. So, bear with me. I'm not the best storyteller in the world, but this is something that happened to me years ago, and it still unsettles me when I think about it. I was 18 at the time, living with my grandparents. They were deeply religious, and I was getting ready to be baptized, so faith was a huge part of my life back then. The dream started with me sitting on an old porch swing beside this big cardboard box. My father had told me to give it to a man when he arrived. After a while, this man walked up wearing a long dark coat and a black hat. He asked for the box, and as I handed it over, the bottom gave out and everything spilled across the porch. It was hundreds of photographs. I dropped down, scrambling to gather them, and that's when I realized they weren't just random pictures. They were moments from my childhood. Some looked like actual photos I'd seen before, and others felt more like captured memories, little pieces of my life laid out in front of me. Then I looked up at my dad, and he was crying. He just said, "I'm sorry." And somehow I understood. He was giving away my memories, handing over pieces of my childhood to this stranger. While I was picking them up, I slipped one photo into my pocket, hoping he wouldn't notice. Once everything had been gathered and handed back, the man started walking away. But when he reached the end of the path, he stopped and turned around like he knew. Like he knew I had kept one. The next second, he was on me. He moved so fast it didn't feel human. And then I was in my bed. I was awake, or at least I thought I was, but my eyes were squeezed shut and I couldn't move. I felt this horrible presence hovering right above me, so close it was like the air itself had turned heavy. I wanted to open my eyes, but I was completely frozen. And more than that, I was terrified that if I looked, I'd see something I could never unsee. It felt like pure darkness was hanging over me, like if I met its gaze, something in me would be lost forever. That sounds dramatic, I know, but in that moment, that was the fear. It was absolute. My chest felt tight, my whole body felt trapped, and there was this awful tension between wanting to know what was there and being too afraid to find out. Then, through all of that, I heard my grandmother's voice from the other side of my bedroom door. She was encouraging me, almost like she knew I was fighting through something. She kept saying, "You're okay, keep going. You're doing so well. I'm proud of you." After what felt like forever, the presence disappeared. I could move again. I opened my eyes, sat straight up, and realized I was drenched in fear, heart racing, struggling to catch my breath. I ran out of my room and found my grandparents sitting at the dining table, both of them still awake, which was unusual that late at night. It was probably around 11. I looked at my grandmother and asked, "Were you just standing outside my door?" She looked confused and said, "No." So I told them everything. The dream, the presence, her voice, all of it. When I finished, neither of them really had much to say. My grandmother just pulled me into a long hug and told me to try to get some rest. That was almost 10 years ago, and honestly, it still stays with me. Even now, there are moments when I wake up in the dark and feel that old fear creeping back in. That fear of opening my eyes and seeing something terrible staring down at me. I need to tell you about a house that has stayed with me my whole life. It belonged to my great-grandmother, and it sat near an old burial ground. Everyone in my family had stories about that place. My mom, my uncles, my aunts, they all talked about things that never quite made sense. Lights would blink for no reason. Shadows would slip past doorways. Marks would show up on the bed sheets like someone had pressed a hand there. Little objects would turn up in different spots. Nothing dramatic enough to prove anything, but always just unsettling enough to leave you uneasy. I was about 13 when something finally happened to me. Back then, my cousin Lila and I were inseparable. She was only a few years older than me, so summers at that house felt like our own little world. We spent whole days outside, riding bikes, swimming until our hair smelled like chlorine, making up games, setting out silly afternoon tea spreads, staying busy from morning to night. we barely ever bothered with television. But one night, after our grandparents had gone to bed, we decided to do something different and turn the TV on. The living room was small and comfortable. There was a couch against the wall, a fireplace across from it, and a mirror hanging above the mantel. The TV sat off to the side. From where you stood, you could see straight into the kitchen and part of the dining room through the open layout. At one point, I got up to grab a few snacks. As I walked through the narrow space between the hallway and the dining room, I glanced at the mirror over the fireplace. And in the reflection, I saw her. There was a girl standing in the kitchen doorway. She had long, dark hair hanging over her face, and she was wearing a white gown that looked old-fashioned, almost like a nightdress. She wasn't moving at all. She just stood there, completely still. I cannot explain the feeling that hit me when I saw her. It was like all the warmth left my body at once. I just stared, locked in place, too scared to even breathe properly. Then I finally snapped out of it, ran back to the couch, and told Lila exactly what I'd seen. What scared me even more was that she didn't laugh it off. She looked shaken, but not shocked. She told me she'd had strange experiences in that house too. She'd seen odd impressions on the bed at night, strange marks that looked like handprints, things she could never explain. So that night, neither of us slept very well. The next morning we woke up and realized the house was empty. That had never happened before. Our grandparents had never left us there alone. We found a note on the kitchen counter saying they had gone into town for a quick errand and would be back soon. So we did what kids do when they're trying to distract themselves. We turned the TV on again. The problem was, neither of us really knew how to use the remote properly. After pressing a bunch of buttons and arguing over which one did what, I finally got a cartoon channel to come on, and we sat down to watch. Only a few minutes later, the screen suddenly cut to static. At first, I thought I'd pressed something by accident. I started messing with the remote, trying button after button, but nothing fixed it. The stranger part was that the only button that seemed to respond was volume up. Every time I pressed it, the static got louder, sharper, more aggressive. I tried to turn the TV off, but it wouldn't respond. And then, through all that static, we heard a voice. It was low and rough, definitely a woman's voice, and it said, very slowly, "I know who you are." I just froze. I looked at Lila and asked, "Did you hear that?" She nodded, and I could see all the color had drained from her face. I remember whispering, almost crying, "It's the girl from last night." At that point, I completely lost it. I covered my ears and started rocking back and forth, and Lila, just as frightened as I was, rushed over and yanked the plug out of the wall. The sound stopped immediately. We sat there in silence for a long time. Neither of us knew what to say. We were just staring at each other, trying to make sense of something that didn't make sense. After a while, I convinced myself there had to be an explanation. So we plugged the TV back in. And just like that, it came on normally. The cartoon was back. The static was gone. The remote worked perfectly, including the volume down button that suddenly had no problem at all. I even checked the channel guide, trying to find some clue, some strange program, some horror preview, anything that might explain that voice. But there was nothing. The timing didn't line up with any show or commercial. Nothing fit. That's the part that has stayed with me all these years. I still don't know who that voice belonged to. I don't know why it said it knew me. I don't know whether it was trying to warn me, scare me, or pull me towards something I'm glad I never understood. But I can tell you this with complete honesty. After that summer, I stopped calling myself a skeptic. So I've always believed in ghosts and the paranormal, and my friend Ryan does too. It's kind of become our thing. We talk about this stuff all the time. And every now and then, we try to help people when something strange starts happening around them. This all really began when another friend of mine, I'll call him Jeremy, told me he'd been seeing this tall, pale, faceless man following him around. At first, I honestly thought he was joking, because it sounded a little too close to some creepy internet story. But then he mentioned the long, thin fingers, and that caught me off guard, because I'd actually heard descriptions like that before from other people. So I started asking Jeremy questions, trying to figure out exactly what he was seeing, and I could not pin it down. Whatever it was, it seemed to be following him all the way home. I texted Ryan, who lives about an hour away from me, and that detail mattered because he was nowhere near us. But he started helping right away. He was researching while I was telling Jeremy not to look directly at it and to act like it wasn't there. Then Ryan texted me and said, "My lamp just got knocked over when I tried to look this thing up." That was enough for one night. We both stopped and went to bed. The next day I checked in with Jeremy, and he said he hadn't seen or heard anything since. Later on, I was lying in bed, and out of nowhere this image flashed into my mind so clearly it made my stomach drop. I saw a faceless man crouched outside my room, peeking under my door, with those long, spidery fingers reaching underneath. What's strange is, that figure turned out not to be the main problem. Later, we came to believe he was actually trying to warn us, but at the time, I had no way of knowing that. That was just the beginning. Nothing much happened for a while after that. A couple of months passed. Then Ryan came over because we were going to a convention together that weekend. And at some point that night, we decided to do tarot readings for each other, mostly out of curiosity. The readings were actually surprisingly helpful. After that, I turned on a spirit box. I'm usually skeptical about spirit boxes, or at least I try to be. But that night, I couldn't explain away what was happening. It said my name multiple times. It said Ryan's name too, and then I felt this overwhelming presence behind me, so strong it made me freeze. In my mind, I saw that same tall white figure again. At the time, I thought it was threatening us. Later, I started to believe it had been trying to warn us. Back then, though, we thought something else was at the center of it. We started referring to it as the snake. A few weeks later, Ryan and I were on video call. While we were talking, I suddenly felt drawn to my bedroom door. I set my camera near it so Ryan could see the crack under the door, but not the things I was placing on the floor. Ryan started describing in eerie detail exactly what I was seeing in my head. That was when I decided to try communicating. I wrote yes and no on a piece of paper and placed it near the door. I said that if something was there, it could tap one side for yes and the other for no. We did that for a while. Then Ryan said it seemed to be pointing toward my tarot deck. So I pulled out 3 cards that represented me, Ryan, and another friend, who I'll call Jonah. I laid them in front of the door. Ryan couldn't see the cards themselves, only the space near the door. And somehow, every single time, it indicated Ryan's card. I shuffled the order and repeated it several times, and it still chose the same one. That unsettled me. Then I asked if Jonah was important somehow, and the answer came back yes, even though Jonah barely knew anything about what had been happening. Later, I remembered how often the Page of Cups had been showing up in readings. I placed that card down and asked if it represented whatever was there. The answer was yes. So I repeated the same test, mixing that card in face down with the others, and again, it picked the correct one. At that point, we thought maybe this presence was strange, but safe. A few nights after that, Ryan and I were trying again to get answers. At one point, Ryan said, "It's like his hand is being forced not to answer." That stuck with me. So instead of asking out loud, I started asking certain questions silently in my mind, directing them toward whatever was outside the door. When I did that, I got clearer responses. Once, I asked out loud whether it wanted me to open the door, and the answer was yes. But when I asked the same question silently in my head, I got no. So I didn't open it. That was the moment I started feeling that there was more than one presence out there. One of them felt controlled, almost restrained. The other felt heavier, darker, and wrong in a way that's hard to explain unless you felt it. Then came the worst mistake I made. I lowered part of the spiritual protection I keep around myself, just enough that communication would be easier. The second I did that, Ryan saw a black hand creeping under my door. That changed everything. Up until then, there were details I hadn't fully said out loud, maybe because I didn't want them to become more real. But by then, I couldn't ignore the pattern anymore. We had reason to believe that this darker presence was the same thing Ryan believed had tried to attack him when he was a child. And for me, it connected to something I'd seen years ago with my cousin when I was maybe 7. A tall black figure with red eyes. So when Ryan described black fingers reaching under my door, it hit something deep in me. We tried asking it questions, but it didn't really want to answer. It just kept trying to touch me. It couldn't because I put my protection back up, but it kept trying. At one point, I held my hands near the door and asked both the snake and the darker thing to touch me. The difference was immediate. The snake's touch felt steady, almost gentle, like a hand laid flat against mine. The other one hovered. It felt invasive, calculating. Later, through tarot and the little bits of communication we could get, it basically exposed itself as manipulative and controlling, which honestly confirmed what we already suspected. By then, we believed it had been controlling the snake for a long time. And that's where things stand right now. I've been sick these past few days, so I haven't pushed further. Ryan even tried posting about this once before, but when the post went up, the whole body text was gone. He showed me a screenshot proving he'd written it all out, but when I opened the link, there was nothing there except the title. He said he felt this deep sense of dread while writing it. That's the same feeling I get when I talk about this too long. So that's my story. I know how unbelievable it sounds. I know some of it sounds impossible when you say it out loud. But this is exactly how it happened, and I'm sharing it because I want someone to understand that I'm not telling it for attention. I'm telling it because something is wrong, and I want to figure out what this thing is, how to get rid of it, and how to free that other presence from whatever hold it's under. So this all started when I found 2 framed paintings at a neighborhood sale, and I was instantly pulled toward them. The frames were stunning, the artwork was beautiful, and even though I could tell they were more modern than antique, I didn't care. They looked exactly like something my mom, Marissa, would love, and they would have fit her style so perfectly that I felt like I had to bring them home. The best part was that I got both of them for $15, which felt like such a win. The woman selling them was really kind, and while we were talking, she told me she had originally bought them for her own mother. Not long after she hung them up in her mom's house, her mother passed away. At the time, I just felt sorry for her and told her how sorry I was for her loss. I didn't think much more about it after that. When I got home, I measured the paintings and realized they were way too large for my place, so I left them in the trunk of my SUV, figuring I'd deal with them later. But even then, I noticed something strange. I got attached to them almost immediately. I didn't want to donate them, didn't want to sell them, didn't even really want to talk about giving them away. It felt oddly personal, even though they were just 2 pictures I'd picked up on a random afternoon. I bought them around September of 2024, and by early April 2025, they were still sitting in my car. And ever since they've been there, things have happened that I still can't really explain. The first time was sometime in October. I was driving to work, talking on the phone with my partner, and he suggested we could just drop the paintings off at a thrift store so someone else could enjoy them. I didn't get furious or anything, but I felt this sudden irritation rise up in me, way stronger than it should have been. I told him the paintings were staying with me until I found the right place for them. The second he kept pushing the idea, the call cut out. Every electronic system in my car shut down, and this awful buzzing sound blasted through the speakers. It scared me so badly I nearly swerved off the road. I had to pull over, shut the whole car off, and restart it to make it stop. What made it even stranger was that the vehicle was practically brand new. I'd only had it a short time. Then later that month, after work one night, I got into my car and was getting ready to back out when I glanced in the rearview mirror. I swear I saw the top of someone's head behind the back seats. It was just enough to make out curly, dark gray hair and part of a forehead before it ducked down. I jumped out immediately and checked everywhere. The trunk, the back rows, all of it. No one was there. I even looked around the parking lot to see if someone had walked past the car, but the only people nearby didn't look anything like what I'd seen. And where I work, on that shift especially, it would have been unusual to see an older woman around at all. The third thing happened in November during a break at work. I was in my car trying to nap, or at least rest with my eyes closed. While I was lying there, I heard movement in the back and this soft tapping sound, like fingernails or glass being lightly touched. At first I thought maybe someone was tapping on the window to get my attention, but when I looked, no one was there. I tried to ignore it and settle back down, but the sounds kept going. Then I felt something tug my hair. I got out of there so fast and went right back inside to work. That alone should tell you how shaken I was, because I never cut my break short unless something is really wrong. And honestly, those are only a few of the things that have happened. There have been more, but even saying these out loud makes me feel ridiculous and unsettled at the same time. Now I'm stuck in this place where I don't know what to do. Every time the subject of getting rid of the paintings comes up, something weird seems to happen. So lately, I've just been telling people they're staying with me, that they can stay in my car as long as they need to. But that's not really possible anymore. I'm pregnant, and before long, I'm going to need that trunk space for a stroller and baby stuff. And the thought of something going wrong while I'm driving, especially while pregnant or later with my son in the car, scares me more than I can explain. I think what I really need is for someone to tell me I'm overthinking this. That maybe I absorbed that woman's story more deeply than I realized, and now my mind is connecting every strange thing to those paintings. That maybe there isn't anything attached to them at all, and I can let them go without something terrible happening. Because I want to believe that. I really do. I just haven't been able to shake this feeling long enough to do anything about it. My name's Mara, and I still get chills when I think about this house. We moved in about 6 years ago, and not long after that, little things started happening that I just could not explain. One of the first times was down in the basement. I'd gone down there in the afternoon to grab a small tackle box because I needed a few fishing hooks. Our basement is only partly underground, so during the day it gets enough natural light that I usually do not bother turning the overhead light on. I found what I needed, set the hooks on a table, and as I was putting the box back, I accidentally clipped the edge of the little container. It hit the floor and hooks scattered everywhere. I bent down to pick them up, and right then, the basement light switched on. At first, I honestly was not scared. My husband was due home around that time, so I figured he must have come in, seen me on the floor gathering hooks, and flipped the switch to help me out. I even said, "Thanks," but there was no answer. I called for him again. Still nothing. So I went upstairs to check. He was not home. The dog was the only other living thing in that house with me. What unsettled me most was that the light had not flicked on by itself before that day, and it has not done it since. The switch was physically flipped up. Something had moved it. The doors were locked. The house was quiet, and I still do not know what turned that light on for me. After that, more things started happening. Another time I was cleaning upstairs with one of those canister vacuums, the kind with a main power button and a separate switch on the head for the rollers. I had just finished the stairs and shut it off, but left it plugged in because I was about to do the living room next. I walked down the hall to change the laundry, and suddenly, the vacuum roared to life behind me. Even my dog reacted. We both turned at the same time and stared down the hall. There was nobody near it. Nothing touched it, but it was running. Then there was the day I thought I saw my husband in the basement. We had just come home with groceries. He was carrying things in, and I went downstairs to scoop food for the dog from the storage bin under the stairs. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked exactly like him coming down the steps. He paused just behind me for a second, then moved toward the back part of the basement where we keep extra drinks and canned stuff. So I asked, "Do you have more to bring down?" No answer. I asked again. Still nothing. I stepped around the corner, expecting to see him there, but the space was empty. Completely empty. I went back upstairs with the dog food and found my husband at the far end of the house. He told me he had not even been downstairs yet. That one really got to me. And the reason it got to me even more is because my husband used to brush all of this off. He did not believe in ghosts, spirits, any of it. Every time I told him something strange had happened, he would look at me like I was imagining things. Then, one evening, he had his own experience. I was driving home from work, talking to him on the phone. He was in the middle of a sentence when he suddenly stopped, just dead silent. My heart dropped because I thought something had happened. Then he said, very quietly, "Hang on, someone's here." That already felt wrong, because the dog had not barked. A moment later he came back and said, "I need to call you right back. I just saw somebody outside the door and I do not know where they went." We live way out in the country. The nearest neighbors are far enough away that you would notice a car, a person, anything. He went outside, checked around the house, looked near the garage and the sheds, and found nobody. Nothing. He told me he was sure he had seen someone in a flannel shirt walk past the door, but whoever it was had simply vanished. And still, the dog never reacted. Even now, every once in a while, I catch the smell of cigarette smoke in one corner of the basement. Just that one spot. Nowhere else in the house. We do not smoke, so it stands out immediately. There is never any visible smoke, just that smell drifting in for no reason. There have been other odd moments too. Strange little things I have tried to explain away because I wanted there to be a normal reason. For a while, I even wondered if I was just overtired or letting my imagination get the better of me. But once my husband saw something too, I stopped feeling like I had to defend myself. The house itself is not especially old. It was built in the 1970s, and as far as we know, no one died here. But there was an older farmhouse on the property before this one was built, and that place was torn down years ago. I have sometimes wondered whether whatever is here did not leave when that house did. One more thing that matters. I am deaf in one ear. So yes, there are times when my husband can come into the house and I genuinely will not hear him, depending on where I am and which side he is on. That is part of why we got the dog in the first place. He always alerts us when someone comes down the driveway, and when I am home alone, I keep every door locked. So when things happen in that house, I do not jump to conclusions lightly. But after everything I have seen, everything I have heard, and everything my husband has seen too, I cannot shake the feeling that we are sharing that house with something we cannot explain. I was 19 when this started. It was my first year in college, and I stayed behind in the dorms over fall break because home was not a place I felt safe going back to. Almost everyone else had cleared out, so the building felt hollow, like it was holding its breath. The first strange thing happened that very first weekend. I stepped out to do laundry late at night, and as I passed the window at the end of the hall, I caught the reflection of a girl with dark hair standing behind me. Just for a second. When I turned, no one was there. It vanished so fast I almost convinced myself I imagined it, but it left this cold feeling in me that I couldn't shake. After that, nights got harder. I'd wake up in the dark and hear this deep, heavy breathing under my bed. Not like a person, more like some large animal. Slow, deliberate, too close. I was trying to live like a normal college kid, you know? Going out, meeting people, pretending everything was fine. But whatever was happening kept pushing its way into my life. It felt like something dark had attached itself to me. I didn't grow up thinking this kind of thing was real, so part of me kept trying to explain it away. But another part of me knew I was experiencing something I couldn't explain. I felt split in half. One version of me wanted to fit in and keep moving. The other one knew something was terribly wrong. As the weeks passed, it escalated. My bed would shake hard enough to wake me. Once, I was sitting in the bathroom and the toilet started vibrating underneath me. Another time I was studying alone, and the book in my hand snapped shut on its own. By then, I wasn't even shocked anymore. I was irritated. It had become constant enough to interfere with everyday life. One afternoon, I was alone in my room, lying on my bed, when I felt the sheets lift and tug away from me. A friend of mine, a deeply religious guy, had already given me advice because I'd finally told him some of what had been happening. He told me to turn on the lights, speak directly to whatever it was, and tell it plainly that it had no authority over me. So I climbed off the bed, stood up on my desk chair because for some reason I felt safer off the floor, and I said out loud, "In the name of Christ, leave me alone." The second I said it, my desk lamp started flickering wildly until it went dead. Just dead. I tried to switch it back on, and nothing happened. I ran out of that room so fast. A few nights later, I had one of the most vivid dreams of my life. In the dream, I was lying in bed when the mattress opened beneath me, like a black pit had formed in the center of it, and I started falling. There was something inside that darkness laughing at me, mocking me. And then, somehow, I spoke back to it in words I didn't consciously know. I still can't explain that. I don't remember exactly what I said, only that it meant something like, "You cannot have her." Then I rose above that opening, and my chest filled with this overwhelming love, so strong it felt almost unbearable. I woke up before it peaked, but I never forgot that feeling. Eventually, I told another friend everything. He took me to a Catholic church to speak with a priest. While we were there, sitting in that quiet office, both of us felt this awful heaviness in the room, like something was standing just outside our sight, listening. The priest gave advice, though honestly, I barely remember it now, and it didn't seem to change much. Later, back at the dorm, my friend and I were talking when I suddenly felt that same dark force move into me. I know how unbelievable that sounds, but I felt it, unmistakably. I didn't say anything out loud. In my mind, I told it to leave. I said it with everything I had. And the moment it lifted from me, I watched my friend's face drain completely white. He looked terrified and said, "I think something's trying to get into me." After that, the activity around me weakened. It didn't disappear right away, but it lost some of its grip. At the same time, my friend started saying he was having experiences of his own. My dreams changed too. I kept seeing him in them, but not as himself. The dreams would begin normally, and then something would shift. The people around me would peel off their faces, almost like masks, and reveal something monstrous underneath. They would laugh and chant, "You're only human," over and over, like it was an accusation. Not long after that, the friendship fell apart. He started acting in ways that deeply unsettled me, and we drifted out of each other's lives. Months later, while visiting another friend in a different town, I met with another priest. This time they prepared for me ahead of time and gave me specially blessed holy water, along with instructions for how to use it, and a prayer to say while blessing my room. I followed those instructions carefully. I went back, prayed through the room, and for the first time since all of this began, I felt like the air changed. After that, I was left alone. Almost completely. There was only one last incident. About a year later, I was in a new dorm room and hadn't thought about any of it in a long time. Then one night, I woke up suddenly to music playing from my phone. It was a Johnny Cash song, I Walk the Line. The strange part was, I didn't even have that song on my phone. It only played a few lines, and then it stopped. Right after that, there was a knock at the door. Now, in a dorm, a knock at the door shouldn't mean much, but this one was different. It was too loud, too heavy, and somehow too high up on the door, like it came from a place that didn't make physical sense. I froze. I didn't answer it, and that was it. I've never had another experience like those years. More than a decade has passed. I'm in my 30s now, and I still remember the feeling that whatever was with me believed it would come back someday. But here's the truth. I'm not living in fear of it. I've had enough distance now to see that whatever was happening, it did not get to keep me. And if anything ever does try to come back, I know myself better now. I know my own strength better now. That changes everything. I'm not even totally sure how to explain this, but it all really started when I moved into this house in the South a few years ago. Right before the move, I had a serious health scare and spent some time recovering, so I was already feeling worn down and a little off. But after I got settled in, things started happening that I just couldn't shake. At first, it was the dreams. They were strange, vivid, and heavy in a way that's hard to describe. I'd wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was in the room with me, like I was being watched. Nothing obvious at first, just that feeling. You know when your body wakes up before your mind catches up and everything feels wrong? It was like that almost every night. Then I started noticing my bedroom door. I'd fall asleep with it barely cracked open, and then I'd wake up and it would be standing wide open. I had a young dog at the time, still just a puppy, so I kept telling myself it had to be him nudging it or moving around. I wanted a normal explanation. But then I started seeing something near the doorway. At first it was just a shadow, the kind of thing you catch out of the corner of your eye and immediately try to explain away. But it kept happening. Night after night, I'd wake up and see this dark figure shift or move just as I looked toward the door. My dog never barked, never reacted the way I thought he should, so I kept convincing myself maybe I was stuck between dreaming and waking. But it got worse. Eventually I had one of those moments where I couldn't move at all. Full sleep paralysis. And what I saw that night is still burned into my mind. There was this figure standing over me and my dog. It looked like a tall woman, just completely dark, with long, tangled hair hanging around her face and shoulders. Everything about her was black, like she wasn't even made of light or shadow, just absence. She didn't say anything. She just stood there looking at me. The next day, the whole house felt off. My brothers and sisters were uneasy too, even though none of us really wanted to say it out loud. We were all in the kitchen trying to act normal, eating and talking, when we thought we heard someone moving around in the garage. We checked, and there was nobody there, so we brushed it off and went back inside. A few minutes later, the garage door slammed from the inside. Every one of us froze. The whole mood changed instantly. Nobody wanted to keep eating after that. There were other things too. The kind of things that sound small until you're standing there watching them happen. One time the kitchen sink turned on by itself. I know how that sounds, I really do. But my sister was there with me. We both watched the handle move on its own and the hot water start running. Neither of us knew what to say. We just stood there staring. And the strangest part was that after a while, it stopped feeling like whatever this was belonged only to the house. It felt attached to me somehow. I started feeling watched even when I wasn't home. I remember once at school, I was walking down the hallway with a friend, and the lights above us started going out one by one as I passed underneath them. Not all at once, just fading in sequence like something was following me. My friend laughed nervously, and made some joke about hoping there wasn't something evil around us. The second he said it, the lights came back on. Every single one. We both stopped laughing after that. At work, things would disappear when I was alone. A pen, a marker, sticky notes, little things I had just set down. I'd turn around and they'd be gone. Then the next day, I'd find them sitting exactly where they had been before they disappeared, like nothing had happened. It got to the point where I started doubting my own mind. By then, I hated being by myself. This all started back in 2019, when I had just moved in with my parents. They'd complain about the house sometimes, little noises, doors, random stuff, but they never seemed to see the things I saw. Over time, I tried to ignore it. I got used to pushing certain things out of my mind just to get through the day. But the heavier the energy in that house felt, the stronger all of it seemed to get. It honestly felt like I was being worn down on purpose. One of the more recent things happened when I was bringing home food for my mom. Everything had been fine. I got back to the house, went to open the door, and I swear it should have opened. My mom usually keeps it locked because of her job, and the lock makes a clear sound when it opens properly. I heard the click. I turned the knob. Nothing. I did it again. Another click. Still nothing. Again. Same thing. The lock sounded open, but the door would not move. By that point, I was pounding on the door so hard I felt desperate, like pure panic had taken over. And that's what this has done to me. It's drained me. It's affected my social life, my sleep, my energy, everything. Some mornings I don't even want to get out of bed. I finished school thinking life would finally start moving forward, thinking maybe I had some control again. But instead, it feels like it's just me, my dog, and this house. And my dog? He's not timid at all. He's a strong boxer, trained around tough animals, not the kind of dog that scares easily. Sometimes he'll suddenly get up and stare into empty space like something is standing right there. His whole body goes rigid. He'll growl low, circle, and fix on one spot like he wants to attack. But he hesitates, like he knows something isn't right. It got so intense that I started keeping him outside more often, because once he got older, he would not settle down when he sensed it. I'm telling you, living like that changes you. Even when nothing is happening, you're waiting for it to happen. You're bracing for the next sound, the next shadow, the next moment where something small turns into something you can't explain. And after a while, you start wondering whether it's the house, or whether whatever it is has decided to follow you. I need to tell you about something that happened when I was in high school. I'm pushing 40 now, so this goes way back, but I still remember it so clearly. At the time, I was living with my family in a condo. It was me, my mom, my dad, and my younger brother. My dad usually worked late managing a restaurant, so he was often out in the evenings. My mom worked daytime hours, so she'd usually be home at night, moving around the kitchen or tidying something up. My brother was almost always planted in front of the TV. This was in the late 90s, maybe right around the early 2000s, so we had this old computer set up in my parents' room. I loved being on it. I was probably doing the most era-appropriate thing possible, downloading songs, chatting online, wasting time. Beside the desk was this little entry space leading past the closets, and from where I sat, I could see part of it out of the corner of my eye. One night, while I was focused on the screen, I clearly saw what looked like a pair of legs walking away from me toward the bedroom door. I barely reacted at first because I assumed it was my brother. But then I turned to look, and there was no one there. The door was only partly open, and there's no way he could have slipped through that fast without me noticing. Right after that, this cold, uneasy feeling hit me in the stomach. I froze. I remember just sitting there, staring, trying to make sense of it. Eventually, I went back to what I was doing, but I kept the whole thing to myself. About a week later, I was in the living room talking to my mom. We were standing across from each other, and behind her was a wall with 3 large mirrors. While she was speaking, I saw this blurred shadow move quickly across one of the mirrors. It happened so fast, but I know I saw it. I stopped her right in the middle of her sentence and said, "Mom, please don't panic, but I just saw something in the mirror." That did not go over well. She immediately got upset and thought I was joking. I told her I was being completely serious, but that only made her more unsettled. And the thing is, nothing had been influencing me. I hadn't watched anything creepy, hadn't read anything spooky, hadn't even told anyone yet about what I'd seen in the bedroom. Then maybe another week passed, and one day my dad came home with news. He'd become friendly with the building manager, a guy named Randy, and as soon as he walked in, he said, "You won't believe this. Randy told me they found one of the tenants dead." Apparently, someone who lived alone on another floor had passed away quietly in their unit, and no one realized for at least a couple of weeks. The second I heard that, everything in me dropped. My dad had no idea about the things I'd seen, but I knew, deep down, that whatever I had witnessed was connected. I never felt like it was something evil. More than anything, it felt sad. Like someone was disoriented, lingering, trying to be noticed. I never found out who that person was, but I still think about them sometimes, and I honestly hope they found peace. So, let me tell you what happened. At the time, my ex and I were living in this small 1-bedroom apartment, the same one I'm still in now. The building was owned by an older man named Danny, and it had a few little 1-bedroom units in it. He got sick with lung cancer, and not long after that, he was gone. It all happened so fast. The place had been in his family for years, passed down from his grandmother, and I'm honestly not sure who owned it before that. A little while after Danny passed, my ex and one of the neighbors, Sherry, who was actually his niece, decided to make a Ouija board and try to contact him. They were hoping for answers, I guess, but neither of them really knew how to use one safely. When I found out, I wasn't thrilled. I'd had bad experiences with Ouija boards before, and I never liked the whole idea of inviting something in and giving it permission to move through you. That never sat right with me. I was always interested in the paranormal, sure, but I preferred other methods. Spirit boxes, things like that. Safer, at least in my mind. Anyway, a couple of days passed and I kind of forgot about the whole thing. Then one night, I got home from work late. I was on an evening shift back then, so it was well after midnight. My ex was still out, and the apartment was completely dark when I walked in. The first thing I noticed was this strange shimmer across the living room floor, like tiny sparks catching the light from outside. I flipped on the lamp, and my stomach just dropped. There was glass everywhere. I had this thick tempered glass panel sitting on top of my wooden coffee table, left over from an older table I used to have. And it hadn't just cracked, it had exploded. I mean, there were pieces from one side of the room to the other. I even started recording because my first thought was that somebody had broken in. I checked the whole apartment, of course, but it's a small place. Nobody was there. What really got me was that the center of it all seemed to come from this covered candle that had been used during that Ouija session. That table had taken plenty of wear over time. I'd dropped things on it before. Nothing had ever happened. But this was different. Big chunks had blown outward in every direction. It didn't look like a normal break. It looked violent. When my ex got home, she was just as shaken as I was, and honestly, that was only the beginning. For the next few weeks, things in the apartment got intense. The kind of intense where you start running out of logical explanations and you don't know what to do next. I tried cleansing the place, and, weirdly enough, that seemed to make things worse instead of better. The moment that really pushed me over the edge happened about a week later. We had just come back from grocery shopping. I remember very clearly setting a big bag of cat litter on the kitchen table. I know I did. My ex, Becca, had to run back out to the store because we forgot something, and I stepped outside for a cigarette. My cat was out there with me, sitting near the window. Then, I heard it. That bag had a very specific plastic sound, and I heard it shift, like somebody had picked it up. Then I heard it set down, and a second later, I heard the soft thud of it tipping onto the floor. My cat snapped to attention immediately, ears straight up, staring hard toward the inside of the apartment. I went to the front door, which had a little window in it, and looked through before I stepped inside. That bag of litter was sitting right in the middle of the kitchen floor. Not near the table, not half off the edge. In the middle of the floor. And I just stood there staring at it. To make sure I wasn't losing my mind, I called Becca and asked, "Where did I put the litter?" And without hesitation she said, "On the table." Exactly. I started laughing, not because it was funny, but because I was in total disbelief. Just that wild, nervous kind of laugh when your brain can't catch up with what's happening. Then I opened the door and tried to walk back inside. The second I stepped in, I felt something move through me. That's the only way I know how to say it. Something passed right through me. My whole body started shaking uncontrollably. Not for a minute or two either. It went on for hours. Then I started crying, and the strangest part was that the emotion didn't even feel like mine. I remember thinking, why am I crying? I wasn't sad. I was confused, completely baffled. When Becca got home, she asked what was wrong, and all I could say was, I honestly don't know. To this day, it's one of the most bizarre things I've ever experienced. Eventually, someone gave me a few traditional items to try for protection, and little by little, the activity seemed to calm down. Thank God for that, because whatever had been building in here felt heavy, oppressive, like the air itself had weight to it. That's the part I still can't shake. You know how you can walk into a room after people have been arguing, and you can feel the tension before anyone says a word? It was like that, except darker, stronger, like every instinct in your body was trying to warn you that something was off. Personally, I don't believe my ex and Sherry made contact with Danny at all. I think whatever answered them was something else entirely, and I don't think it was harmless. It felt aggressive. It felt mean. And as time went on, it felt like it was getting bolder. That whole experience changed the way I look at this stuff. It sent me down a rabbit hole, honestly. I still find the paranormal fascinating, but after living through that, I also take it a whole lot more seriously than I used to. So I want to tell you about something that's been weighing on me, because I'm genuinely worried about my dad and his family. Up until recently, neither of us really believed in anything paranormal. Not me, not him. It just wasn't something we took seriously. We had never gone through anything that made us think the supernatural was real, so it always felt like the kind of thing that only happened in movies or stories other people told. My dad, Daniel, lives in another state for work, and not long ago he moved out of one house and into another one just a little way down the road. The new place came with a lot more land, which is why the company wanted him there. For the past couple of weeks, he's been slowly settling in, fixing things up, moving boxes, trying to make it feel like home. But he told me that from the very first night, something about that house felt wrong. He says most of the activity happens at night. Sometimes when he's lying in bed, he feels the mattress pressed down near his feet, like someone has sat on the edge of it. But the second he jolts upright, the pressure disappears. Not long after moving in, He also started hearing scratching and pounding inside the walls, and at times, even the windows seemed to rattle hard enough to make him jump. He's not the only one who's noticed it. A couple of people staying in the house have mentioned seeing dark shapes move through the rooms. There have been alarms going off for no reason, cabinets opening and shutting on their own, and loud banging that seems to come from nowhere. My dad tries to stay calm, but I can tell it's getting to him. His wife and her 2 children stay over sometimes, and there were 2 moments in particular that really shook all of them. The first happened one night when everyone was sleeping in the same room. My dad and his wife were in the bed, and the kids, a boy around 10 and a girl around 8, were sleeping on an air mattress nearby. My dad said the banging in the walls started again, louder than usual, and finally, he'd had enough. Wanting to protect his family, he shouted into the room, telling whatever was there to leave, that it was not welcome, and he commanded it to go in the name of Jesus Christ. Right after that, things got quiet. The kids went into the living room and sat on the couch, while my dad and his wife stayed behind in the bedroom for a minute or 2, just trying to process what had happened. But when they walked into the living room to check on the children, they found both of them huddled under blankets, completely covered up and terrified. My dad asked what was wrong, and his stepdaughter said she had heard pounding on the front door, like someone was trying to force it open. She also said there was banging at the window, and then she saw a strange light outside, almost like a flashlight shining through. That part really stuck with my dad, because he remembered his grandfather once telling him that spirits can appear with a glow, like a beam of light. We're Hispanic, so maybe that belief comes from stories passed down in the family, but either way, it scared him. The second moment happened when his stepdaughter was taking a shower. When she came out, she asked her mom, "What did you want? Were you calling me?" But her mom looked confused and said she hadn't called her at all. Then she asked her son if he had been knocking on the bathroom door, and he said no, because he knew his sister was in the shower and didn't want to bother her. That's when the little girl explained that while she was bathing, she clearly heard knocking and the sound of someone trying to open the bathroom door. She truly thought someone outside wanted her attention. Around that same time, she also said she saw a woman wearing a long white dress in the house. That image alone gave me chills. My dad ended up going to a local church to speak with a pastor. After hearing everything, the pastor told him it sounded less like random disturbances and more like something dark, possibly demonic. Right now, I think they're trying to arrange for the pastor to come bless or cleanse the home. In the meantime, my dad has been trying to get holy water, and the pastor gave him a Bible verse to read over the house as part of the process. What gets me is that my dad is trying so hard to stay strong. He works these brutal shifts, usually 12 hours or more, and he says staying busy helps keep his mind off it. But eventually, the workday ends, and he still has to drive back to that house. And when he says that part quietly, like he dreads going home, it really gets to me. I can tell he's scared, even if he doesn't say it outright. And I'm scared too, because I keep thinking about what could happen if whatever is there becomes more aggressive. I don't want him, his wife, or those kids to get hurt. That's why I'm sharing this with you. I care about him so much, and I just want to help in any way I can. You know, I've always been a pretty skeptical person. I'm the kind of person who usually looks for the logical explanation first. But there's been something in this house for as long as I can remember, and even now, I still do not fully know what to make of it. One of my earliest memories of it goes back to when I was maybe 7 years old. Back then, my brother and I had bunk beds, and I slept on the bottom. The foot of the bed faced the doorway, so if anything was there, you noticed it right away. I woke up one night and saw this dark figure leaning in through the doorway, just watching me. What stuck with me most was its head, It looked jagged somehow, almost like it had sharp, uneven points or wild hair standing out around it. I remember being scared, but not in a panicked way, more like I just knew I did not want to move. So I turned over and stayed there until I fell back asleep. As I got older, little things kept happening around the house. I would hear my name spoken softly. Lights would switch off when I was alone. A few times, the pull blinds in different rooms snapped upward all at once when I walked in. None of it happened often enough to make daily life impossible, but it happened enough that I stopped being shocked by it. I sort of learned to live with it. Then, about a decade ago, when I was around 21, my cousin and I were sitting in the kitchen late one night, just talking. He was facing the doorway that led out to the mudroom, and it was dark out there. In the middle of our conversation, he suddenly got this strange look on his face, like he was trying to decide whether he should say something. I asked him what was wrong. At first he hesitated, which honestly made it worse. Then he finally told me he had just seen a large figure lean around the doorway and look into the kitchen. And the detail he could not shake was the head. He said it looked oddly pointed, almost spiked. The second he said that, I got chills. I had never forgotten what I saw as a kid, and hearing him describe nearly the same thing without me prompting him was hard to brush off. A few years ago, my wife and I bought the house from my father and moved in. Not long after that, my wife started having her own experiences. She heard her name spoken to her one day in a woman's voice, not shouted from another room, but said quietly, like someone was right there beside her. One of those same blinds I used to see move on their own suddenly shot upward near her too. She has also told me she has seen movement out of the corner of her eye more than once. One night, we were both in bed and a set of keys slid right off the nightstand and hit the floor, even though neither of us was anywhere near it. Then things seemed to pick up even more. Our niece Mara has been staying with us for about a year. A few weeks back, she was in the laundry area and heard someone say, "Hey," right behind her in a female voice. She turned around thinking someone had walked in, but no one was there. Then, not long after that, she told us she woke up and saw a tall, dark figure in her room. She said the shoulders looked uneven, almost slanted, and the head looked strange, fuller somehow, like it had thick, messy hair. A couple of nights later, her friend stayed over and said she saw a figure lean into the bedroom from the doorway. She described it as having a large head, then said it pulled back and vanished. Later that same day, Mara was half asleep during a nap when she heard a young man's voice right in front of her say, "Hey," clearly enough to wake her. That is the part that gets to me now. When I was younger, I only had a handful of experiences I could not explain. But lately, it feels like whatever is here is showing itself more to the people around me than to me. Almost like it wants to be noticed. And that is what unsettles me most. It does not feel human exactly, but it does not feel openly threatening either. It just feels present, like something that has always been here, quietly hovering at the edge of things. And now, for some reason, it is stepping a little closer. I've had this strange thing happen to me, on and off for most of my life. And even now, at 35, I still do not really know what to make of it. The first time it happened, I was 16. I was helping my friend Mara paint her mom's rental house. We were working all day, and at one point I needed something, so I called out her name. When I turned around, I saw what looked exactly like Mara heading into one of the bedrooms, slipping behind those hanging plastic sheets people use while painting. I followed her, talking as I went, and just before I pushed through the plastic, I caught sight of her moving toward the bathroom in the far corner. But when I stepped into the room and looked around, no one was there. I called her name again, louder this time. She answered me from outside the house. That was the first time something like that happened, and it stayed with me. Not long after, there were 2 more incidents close together. One day I walked into the living room and my much older brother was staring at me in this odd, unsettled way. He told me he had just seen me walk past him through the kitchen, across the living room, and into a bedroom. He said he had been talking to me the whole time, but I never answered. The strange part was that I had not gone that way at all. I had just come out from the other side of the house. Then, not long after that, I was having people over. I had run to the store and came back home, but instead of going inside, I stayed out front talking and smoking. A little while later, 2 of my friends came out and asked me if I had gone back into the house since I got home. I told them no. They looked completely serious and said they had both seen me walk right past them, straight through the house, not saying a word, heading toward my room. They followed me, thinking I was ignoring them, but when they got there, the room was empty, because I had never gone inside at all. After that, everything went quiet for years. Nothing happened from about 18 until I was around 30. By then, I had 2 kids, and they were little, around 5 and 8, and they had a neighborhood friend over all the time. One afternoon, I was out in the garage with that friend's mom, exercising and chatting while the kids played inside. My kids were always calling Mom for one reason or another, so at first, I did not think much of it when I heard them shouting for me. I remember pausing and wondering whether I should go in, but since no one came to get me, I figured they were just wrapped up in their game. A few minutes later, the door swung open and my older daughter came outside looking amazed. She said, "Mom, how did you do that?" I asked her what she meant, and she told me all 3 of them had seen me walking across the living room. They followed me into a bedroom because they wanted drinks, but when they got there, no one was inside. Then she looked at me, standing there in the garage, and could not understand how I had gotten outside so fast. I told her I had been there the whole time. She looked so confused and said, "But Mom, it had your hair." That one really got to me. Then things went quiet again for a while, until this year. I work nights and my partner works days, so our schedules overlap in strange ways. One morning, around 4 a.m., I got a message asking if I had been talking to him through our security cameras. I said no, of course not. He told me he had fallen asleep on the couch and woke up to my voice telling him, very clearly, "Hey, come to bed." At first he thought maybe he was still half asleep, but then he heard it again, sharper this time. It sounded like me, but it was not me. And then, just yesterday, I heard my younger daughter's cough coming from her room. She has a very distinct cough, one I would recognize instantly anywhere. But she was not even home. That is what unsettles me most. None of it has ever felt violent or openly threatening. It is just deeply wrong. Like something familiar is passing through the edges of my life, wearing the right face, the right voice, the right shape, but it is never actually the person I know. I know this sounds far out, but the only theory I have, if I let myself drift into the weirdest explanation, is that maybe these are echoes from another version of reality, almost like different timelines brushing up against each other for a second, and sometimes something slips through. I know how unbelievable that sounds, and maybe there is a perfectly logical explanation for all of it. But after all these years, I still have not found one. I want to tell you something personal. In my family, strange things have a way of showing up, almost like they've been passed down beside eye color and old recipes. My grandma, my sister, my cousins, and me, we've all had moments that still don't sit neatly in my mind. Some of these stories happened to me, and some were told to me by the people I trust most. Either way, they've stayed with me. The first story happened to my little cousin B. She was barely 2 when her parents finally settled into a small mobile home after bouncing from place to place for a while. At first, everything felt calm. It seemed like the kind of place where life might finally steady itself. Then B started chatting with someone no one else could see. Whenever her parents asked who she was talking to, she'd smile and say, "My friend Belle." The thing is, there was no Belle. Nobody in the family, nobody at daycare, nobody they knew. At first, everyone tried to brush it off. She was little after all. But then she started crying and telling her parents Belle was hurting her, even choking her. That was when the mood in the house shifted. B's grandmother, who had always been deeply spiritual, came over to help. She brought in a spirit box and tried to make sense of what might be there. The responses they got were ugly and unsettling, bits of language that didn't feel playful or imaginary at all. Around the same time, B's dad started finding long scratches on his skin with no explanation, and B, who was usually pure sunshine, would suddenly fold into herself and sit in the middle of the floor like she was trying to disappear. Before long, they packed up and left. And once they did, B was herself again. The second story is mine. I was around 4 after my parents divorced, and I spent a lot of nights at my grandma's house where my dad was staying. I wasn't a kid with a huge imagination. I didn't watch scary movies. I didn't go looking for spooky things. But night after night, I had these vivid, awful dreams about a tall man, maybe 6'2" or 6'3", who would stand over me and whisper horrible things. He told me he had killed people I loved. He told me he was going to kill me too. He talked about my pets, my family, everyone I cared about, like he wanted to hollow me out with fear. Eventually, I got so scared of sleeping that I started sleeping in my grandma's room. Even then, I didn't feel safe. Some nights, I would wake up and see a woman in a long navy dress, with dark hair hanging around her face, rushing out of the bathroom, sobbing like her heart had split open. I would scream. My grandma would wake up, and I'd be left shaking so hard I could barely breathe. After I moved away, I never saw either of them again. The third story happened at a family reunion. Every year we gathered at this huge old church school, 3 stories tall, with narrow windows that let you look down into the lower levels. It already had that old building feeling, like every wall had heard too much. One year, my sister, a few cousins, and I snuck upstairs where we absolutely were not supposed to be. We were wandering around, half excited and half nervous, when we heard piano music drifting from one of the rooms. Not random notes either, but a real tune, strange and sad and sharp around the edges. We stepped inside and saw a boy sitting at the piano. That alone made no sense. The building was supposed to be empty. The second he noticed us, he bolted. Of course we ran after him. We chased him down a narrow hallway, and then, just like that, he was gone. No doorway, no stairwell, no place he could have turned. We searched anyway, hearts pounding, but there was nothing. Just silence. The fourth story belongs to my grandma, Cami. When she was young, she had a daughter named Mila. After Mila was born, my grandma started having the same nightmare over and over. In it, she saw a toddler, maybe around 2 years old, lifeless and blue, with water spilling from its mouth. She'd wake up screaming, convinced it was Mila. My grandpa would calm her down, but the dream kept coming back. From then on, she became fiercely protective around water. She never let her guard down, not for a second. Years passed. Mila grew up, became a mother herself, and had 2 daughters, Kinley and Ava. As Mila got older, the nightmares faded, and my grandma started to believe maybe the danger had passed. Then one summer day, Mila took the kids and some family to the lake. She was putting together snacks when she suddenly realized Ava was nowhere in sight. In the next moment, 2 older girls dragged Ava out of the water and onto the shore. Mila went into shock before instinct took over. and she started CPR while Kinley stood nearby, witnessing more than any child should ever have to see. My grandma was called, and Ava was airlifted to the hospital. When my grandma saw her there, she went still. Ava looked exactly like the child from her dream. Ava is me. I'm okay now. I was gone for a few minutes, technically speaking, but I came back. I do carry some damage from it, and I cope with humor more than I probably should. But what stays with me most is what happened after. While I was in the hospital, my grandma told me I talked about seeing mermaids in the water, beautiful women trying to guide me and help me. When I described them, I described relatives who had died before I was born, people I had never met, people I'd never even seen in photos. The last story happened when I was around 10 or 11. I was living with my mom and her ex in this old, pale green house that had to be at least a century old. It was honestly beautiful in the daytime. Big yard, garden, old decorative front door, the kind of place with character in every board and window. But beauty doesn't always mean peace. My room was in the attic, which had been split into two spaces, a larger playroom area and my tiny bedroom tucked off to the side. It was cramped, drafty, and full of little problems, but it was mine, and I made it mine. Posters on the wall, shelves, little decorations, all the things that made me feel tucked in and safe. Then one day, my mom's husband got angry with me and took my door off the hinges. After that, my room opened into the dark attic space, and at night, that darkness felt endless. One evening, I was lying in bed on my phone when I heard something from the other room. I looked up, and there were fingers wrapped around the edge of my doorway. Just fingers, curled there like someone was peeking in. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe right, just sat there crying silently for what felt like forever until I finally screamed. The hand vanished. Not long after that, my youngest sister came running out of her room sobbing, saying something had sprinted across her floor. She was so young that the fear on her face felt real in a way I couldn't explain away. Around that same time, I started hearing a tiny voice near my ear at night, whispering, "Hello," so softly it almost felt polite. It stole my sleep bit by bit. I spiraled into a depression during that time, and I swear the house felt heavier the worse I got, like it fed on sadness. Eventually, my sister and I used a spirit box in that house too. One of the clearest things we heard was a little boy saying, "Sorry, Mommy." Later, after digging into the history of the place, we found stories about a woman who had suffered multiple miscarriages and eventually taken her own life. The attic was the part that always stuck with me. That was where the air felt wrong. So that's my family's strange little collection of stories. Some people will hear all of this and call it coincidence, grief, dreams, old houses making old noises. Maybe some of it is. I'm open to that. But when you live through things that sit this close to your skin, it gets harder to dismiss them completely. All I know is this: some moments leave a chill behind long after they're over. And some stories, once they enter a family, never really leave. I want to tell you about something that happened a while back, and honestly, it still unsettles me when I think about it. I was spending the night at a friend's place with a few other people. We'd all been drinking pretty heavily, just hanging out, laughing, having one of those long nights that sort of blur together. At some point near the end of the night, one of my friends, Mason, pulled out this ghost box he had. He was messing with it in private, trying to communicate with something, I guess. I didn't know exactly what happened then, but I could tell afterward that it really got to him. He looked shaken in a way I hadn't seen before. Eventually, everybody passed out, and I was drifting off too. I was still a little drunk, still foggy. Then, all at once, I heard the back door slam. Not creak, not shift, slam. And the thing is, that door was in the laundry room, and I knew it had been locked earlier. So the second I heard it, I snapped fully awake. It felt like every bit of alcohol left my system in an instant. My whole body went cold. You know that feeling when the air changes and your instincts start screaming before your mind catches up? That's exactly what it was like. I could feel that something else was in that house with me. So I got up and started walking toward the laundry room. As I got closer, I heard voices on the other side of the door. At first, I honestly thought maybe more people had shown up, or someone had woken up and gone in there. I grabbed this heavy wooden baton my friend kept near the wall, just in case, and I reached toward the handle. But right before I touched it, the floor creaked under me. The second that happened, everything on the other side went dead silent. And then I heard a woman's voice. Not just any voice either. It sounded like someone I recognized, a girl I'd gone to school with years earlier. Clear as day, she was trying to coax me into opening the door. Calm, familiar, almost gentle. And that's what scared me most, because every part of me felt that whatever was behind that door wanted me to open it. I can't explain it any better than that. It was this deep, primal warning, like every survival instinct in my body had locked in at once. I knew, with absolute certainty, that opening that door would have been a terrible mistake. So I started backing away slowly, and the moment I did, something slammed against the door from the inside. At the same time, my friend's dog, Rusty, came running over. He'd been asleep before that, but now he was right beside me, growling at the door and whining at me, almost like he was trying to warn me off. Then he actually started nudging me backward, physically pushing me away from that room. I still get emotional thinking about that part, because in that moment I felt completely trapped. I thought about going out the front door, but it somehow felt like whatever was in that laundry room was also outside, like there was nowhere safe to run. And Rusty would not go near the front. He was determined to keep me inside. So I sat down on the couch, and that dog climbed right into my lap and refused to leave. Every time I tried to move, he'd press his weight against me like he was telling me, "Stay here, don't go anywhere." And while I was sitting there, I could still hear that woman's voice coming from the laundry room. On top of that, both bathroom doors in the hallway kept opening and closing by themselves, over and over. Not dramatically, just enough to make it worse somehow. At one point, I tried to calm myself down by meditating. I thought maybe if I slowed my breathing, I could get control of my fear. But that ended up making everything worse. The second I settled my mind, I could feel that presence even more strongly. It was still in the back room, and whatever it was, it felt hateful, heavy, wrong. Like this concentrated mass of anger and malice just sitting there. And the more aware of it I became, the harder it started pounding on that door. Then suddenly I got this sharp, violent pain in my head. It was so intense it nearly dropped me. It felt instant, like something had struck me from the inside. I almost blacked out. And after that, the strange part was that my sense of the thing changed. I could still tell it was there, but it was like my ability to feel it had been cut off or damaged somehow. After a while, sometime before dawn, the whole atmosphere shifted. The pounding stopped. Rusty finally relaxed, but I was still way too scared to go check that room by myself. The next morning, exhausted and still shaken, I finally found out what Mason had heard from the ghost box the night before. It had said, "We found you." That was the message, and somehow everyone else in the house had slept through the whole night. Nobody heard the door slamming, the pounding, the voices, none of it. I was the only one who experienced any of it. When we finally opened the laundry room, it looked trashed. Not a little messy, not like something had fallen over. I mean really tossed around, like someone had gone in there and thrown things everywhere. But the back door was still locked. Then, as we were leaving the room, I noticed a glass bong sitting on the kitchen table had been damaged. It hadn't been shattered, and there wasn't glass everywhere. Instead, the inner chamber had cracked clean through and was just hanging there inside, almost neatly, with no damage on the outside at all. That part bothered me almost as much as everything else, because it made no sense. So that's what happened. And to this day, I still don't know what was in that house with me. I don't know if it was some kind of spirit, something darker, or something I'll never have words for. I just know that whatever it was felt intelligent, it felt hostile, and it absolutely did not want me safe. And ever since that night, the sensitivity I used to have, that ability to feel energy around people and places, has never really come back the same way. It feels dulled now, like something got switched off in me. That's the part I still carry with me most. Not just the fear, but the feeling that whatever happened that night left something behind. I want to tell you about something that happened to me back in October of 2002, when I was 14. Even now, after all these years, I can still see it so clearly. My relatives had just bought this huge old property, something like 500 acres, with a big house sitting in the middle of it. It also had indoor and outdoor horse arenas, which made the place feel even stranger somehow, like it had once been full of life and purpose. The house itself was massive, 4 levels if you counted the basement, and it badly needed work. My family planned to fix it up and rent it out, so we all got pulled in to help clean the place. What struck me the most when I first walked inside was that it didn't feel abandoned. It felt paused. The furniture was old, probably late 80s or early 90s, but everything was still in place, like someone had just stepped out for the afternoon and never came back. For a house that had supposedly been empty for years, it felt oddly warm. At one point, my aunt called out from the kitchen and told us girls that if we wanted anything, we should check the daughter's room upstairs. That was all my cousins needed to hear. They tore up the stairs like it was a race, and I followed right behind them. When I walked into that bedroom, I just stopped. There were ribbons, medals, trophies, framed photos, stuffed animals, all these signs of a real person. A girl who had clearly poured herself into the life she was building. I remember turning to my cousins with this confused look on my face, and my older cousin kind of shrugged and said, "It's okay, I'm sure she wouldn't care." But I did care. Or at least, I couldn't stop wondering. I asked what had happened, why everything had been left behind like that. My youngest cousin, whose name I'll change a little here and call Sammy, told me the story. She said the family's daughter had been a talented, competitive horse rider. Her parents had built so much of their life around her passion, the arenas, the land, all of it. Then one day, while she was riding in the outdoor ring, the horse threw her. She fell hard and hit her head on a large rock near the center of the arena. She died suddenly, and after that, her parents couldn't bear to stay. They left almost everything exactly as it was and disappeared from the house. That stayed with me. About a year later, the place had been completely redone. The old wallpaper was gone, the rooms were painted, everything was fresh and updated. It looked beautiful, but to me it still felt like the old house was underneath it somehow, just hidden under layers of paint and polish. Before the house went on the market, Sammy decided to have a sleepover there. Her parents lived a little way down the road, maybe 10 minutes or so, which meant we'd mostly have the place to ourselves. It was just a few girls, nothing wild. My mom drove me up that long gravel drive just after sunset. I still remember the air that night, cold and sharp with that late October smell. Leaves, damp earth, wood smoke somewhere in the distance. The woods around the house were dark and thick, and for the first time I really felt how isolated the place was. After my mom pulled away, I stood there for a second with my bag in my hand, just looking at the house. I hadn't seen it since the cleanup days. It looked brighter now, cleaner, almost elegant. And then I noticed something. At the very top of the house, in the room that had once belonged to the daughter, there was a single lit window. Standing there in front of it was a girl. She looked about our age. She was completely still, just facing out. I remember thinking she must be one of Sammy's friends, someone I hadn't met yet. So I gave her a little wave. She didn't wave back. She just stood there staring, and even from that distance, I could make out this heavy sadness in her face. It was the kind of expression that makes you feel strange right away, even if you can't explain why. I remember thinking, with that kind of sarcastic teenage attitude, well, she seems friendly. So I headed inside. The second I walked in, Sammy was bouncing around in the living room with music playing, and two other girls were laughing with her. The house felt loud and normal and full of life. Sammy ran over to hug me, and pretty soon we were all joking around, picking out snacks, arguing over which movie to watch. But after a little while, I realized something that made my stomach drop. The girl from the window wasn't there. So I asked Sammy. I said, "Where's your other friend? Is she okay?" She looked at me like I was speaking another language. "What other friend?" I told her I'd seen a girl upstairs, in the top window, watching me when I got there. And the second I said it, they all laughed. They thought I was trying to scare them. They were completely sure I had made it up. But I hadn't. I knew exactly what I saw. And standing there, in that newly renovated house, with all of them brushing it off, I suddenly didn't feel welcome there anymore. I felt like I had seen someone I wasn't supposed to see. If I had to place it, I'd say this happened about 18 years ago, when I was maybe 6 or 7. It's honestly the moment that kicked open the door for me, the one that got me fascinated with everything strange after that. Ghosts, UFOs, cryptids, all of it. I couldn't get enough. Now, before I get too far into it, I should say this wasn't some horror movie kind of thing. Nothing terrible happened to me or my family before or after, and nobody was hurt. There was definitely a heavy feeling in that house sometimes, but that's tied to some personal stuff I'd rather leave out. What happened that night was just deeply weird. When I was a kid, I was terrible at falling asleep. I'd lie there forever, tossing around, wide awake while the whole house was quiet. A lot of nights I'd eventually give up, head downstairs, and crash on the couch instead. Looking back now, I think I was just one of those kids who was always switched on, always buzzing with energy. Between that and an early bedtime, sleep just didn't come easy. So this one night, I was especially restless. I'd been sitting in bed for what felt like hours in the dark, just staring around my room. I remember it being warm in there, so I'm guessing it was summertime. At some point, I got up, cracked the window open a little to let some air in, then climbed back onto my bed and sat there for a while. After maybe 10 minutes, I finally lay back down. I remember exactly how I was positioned, too. I was on my back, looking toward the foot of the bed, toward the doorway. Then I heard a noise. It was enough to make me lift up a little and pay attention. And then, out of nowhere, I felt something grab my ankle. I can still picture it so clearly. It was a hand, fully wrapped around my ankle, and the only way I've ever been able to describe it is that it looked like a hand covered in a white rubber glove. Not translucent, not shadowy. Solid. Real. I felt it tighten around my leg, and right after that I heard a man's voice, clear as anything, say, "Go to sleep." The tone wasn't loud, but it was irritated, like whoever said it was fed up with me being awake. And then, just like that, it was gone. I watched the hand disappear right in front of me. It didn't run off or pull away. It just vanished. I froze. I lay back down and didn't move for the rest of the night. And no, I definitely didn't sleep. The next morning, I went downstairs and asked my dad if he'd come into my room during the night and told me to go to sleep. He said no. The reason I asked him first was because he worked with his hands and always had those white mechanic gloves around, so my brain was trying hard to make it make sense. After that, I asked my mom, my sister, and my brother. Every one of them said no. When they asked why I wanted to know, I told them what happened. I still remember the way they looked at me, just stunned. They asked if I'd seen a face or a whole person standing there. I told them no. There was no body, no face, nobody in the room at all. Just the hand. I even told my brother it looked kind of like that giant hand character from Super Smash Bros., which was the closest thing my kid brain could compare it to. My brother checked my ankle, and there was a little bruise there. I can't honestly say whether that came from what grabbed me, or if it was already there and I just hadn't noticed. But I can say this: that was the only time anything like that ever happened to me. And even now, after all these years, I can still hear that voice perfectly. I want to tell you about something that happened when I was around 17, back in high school, when I was working at an old community theater. The building had originally been a church, and it had been standing since the late 1800s, so people always said it carried a lot of history in its walls. There were stories about the place, of course. People said two spirits still lingered there. One was supposed to be harmless, almost playful, the kind of presence people talked about with a half smile. The other was someone they called Deacon Dale, and that was the one nobody mentioned lightly. From what I'd heard, he had died sometime in the early 1930s. He was known as a stern, deeply religious man, and people believed he never really left because he still saw the old church as something he needed to watch over. At the time, I was the lead tech for the show, which meant I was usually the first one in the building. Every time I came in, I had to turn on the power myself. To get to the breaker room, I'd enter through the front doors, walk down this narrow hallway, climb a set of stairs to the balcony level, and then cross this open upper section where the tech area sat. The breaker booth was tucked off in the far corner. What made it worse was that the balcony had no proper railing, so one bad step could send you over the edge into the auditorium below. That morning started like every other one. I had my flashlight, and I was making my way through the dark, just focused on getting the building up and running. Everything seemed normal. But when I got within a few feet of the breaker room, the door suddenly flew open. And then I saw it. It looked like this dense black shape rushing straight at me, almost solid, but wrong somehow. I could make out a torso and arms, but no head, no legs, nothing fully human. It lunged at me so fast I didn't even have time to react. The next thing I remember is waking up to one of the other techs calling my name. She had come in after me, and she sounded scared. At first I didn't understand why, until I realized half my body was hanging off the balcony. Most of my left side was dangling over open air above the auditorium floor. Somehow I'd ended up maybe 15 feet away from the breaker room, and I have never known how I got there. I was shaky, dizzy, and completely disoriented. Later, I found out nearly 2 hours had passed. 2 hours, just gone. I had this pounding headache, and my chest and shoulders were sore in a way that felt strangely specific, like someone had shoved me hard. I even had faint reddish marks across the sore spots. When I told a few people what had happened, they didn't hesitate. They were convinced Deacon Dale had attacked me. Some of them even acted uneasy around me afterward, like whatever had happened might have left something behind. Me, I mostly just tried to move on. I finished the day, kept working, and honestly never had another experience like that in the theater again. But that wasn't quite the end of it. A few weeks later, I was with a friend of mine who was really into reading people's energy. I wasn't sure what I believed, but I was curious, so I agreed to let her read mine. The second she put her hands over mine, her expression changed. Her whole face tightened, like she'd touched something that made her instantly uncomfortable. And because I was still a teenager and not nearly as wise as I should have been, I decided to joke around. Without moving at all, just in my mind, I imagined reaching out and touching her wrist. The moment I did, she screamed and jumped back from me. I mean, real fear. The kind that drains all the color out of someone's face. I had never seen her look at anyone like that. For the longest time, she wouldn't tell me what she felt. She just avoided the conversation completely. But eventually, she admitted that when she looked at me, she saw this dark aura around my body, almost like black fire. And when I touched her in my head, she said it felt like being burned with a red-hot iron. After that, she did some kind of protective Wiccan ritual because she didn't want it happening again. For months, she kept her distance from me and watched me with this nervous, guarded look, like she wasn't sure what might happen if I got too close. And that's the strange part. Since then, nothing else paranormal has happened to me. No voices, no shadows, no sudden chills, nothing. Just that one terrifying morning in the theater, and that one strange moment afterward that made me wonder whether something had followed me out, or whether, for just a little while, something had marked me. I want to tell you something that still gives me chills, even now. The apartment complex where I live is pretty old. It was built sometime in the 1970s, and there is this woman I know who has lived here on and off since the 1980s. I mention her because, strangely enough, she ended up being an important part of all this. I have been living in this complex for about 6 years. I started out in a one-bedroom and then moved into the 2-bedroom unit where my family and I live now. Nothing ever felt strange in the first apartment. Everything I am about to tell you only started after we moved into this unit. The first odd things happened with my daughter when she was still a baby, maybe around 6 months old. Every so often she would just stop whatever she was doing and stare at a certain spot in the room. At first I thought it was one of those random baby things, but then it kept happening. Before long, she was not just staring. She was smiling at whatever she saw, reaching out, waving, like she was greeting someone. Then, once she started talking, she began saying the name Georgie. Later, as she learned more words, she would actually have little conversations with Georgie. The strange part was that we did not know anyone by that name. A little while later, I had my son, and eventually, he started talking to Georgie too. At the time, I was home with the kids while my husband worked nights. My routine was usually the same. Once the kids were asleep and my husband had left for work, I would take a shower, maybe grab something small to eat, and finally have a quiet moment to myself. One night, though, my son had not been feeling well. He had gotten sick on me earlier, so by the time the house settled down, I really needed that shower. I had just worked shampoo into my hair when I suddenly heard pounding on the bathroom door. Hard, urgent pounding. And then I heard a man's voice, one I knew for certain was not my husband's, saying, very clearly and very frantically, "Go check on your little boy." I cannot fully explain what I felt in that moment, except that it was pure panic. I tore out of the shower without even rinsing off, without even shutting the water off. I ran straight to my kids' room. And when I got there, I heard my baby son choking. He had spit up in his sleep and was struggling to breathe. I was able to clear his airway, and thank God, he was okay. But I still think about what might have happened if I had stayed in that shower even 1 minute longer. Later on, I was talking with that neighbor I mentioned earlier. We were having one of those ordinary conversations about apartments, the kind where you compare cabinets, paint colors, old carpet, things like that. She told me she had once lived right next door to the exact unit I live in now. Then, completely out of nowhere, she asked me, "So, have you met Georgie yet?" I just stared at her. When I asked what she meant, she told me that when the apartments were first built, some of the units had been sold instead of rented. A man named George had bought the one my family lives in now. She said he was an older man, retired, quiet, kind, and loved by just about everyone in the complex. He did little favors for people, looked out for the neighborhood kids, and was the sort of person everyone trusted. She said he had been her favorite neighbor until he passed away sometime in the early 1990s. Then she told me he had lived in my exact apartment. So I told her everything. I told her about my daughter talking to Georgie, about my son doing the same, and about the voice I heard that night in the bathroom. She listened, smiled a little, and said, "That sounds just like him." Even now, every once in a while, there are little things. A faint trace of cologne when no one is there. An appliance switching on or off by itself. The feeling that something moved just at the edge of my vision. And every now and then, my kids still mention Georgie in passing, like he is just part of life. But nothing has ever happened again quite like that night. And honestly, whatever you want to call it, I have never been able to think of it as something bad. Because that night, something or someone was watching over my son. So, I need to tell you about something that happened to me tonight, because honestly, I am still trying to make sense of it. A little while ago, I moved my desk down into the basement for the summer. It gets brutally hot where I live, and the basement is way easier to keep cool, so it just made sense. It is unfinished, kind of cluttered, a little damp in that classic basement way, but it has never really bothered me. I have always felt completely fine down there. I am not the kind of person who scares easily, and I definitely do not go around believing in ghosts or anything like that. But tonight rattled me. Genuinely. I was on my computer talking to my friend Mason over Discord. Ever since the pandemic, we have had this habit of chatting with screen share and webcams on. It started as a way to feel a little less isolated back then, and somehow it just stuck. So we are talking like normal, and out of nowhere I hear a voice from one of the rooms beside me. Clear as day. I cannot remember exactly what it said now, but I know I heard someone speak. Not a creak, not the house settling. A voice. It hit me so fast that I immediately thought someone had gotten into the house. I paused the conversation right away, and Mason could tell from my face that something was wrong, because I am usually not exactly the jumpy type. I told him, "Hang on a second, I just heard someone in the next room." He got serious immediately and said he thought he had heard something through my mic too. I told him to stay on the call, and half joking, half not, I said if anything went sideways, he might need to call the cops. So I left the mic on and got up to check. The basement is still in that awkward in-between phase because I have been trying to fix it up. Just yesterday I finished insulating part of it, and I am getting ready to move on to drywall. There is stuff everywhere. Tools, boxes, random supplies. I grabbed this wide push broom to use as a makeshift weapon, because if somebody really was down there, I was not about to walk in empty-handed. As I am moving through the basement, I trip over something, drop a loud swear, and I hear Mason through my speakers asking, "You good?" I yell back, "Yeah, I'm fine." I have these Logitech speakers down there, so I could hear him from pretty much anywhere in the basement. It only took a minute or two to check the whole area, and of course, nobody was there. No one. And if someone had been there, I do not see how they could have left. The basement door closes ridiculously slowly, and if you try to shut it faster, it makes a ton of noise. But when I checked it, it was fully shut and locked. So I tried to talk myself down. I figured maybe some bird outside made a weird noise, and my brain turned it into speech in the middle of conversation. That felt reasonable enough. Weird, sure, but explainable. So I started heading back to my desk. On the way back, I heard Mason ask me whether I liked Final Fantasy VIII. Totally random question, but not impossible for him to ask. So I answered, "That's out of nowhere, but honestly, no. I thought the combat was kind of overcomplicated. 9 though? Loved it." By then, I was sitting back down, thinking everything had settled. And that is when it got worse. A lot worse. Mason suddenly says, "Tell your sister I said hi, by the way." Now, he knows my family well enough. We have been friends a long time, even if our friendship mostly lives online. So at first, I just brushed it off and said something like, "Yeah, sure, next time I see her." Then I teased him a little, made a joke that he had no chance with her anyway, and he laughed and yelled a playful hello through my speakers like he expected her to hear him. That is when I stopped and said, "Wait, my sister isn't here." And I was not joking. I was alone in the house. It was around 1 in the morning. There was absolutely no reason for her to be there. Mason got confused immediately. He said he had heard me talking to her. Not just heard a voice, heard a conversation. He said the two of us were talking about a 3D print I was working on, and that she said she thought it would come out better if I printed it on its side. I just sat there staring, because none of that had happened. I told him he must have had a video open somewhere, or maybe heard something in the background from somewhere else, because the only thing I had said while I was away from the desk was answering him about Final Fantasy VIII. And then he said, "I never asked you about Final Fantasy VIII." That was the moment where everything in me went cold. He said while I was gone, he thought the voice I heard must have been my sister, and once he heard me talking to her, he relaxed and just waited for me to come back. Meanwhile, I was standing there telling him that conversation never happened. Then we both started doing that ridiculous back and forth where each of us is absolutely convinced the other one is messing with them. But then I asked him, "Did you hear anything I said about Final Fantasy VIII?" And he said no. Not a word. He said he was just sitting there waiting for me to finish talking to my sister. That should have been the end of it, maybe just a misunderstanding, except for one detail that made my stomach drop. I asked him, "How did you know I had a 3D printer?" Because I bought one a few weeks ago, and I had not told him. I had not told any of my friends yet, actually. Life has been chaotic, and it just never came up. He said he only mentioned it because he heard me and my sister talking about it. That is the part I cannot explain. At all. So I grabbed my phone, switched Discord over to that, and started walking him around the basement on camera. Then upstairs, then through the whole house, then outside to the driveway so he could see there was only my car there. Nobody else. Nothing weird. No prank. No hidden person. Nothing. Finally, I called my sister directly. She answered, groggy and confused, lying in bed next to her girlfriend, hair a mess, asking me why on earth I was calling so late. She said hi to Mason, and the second he heard her voice, he got even more freaked out, because now he knew for sure she had not been in my house. I told her not to worry about it, that I just needed to make sure she was okay, and I would explain later. Then we hung up. After that, Mason and I just kind of sat there in silence for a minute, both trying to process it. Eventually, I told him I thought that was probably our sign to call it a night. We said goodnight, and that was that. But I did not move from my desk for another 10 minutes. I just sat there, staring, trying to line up the facts in a way that made sense. Maybe the first voice was nothing. Fine, I can buy that. Maybe I misheard some sound outside. But how did Mason know about the printer? He could not have known. My sister had been over earlier that day to pick up some tomato seedlings for her and her partner's garden, sure. But we never talked about the printer. Not once. And when I called her later, she was clearly asleep. So if nobody was lying, and I really do not think anyone was, then what exactly happened? Because I know what I heard. I heard a voice in the next room. I heard Mason ask me about Final Fantasy VIII. And I believe he heard me talking to my sister about a 3D print that, somehow, he should not even have known existed. I am not someone who usually questions my own mind like this. I know myself pretty well. But in that moment, sitting alone in the basement, I honestly felt like I might be losing my grip a little. I even told Mason that if he was pulling some elaborate joke, I would take it on the chin. But he needed to stop because I had a lot going on already, and it was not landing right. He swore he was not messing with me. And the worst part is, I believe him. That is what has me so unsettled. Not just the strange pieces on their own, but the fact that none of it feels like a prank. None of it fits the people involved. We are adults, busy, tired, stressed. We barely get enough time to catch up as it is. Why would anyone spend that time building some elaborate scare just to throw me off balance? It does not add up. And that is why I am telling you this now, because I do not even know what I want out of saying it, except maybe to hear someone tell me I am not losing it. Everything about it felt real, and at the same time, impossible. I need to tell you what happened, because I still do not really know what to make of it. A little while back, I told a story about hearing a voice in my basement, and even a friend of mine heard it through Discord. That was creepy enough, but this felt different. This is the first time since moving into this house that I have honestly felt afraid to be here by myself. I live in a quiet neighborhood. It is not perfect, but it is the kind of place where everybody kind of knows everybody. A few of the neighbors can be a little rough around the edges, sure, but I have never truly felt unsafe around them. I have even loaned out tools before, and they always brought them back. So after that earlier weird experience, I told myself not to spiral. I let a couple of neighbors know that if they noticed anything strange around my place, to give me a heads up. Nothing dramatic, just a casual, hey, keep an eye out. Then one night, sometime around midnight, the older woman next door texted me. She said, "I just saw a really tall man go into your basement, so I wanted to let you know." At first, I brushed it off. I was literally in the basement at that moment, sitting at my desk, playing a game, completely alone. Nobody had opened the door. Nobody called out. Nothing. So I figured maybe she had seen a shadow, or maybe the darkness was playing tricks on her. About 30 minutes later, she texted me again. This time she said the man had come back out, walked toward the area near my camper, and then just disappeared. She said she tried to keep an eye on him, but he never came out the other side and never circled back. That was the moment my stomach dropped a little. I paused the game and looked around the basement. Nothing was out of place. I had been doing some drywall work, so there was dust all over the floor, little patches of putty, sanding mess, all of that. I could see my own footprints from my Crocs, but there was nothing else. No extra marks, no sign that anyone had walked through there, no stolen tools, nothing. Unless somebody had floated across the room without touching the floor, I was alone. I decided I had had enough and figured I would just go next door for a bit, talk to her in person, calm myself down, maybe get a clearer idea of what she thought she saw. But when I tried to leave, the basement door would not open. Now, to explain that, the basement entrance is outside the house, and the door has always been a little annoying. It closes slowly, and from the outside, you have to pull it shut properly, then slide the bolt, and if I'm leaving for a while, I use a padlock. But all of that is done from the outside. The lock itself was sitting beside me in the basement, which meant it should have opened easily from where I was. It would not budge. That had never happened before. I have lived in this house since I was a teenager. My parents sold it to me when they retired, and I know how lucky I am for that. In all those years, that door had never jammed like that. So I climbed out through one of the small basement windows instead, went around to check the door from the outside, and it opened completely fine. That was strange enough, but I was still trying to be rational. I went over to talk to my neighbor. She was sitting out like usual, enjoying the night air. She told me she had seen a tall guy dressed in dark clothes walk up to the basement door, pause there for a moment, duck slightly to go in, and then vanish from view. She could not make out his face, just his height and the way he moved. By then, it was probably around 1 in the morning. I stayed a little while, then told her good night and went back inside. I checked the locks, made sure everything upstairs was secured, did all the normal bedtime stuff. I was jittery by then, pacing around the house, picking up little things, half cleaning, half trying not to think too hard. Then I heard this huge bang from downstairs. It was not glass. It was not a creak or a thump from the house settling. It sounded like something heavy had fallen over, or snapped, or broken. So I went back down to the basement, expecting to find a shelf collapsed, or a tool knocked over or something. Nothing. Absolutely nothing had changed. And then I tried to leave again. The door was jammed. Not just stuck, jammed. I pulled on it hard enough to break a sweat. I grabbed a long tool and tried to use it for leverage, almost like a pry bar. I put real force into it. Nothing. It was like the door had sealed itself shut. Finally, frustrated and feeling ridiculous, I just said out loud, "All right, I get it. Let me out." And right after that, I reached for my phone to call my neighbor. My phone was dead. Not low. Dead. That made no sense. I keep it on a wireless charger at my desk almost constantly. I had only been away from it for a couple of hours. It should have had plenty of battery left. But when I pressed the button, nothing. I put it on the charger, and it showed completely drained. So now I am standing in this basement, with a door that will not open, after hearing something slam downstairs that left no trace, and my fully charged phone is suddenly dead in my hand. I let the phone charge for a while until it had enough power, went back to the door, tried it again, and this time it opened like nothing had ever been wrong. No struggle, no resistance, just opened. I have not wanted to go back down there since. I am serious. I have been jumpy ever since. The air conditioner kicks on and my whole body reacts. A knock at the door sets me off. One of my neighbors came by to borrow a tiller, took one look at me, and asked if I was all right. I told him he had just startled me, but honestly, I must have looked shaken because I was. And on top of all that, I have felt drained. Really drained. I know people always say that in ghost stories, and I used to roll my eyes at it too, but I do not know how else to explain it. I usually stay busy. I work on the house, I run, I mess around in the garden, I keep moving. But after that night, even simple things have felt heavy. That is what has me the most unsettled, honestly. Not just the sounds or the door or the dead phone. It is how deeply this got under my skin. I do not know what happened that night. I just know my basement has never felt the same since, and neither have I. So, for a bit of context, my grandma lives in a downstairs suite. There are 2 rooms down there, and right outside the room where I usually slept was the little living area. When I was really young, maybe around 5, my parents said I used to talk to a little boy I kept seeing in my room. He would be curled up right in the middle of the carpet, almost like he was sleeping. I barely remember it now because I was so little, but apparently it happened often enough that my parents never forgot it. After that age, I stopped seeing him completely, or at least I thought I did. A few years later, when I was around 9 or 10, I was staying at my grandma's house. I walked into the spare room where I slept, holding my mini iPad, and I remember glancing up so I could climb onto the bed without wiping out. But the second I looked up, I froze. Right there at the foot of the bed was the same little boy, curled up in the exact same way, in the fetal position. What made it even stranger was that my dad has always believed in paranormal stuff. Years earlier, I had told him all about the boy I saw in my room and described exactly what he looked like. So when I came running to tell him about the little boy at my grandma's place and described him again, my dad said it matched perfectly with what I'd told him years before. At the time, I was terrified. I ran straight out of the room so fast I nearly slammed face first into the floor, and somewhere in the middle of that sprint, I dropped my iPad. My grandma was in her room nearby, recording voice messages on WeChat, so she had no idea I'd just bolted out of there in full panic. After a minute, I finally calmed myself down enough to go back. Honestly, the only reason I even worked up the courage was because I really wanted to keep watching Markiplier on my iPad. When I stepped back into the room, the boy was gone. Completely gone. I climbed onto the bed anyway, still shaky, and tried to finish the video like everything was normal. The next day, I went home. Then, about 2.5 years later, I was back at my grandma's house again. Some relatives were visiting from China and staying in the spare room for a few weeks. One of them was a girl around my age, maybe 11 or 12, and I was sleeping over so we could have a little sleepover together. We spent the whole day hanging out, and that night, once everyone was in bed and the house had gone quiet, this toddler ride-on toy in the living area suddenly started going off by itself. It began playing music and making all these loud, ridiculous little sound effects. Nobody was out there. Everyone was already in bed. For about 15 seconds, nobody moved because we were all just lying there, hoping it would stop on its own. It did not stop. It kept going, loud and cheerful and completely horrifying in the middle of the night. My grandma, absolute legend that she is, finally got up, walked out there, and took the batteries out. Maybe it was just some weird glitch. Maybe it was that same little boy wanting to play. Or maybe it was my grandpa, who had passed away some time before. I still honestly don't know. It's been a few years since all of that happened, and I still don't like sleeping over at my grandma's place. After those 2 nights, something about that downstairs suite just never felt the same to me. Even now, thinking about it still gives me chills. So, let me tell you about this house we bought. It was built in the 1920s, and from the outside, it has this really charming, almost storybook look to it. It's technically 3 stories, and most of the strange things have happened in the basement, where my girlfriend, Lena, and I stay, though not everything has been limited to that part of the house. The basement is basically its own little apartment. There's a bedroom with 2 walk-in closets, a laundry room, a kitchen, a bathroom, a wine cellar, a maintenance room, and a living area. When we first moved in with her mom, Lena and I had that whole downstairs space to ourselves. And yes, before anyone says it, we do own part of the house too, so nobody needs to crack the basement jokes. Anyway, the very first night after moving in, both of us had night terrors. We each saw what looked like an elderly woman in white walking in front of the bed. It really got under our skin, but we tried to brush it off and tell ourselves it was probably just stress from the move. A few nights later, we were unpacking more stuff in one of the walk-in closets. While we were standing there organizing, both of us heard whispering right by our ears. Lena didn't say anything at first, but I remember asking, "Did you just hear that?" and then trying to repeat the sound out loud. The second I did, she looked at me completely shaken, because it matched exactly what she had heard too. Maybe a month or so later, we started hearing shuffling upstairs. It sounded like someone slowly walking around in slippers. Her mom wasn't home, so my first thought was that someone had gotten in. The place is old, and honestly, I figured it wouldn't be hard for someone to break in if they wanted to. But the alarms hadn't gone off, and neither had the glass break sensors. So I grabbed my handgun and went upstairs to check. When I got near the stairs leading to the third floor, I could hear the shuffling right beside me. It sounded like it was going up the stairs, step by step, and then it just stopped at the top. The same thing happened again the next day. By then, I was pretty convinced something was off in that house. Lena felt it too. We tried looking into the history of the place and the people who had lived there before us, but we never found much. Maybe we weren't searching the right way. I don't know. Another night, Lena and I were in the living room doing dry fire training. It was late, probably around 1 in the morning, and her mom was out of town for the weekend. I'm very serious about firearm safety, so I always check everything multiple times. Make sure the gun is unloaded, the magazines are empty, and all live ammo is in another room before we start. We were just practicing drills, and Lena was timing me, when suddenly, she heard someone whisper right next to her ear. "Be careful." I didn't hear it myself, but when she told me, my heart dropped. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house and was whispering to somebody else nearby. I grabbed her and moved us into another room because that's where my mind went immediately. But once she explained that it sounded like it was right beside her, not coming from outside or down the hall, I calmed down a little. Still, it left both of us rattled. One of the creepiest things that happened to me personally was when I was alone, getting ready to wash dishes. I had my earbuds in, but they were in ambient mode, so I could still hear everything around me. I wasn't even listening to music. Out of nowhere, I heard a deep breath right in my ear. It made me jump so hard I spun around, honestly expecting to see Lena messing with me. But nobody was there. The last big thing happened upstairs while Lena and I were hanging out with her mom and her mom's boyfriend. We were listening to music, relaxing, having a couple drinks. I had set a glass of water on a small table beside me. Then, right in front of all of us, the glass tipped over by itself. What made it so strange was the way it happened. It didn't slide off the table or wobble around first. It just tipped over cleanly onto the table like something had pushed it. Afterward, I got up and tried everything I could think of to recreate it. I stomped near the table, bumped it, nudged the glass, even hit the table lightly with my knee and elbow. Nothing made it fall the same way. Everybody saw it, and nobody thought I had touched it. As far as I know, that's everything that's happened so far. We kept trying to tell Lena's mom about all the weird stuff before that, but she always brushed it off. The night the glass tipped over was the first time she really stopped dismissing it. It's possible she's had her own experiences and just hasn't told us. Or maybe there's some explanation for all of it that we just haven't figured out yet. I honestly don't know what to make of it. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something. But living there, feeling it for yourself, it's really hard to believe it's all just in your head. So, my husband and I had just bought our first house, and it honestly felt like stepping into another lifetime. We were living in this tiny historic town in southern Michigan, in an old Victorian built in 1901. The kind of house that creaks and settles and makes you feel like it's seen 100 different lives before yours. A few months after we moved in, a brutal ice storm rolled through the Midwest, and the whole town lost power. Everything was completely black. No porch lights, no street lights, nothing. Just this eerie, heavy darkness. My husband's cousin, I'll call her Mara, lives across the street and a few houses down from us. Our house sits up on a hill, so from the second-floor bedroom, you can see straight down her long, sloping street. That night, Mara was home alone because her kids were with their dad, and she texted me saying she felt really unsettled sitting there in the dark by herself. So my husband said he'd go get her and bring her back to our place. Now, one of his hobbies is collecting these high-end remote control cars, and a few of them have these surprisingly bright headlights. Since the whole neighborhood was pitch black, he took one with him and walked it along beside him like this tiny glowing escort. The kids and I were upstairs watching from the bedroom window, laughing because the little car was lighting up the street in the weirdest, most ridiculous way. And then, I saw something that made the whole mood change instantly. As he got across the street, I noticed the shadow of a tall, slender man walking near him. He was a few steps behind my husband, but clearly there. Not vague, not maybe, not sort of. I saw him. I remember saying to my kids, "Who's that walking with Dad?" My husband passed behind this huge tree for a second, and my daughter looked at me and said, "What guy?" So I told her, "Wait, just wait till he comes out from behind the tree. You'll see him." A second later, my husband came back into view, and then right after him, there he was again. The same man. Tall, lean, unmistakable. I looked at my daughter and said, "See, there he is." And she said, "Oh, yeah, who is that?" That's the part that has stayed with me, because for that brief moment, it wasn't just me. She saw him too. We stood there, watching the two of them move down the street together, trying to figure out who this could possibly be. We had only recently moved there from over an hour away, and we didn't know anyone yet besides Mara and her kids. I remember trying to make it make sense. Maybe it was a neighbor. Maybe somebody had come outside because of the outage. Maybe they were curious about the RC car. My husband came back with Mara. We all talked for a while, and eventually the night settled down. Nothing dramatic, nothing strange, at least not on the surface. But when we were getting ready for bed, I remembered the man and casually asked, "By the way, who was walking with you?" He looked at me completely confused and said, Mara?" And I said, "No, before that, on your way to her house, the tall guy behind you." He just stared at me. Then he said, very slowly, "Nobody was walking with me." I kept trying to describe him. I even compared him to one of my husband's friends who has a similar build. But my husband was adamant. The street was silent, the power was out, and if someone had been that close behind him, he said he absolutely would have heard or sensed it. But I know what I saw. I still know what I saw. And then the next morning, maybe 6 hours later, I woke up early and was just lying there, looking out the same bedroom window. Everything was still, frozen, gray. Then out of nowhere, the tree my husband had passed under the night before started making this awful cracking sound. It split. A massive limb came crashing down exactly where he had walked just hours earlier. The ice had gotten too heavy, and the branch finally gave way. It was enormous. Not the kind of thing you shrug off. The kind of thing that could have killed someone instantly if they'd been underneath it. And I just sat there staring, with this cold feeling washing over me, because I couldn't stop thinking about that figure. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was some trick of light and shadow, my mind filling in shapes in the dark. But it didn't feel like nothing. and the fact that my daughter saw him too has never left me. I can't prove what I saw that night. I know how it sounds, but a part of me still believes that something or someone was walking with my husband. Not following him, not haunting him, walking with him. And maybe, just maybe, making sure he got past that tree before it was too late. Before I tell you what happened that night, you need to know how close I was to my grandmother. She lived just across the yard from us, and from the time I was little, I always wanted to be with her and my granddad. Their place felt like home in a way nothing else ever quite did. My granddad passed away in 2012. By then, I was already living with my grandparents because things at home had become difficult after my mom remarried. So for a long time, my grandmother was more than just my grandma. She was comfort, stability, and love. She helped hold me together. Then in January of 2020, we lost her suddenly. It all happened so fast. She'd had this strange cough and wheeze for several days, and right before she finally agreed to let my aunt take her to the hospital, she called out my aunt's name, stared off into space, and collapsed in the bathroom. My aunt caught her, but that was it. It was one of those moments that never leaves you. And at the time, I thought that loss alone was more than enough for 1 year. I had no idea worse was still coming. By then, my own life was already in chaos. I'd moved out, gotten married, and started building a life with my husband and kids. But the house we were living in turned out to have black mold. We lost nearly everything, including belongings we couldn't replace and the home business we were trying to keep afloat. We ended up living in a motorhome for a while, parking wherever we could and just trying to survive. Even after my grandmother died, I never felt like she was fully gone. She had helped me raise my first 3 children, twin boys and their little sister, in those early years before I moved out. She knew me as a mother before I even really knew myself. After she passed, I still felt her around me all the time. Sometimes I'd hear her in this way I can't fully explain. Not exactly in my ears, not exactly in my thoughts either. It was more like something between my mind and my heart. I'd be handling the kids or going through something ordinary, and I'd suddenly know exactly what she would have said. Then came October of that same year. I dreamed about her often after she died, but the dreams were always gentle. It always felt like she was just stopping by to see me. That night started out the same way. Peaceful, familiar, safe. And then it changed. Everything in the dreams suddenly went dark. Not just dim, but black, heavy, terrifying. Then her face came right up to mine, and she was screaming at the top of her lungs. It shocked me so badly that I got stuck in sleep paralysis for a moment. I've dealt with sleep paralysis for years, so I knew how to fight my way out of it, and I managed to wake up. The second I did, my phone rang once. Just once. When I looked at it, I saw I had a voicemail from my mom. It was around 4 in the morning. I listened, and all I could hear was my brother screaming, "I'm so sorry," over and over. My mom was trying to comfort him, and he kept saying, "Mom, please don't touch me right now." There were other voices in the background too, strangers maybe, and the whole thing felt unreal. I hung up and called her back immediately. She told me to get to the hospital right away and meet my brother and sister there. She couldn't leave yet. Then she told me what had happened. My brother had come over to spend the night with his 2 children, his baby and his 4-year-old daughter. He was exhausted. He had recently become a single dad, and he was trying to manage work, a newborn, and his little girl, who was autistic, nonverbal, and full of energy. She was the kind of child who could get into anything in just seconds. That night, he had fallen asleep with the kids in the living room. My mom woke up sometime after 3 a.m. to the sound of him outside, screaming for his daughter. The house was in chaos. And without even thinking, my mom ran straight to my grandmother's pool. That's where she found her. She was in the water, close to the steps, in a place where it seemed like she should have been able to stand. We never understood exactly how it happened. The gate lock was gone and was never found. We assumed it must have fallen into the pool. No one has even drained it since. My mom can't bear it. She was the one who opened that gate and pulled her granddaughter out. My family had experience with emergencies. My mom had worked in childcare for years, and my grandmother had run an assisted living home for decades. We all knew CPR. We all knew what to do in a crisis. My mom tried everything she knew. Everything. But she couldn't bring her back. That loss shattered all of us. Since then, we moved closer to my mom, near my grandmother's old house. The pool is still there, untouched. My mom can't bring herself to clean it up or change anything. The trauma of that night is still wrapped around everything. I did talk to a psychiatrist about all of this eventually. He told me that what I believe is probably a coping mechanism, something the mind does when you've had a deep bond with someone you've lost. He said it makes sense that I would feel my grandmother's presence because of how close we were. But I know what I experienced. I know what I felt. And I believe with everything in me that my grandmother, my Nana, woke me up that night. I believe she was trying to prepare me before the call came. People can explain it however they want. They can call it grief, trauma, memory, whatever makes sense to them. But to me, it was her. Our bond didn't end when she died. And that night, I truly believe she reached through whatever separates this world from the next, just to wake me up. Ever since I was about 5, maybe 6, I've had these strange visions. And when I say strange, I really mean it. They never came randomly. They always showed up at very specific moments, triggered by very specific things, and each one was incredibly vivid. What made it even more unsettling was that I could never tell what I was seeing. Were these glimpses of the past? The present? The future? I honestly still don't know. I can't remember the exact day the first vision happened, but I remember the image itself so clearly. I was just a little kid, probably doing whatever 7-year-olds do without thinking twice, when suddenly this place flashed into my mind. It looked like a rectangular underground room. The walls were covered in reddish-brown stone tiles, arranged almost like a checkerboard. The floor was pale, smooth, dusty, and made of stone too. Near the top of one wall, there were these narrow rectangular windows where sunlight streamed in, and through them I could see patches of grass, which made it feel like the room was partly buried beneath the ground. Under those windows stood a row of tall black metal units, dusty and silent, with wires and little pins across the front. Looking back now, they remind me a lot of servers. Dust floated everywhere in the air, glowing in the light. At that age, I didn't think much of it. I just moved on. But after that, the image kept returning, and eventually, it wasn't the only one. Another vision showed me a wide, grassy clearing surrounded by thick forest. A dirt path ran through it, nearly swallowed up by weeds and overgrowth. Just off to the left of the trail were 2 strange glass spheres, each enclosed in a rounded metal framework. Each one had a metal door with a valve on it, facing the path. They were raised on square platforms, made of something I still can't identify, and each platform had a tiny staircase, only a few steps, leading down to the grass. The trail climbed a small hill toward a white rectangular structure with a sign on top that I could never read. And farther behind that, on another hill, there was something like a house, though I never knew for sure what it was. In those earlier visions, The sky was bright blue with soft white clouds. The other recurring image was simpler, but somehow heavier. It was just an abandoned building in the middle of the woods, seen at sunset as the sky was starting to darken. That one changed something in me. After that, every time the visions came, I felt this deep unease. It was the feeling of being watched, the feeling of stepping into a mystery that didn't want to be solved. And underneath it all was this quiet, sickening sense that something terrible had happened there. The visions kept coming and going, but one day the room appeared again, and it wasn't the same anymore. The dust was gone. The warm light was gone too. Everything was darker now, colder. Rain tapped against the windows, and the whole place felt dead. And then I saw it. There was this shape in the darkness, like a black burn mark on a screen, except it had two white points staring straight at me. It didn't look human, not really, but it felt aware. It felt like it saw me. That thing terrified me. I can't explain it any better than that. Just looking at it filled me with dread, and I'd feel physically cold afterward. From then on, I started fearing the visions, especially the possibility of seeing that thing again. As I got older, the visions faded for a while. Around the middle of elementary school, they became less frequent. But then, when I was in 8th grade, they returned. This time I saw a cramped, shadowy room made of gray concrete, with a white desk against the wall. Sitting on the desk were two monitors showing what looked like lines of code. On one side of the room was a window, the kind you'd expect in an observation room. And on the wall behind the desk, there was a strange symbol, with an acronym underneath it that I couldn't remember no matter how hard I tried. I remember staring at it, feeling like it meant something important, something I should have recognized. I also saw a hallway. It was dark, lit only by a flashlight beam. The walls were white, the floor dark gray, and at the end of the corridor, there was another wall with two branching passageways, one turning left and the other right, both disappearing into darkness. And even the vision of those glass spheres had changed. The blue sky was gone. Now everything above them was covered in thick gray clouds. I still remember this one morning from when I was in elementary school. I cannot tell you my exact age, but I was young enough that getting ready for school still felt automatic, like I was just moving through the motions. My mom had already left for work before I woke up, which was normal back then since she was raising me on her own. I got dressed, made my breakfast, and sat down at the table to eat. We were living in a small trailer at the time, the kind with a narrow hallway running straight through it, with the bedrooms branching off. From where I was sitting, I could look directly down that hallway toward my room. Out of nowhere, I heard this loud bang come from inside my bedroom. It startled me so badly that I froze for a second. My first thought was that maybe my lava lamp had fallen over or something like that, so I started to stand up and go check. But before I could even get fully out of my chair, I saw something move. Something big, dark, fast. It shot out of my room, slammed into the wall across from the doorway, and for a split second, it almost seemed to flash or burst into this round glow before it disappeared back into the wall. I just stood there staring down the hallway, trying to make sense of what I had seen, trying to tell myself there had to be some normal explanation. Then my phone rang and snapped me out of it. It was my cousin calling about something completely unrelated, just a regular conversation, but the timing of it jolted me back to reality. Afterward, I went into my room to check, and nothing was out of place. Nothing had fallen. Nothing looked disturbed. I could never figure out what made that noise. Not long after that, I had another experience in the same room, and this one was shorter but just as strange. I was in there with my cat Milo, and I opened my closet door. The second I did, this shadowy shape almost like the outline of a cat, lunged at me from the hanging clothes. It vanished before it could reach me. My cat immediately turned and started staring into the closet like he was trying to figure something out, but I honestly do not know if he saw anything or if he was just reacting to me. The one that stayed with me the most happened a few years later in a different room. I had what I still call a dream, even now, because I cannot prove it was anything else. But in it, I woke up and saw the silhouette of a woman standing at the foot of my bed. The only reason I could make out her shape at all was because of the moonlight coming through the window. She had her hands around my ankles, pinning them down, and she was staring at me. I could not make out her face, just the outline of her body and the feeling of her being there. I do not remember being able to move much. I just remember feeling terrified, and then at some point, I must have fallen back asleep. I never felt physical pressure exactly, which is part of why I have always wondered if it was sleep paralysis. What made all of this harder to brush off was the stuff my family had heard over the years. My mom once told me that the first night she moved into that area with my dad, the two of them heard what she described as slow drumming outside, like ceremonial drums, getting closer and louder in the dark. One of her friend's kids also used to say he saw a native man standing at the tree line, just watching. I grew up in central Maine, and people in the area used to talk about there being native burial ground somewhere within a mile of our house. I never found proof of that myself, even though I spent a lot of time in those woods. The closest thing I ever saw were a few half-buried stones deeper in the trees, maybe half a mile out, but they did not look arranged in any obvious way. I also used to have incredibly vivid dreams when I was younger, the kind that felt too real and stayed with me all day. I do not get them nearly as often now, but back then it felt like the line between dreaming and waking was thinner than it should have been. Even now, I cannot tell you exactly what I saw. Maybe some of it had an explanation, maybe all of it did. But at the time, living through it, it felt real. And honestly, part of me still is not sure what to make of any of it. I want to tell you about something that happened when I went through the Army's Sapper Leader course, because I still think about it. I ended up getting injured and washing out before I could finish, which was hard to take, but I'm hoping to heal up and give it another shot. Still, while I was there, one night happened that I don't think I'll ever forget. Sapper School is a brutal course. It's split into two phases. The first part is usually called General Subjects, and that's where they put you through all the technical engineer tasks. You're working with demolitions, small boat operations, climbing and rope systems, all that kind of thing. You do get some sleep, and you do get fed, but never quite enough of either. The second phase is where things really start to come apart. That part is patrolling. If you make it through phase 1, you head out into the woods, deep in the Mark Twain National Forest, and spend your days and nights moving like a dismounted engineer platoon on combat missions. By then, everyone's running on fumes. Most nights we were getting maybe 2 hours of sleep, sometimes less, and barely enough food to keep going. When you're that worn down, your mind starts doing strange things. You catch movement in the corner of your eye. You think you see people who aren't there. Most of the time, it's easy enough to blame exhaustion, stress, or your body just starting to fail in small ways. But this felt different. It was sometime around 2 in the morning. We had just finished a raid and climbed what felt like an endless hill to get back into position. Everybody was smoked. It was completely dark, and we were all using night vision that worked to varying degrees, which honestly made everything feel even stranger. We went through the usual steps to set up a patrol base, getting security out, and settling into that defensive triangle in the trees. That's when I noticed the buildings. They were sitting out there in the darkness like they belonged there. Not one or two vague shapes either, actual structures. To me, they looked like the kind of plywood huts you'd see on an old army outpost, those temporary barracks-style buildings. I remember thinking it was odd, because patrol bases are supposed to be tucked away from roads and from anything man-made. But I was so exhausted I didn't stop to question it. I just dropped my ruck near one of them and focused on making it through the night. A while later, after another mission, we came back to the same patrol base. I found my gear again by using that same building as a landmark. I remember it clearly. I put my stuff down, got situated for what little rest we had left, and went to sleep. Then morning came. At first light, I sat up and looked around, and there was nothing there. No huts, no buildings, no outlines, just a cluster of worn-out soldiers lying in the woods exactly where we had bedded down. I didn't say anything right away. Honestly, I figured my brain had just glitched from exhaustion. But later that morning, while we were moving, my buddy leaned toward me and spoke quietly. He said, "Hey, did you see buildings in the patrol base last night?" And I looked at him and said, "Yeah, I did." He asked what they looked like, and I told him they looked like army huts. He just stared at me for a second and said, "That's exactly what I saw." Then he told me he had used one of those same buildings to find his gear when we got back from the second raid. And I told him I had too. That was the part that got me. Later, once we were back in a place where people could actually talk without worrying about noise discipline, my buddy asked the whole group if anyone else had seen buildings in the patrol base the night before. A bunch of hands went up. Not just one or two, several. Maybe a third of the group. Then I asked if they had looked like those same army-style huts. And again, people nodded. A few said yes out loud. I still can't explain that. Maybe it was nothing more than a shared hallucination from exhaustion, hunger, and stress. Maybe a bunch of half-starved, sleep-deprived guys saw the same thing because our brains were all breaking in the same direction. That's possible, but I don't know. There was something unsettling about how specific it was, how many of us saw it, and how similar the details were. I'm not trying to turn it into a ghost story. I'm not saying I know what happened. Maybe it was just one of those strange things that lives somewhere between memory, stress, and the dark. But whatever it was, it felt real in that moment, and I know I'm never going to forget it. I want to tell you about something that happened to me in the summer of 2020. My partner Eli and I were driving from Colorado up to Boise, Idaho, to visit his family and join them for a camping trip. It's a long haul, about 15 hours, and after spending most of the day in the car, we were itching to get out and move around. Since I'd lived in Utah before, I was excited to show him one of my favorite places, the hot springs near Spanish Fork. They're tucked deep in Diamond Fork Canyon, and getting there means a good hike from the parking area, close to 45 minutes or so. But after 7 hours on the road, that actually sounded perfect to us. When we got to the first parking lot, though, the gate was locked shut. There was a sign posted on it saying the springs were closed, no access allowed, with a pretty steep fine if anyone ignored it. We were so disappointed. At that point, so many places had shut down because of COVID, but we really thought an outdoor spot like that might still be open. Later, after checking online, we found something unsettling. There had apparently been reports that a body was found near the springs, which may have been why the whole area was closed off. So instead of soaking in the springs, we drove back down the canyon looking for somewhere to camp for the night. A lot of the official campsites were either closed or already full, which honestly didn't bother us too much. We've always liked dispersed camping better anyway. We ended up turning onto this random side road, Road 338, just to see where it led. Most of it was a decent dirt road. We passed a few nice spots by a creek, and there were maybe a couple other campers already settled in for the night. But we kept going because sometimes you just get this feeling that the right campsite is still a little farther ahead. Eventually, the road ended, and off to the right there was a fire road branching off. Right there at the turn was this strange boulder, partly enclosed by a little wooden fence with an inscription carved into it. Of course, I had to go look. It said, "Diamond Battle, June 20th, 1866. The second I read it, everything shifted. I remember feeling this wave of uneasiness, but also respect. Just standing there, realizing that something violent and important had happened on that land, it stayed with me. We drove a little farther up the fire road, but nothing really stood out, so we doubled back and chose one of the creekside spots we'd passed earlier. It was getting dark fast by then, but we got the tent up quickly and started a fire. The creek was loud enough to fill the silence, but in a peaceful way. Still, ever since I'd seen that memorial, I couldn't shake this strange feeling. I'm not usually a nervous person, but I felt alert in a way I couldn't explain. It was like something was watching us from the trees across the water. Not threatening exactly, just present. And as it got darker, that feeling only got stronger. After a while, I told myself I was just tired and a little spooked, but I decided I didn't want to sit out in the open anymore. So I went into the tent to try to sleep, while Eli stayed by the fire a little longer. I curled up into the sleeping bag and started listening to the sounds around me. The creek seemed quieter from inside the tent, softer somehow. I was just on the edge of sleep when I heard it. Soft chanting. Then drums. My eyes flew open. I lay there completely still, trying to listen harder over the sound of the water. I couldn't make out every detail, but I know I heard it. And then I realized the ground felt like it was trembling too, like horses were moving down the road, not far from where we were camped. I remember thinking I should get out and tell Eli, but I also had this overwhelming feeling that if I said it out loud, it would become too real. Like I'd be acknowledging something ancient that had already made itself known. Before I could decide what to do, I fell asleep. And somehow, it was one of the most peaceful nights of sleep I've ever had. The next morning, we packed up, cleaned everything carefully, and left no trace behind. Once we got back into cell service, I looked up the memorial and started reading about Diamond Fork. That's when I learned there really had been a battle there, between the Ute people and Mormon militia, and lives were lost on that mountainside. When I finished reading, I finally told Eli what I'd heard the night before. The chanting, the drums, even what sounded like horses. He just stared at me and said he'd heard the same thing. He told me that not long after I went into the tent, he got uneasy standing there alone by the fire. Then he started hearing the distant drumming and chanting too, and it scared him enough that he came inside. And just like me, once he was in the tent, he slept deeply and peacefully. I still think about that night. What I felt there wasn't cruel or angry. It felt strong, calm, and protective. Almost as if the spirits of those who lost their lives on that land were still there, watching, remembering, and maybe even watching over the people who passed through with respect. So if you ever find yourself on Diamond Fork Road, I hope you stop and visit that memorial. I hope you stand there quietly for a moment and pay your respects. And maybe, if the land chooses to let you feel it, you'll understand exactly what I mean. So, I need to tell you what's been happening because honestly, it's started to get under my skin. For about the last couple of weeks, my sleep has been completely off. No matter whether I'm going to bed for the night or just taking a short nap, I keep having these really vivid dreams where I feel trapped. It's like I know I'm dreaming and I'm trying so hard to wake myself up, but I just can't. When I finally do come to, I feel awful, heavy, groggy, almost like I'm coming out of anesthesia. And the weirdest part is I've been sleeping way longer than usual, like 10 to 12 hours sometimes, when normally I'm more of a 6 to 8 hour person. The dreams themselves have been unsettling too. A lot of them take place in places from when I was younger, but everything feels wrong in them. Familiar, but twisted. Off. Like something's there that shouldn't be. Then my older sister Marissa told me something that really shook me. A few days ago, she was walking past my room while my door was open, and she noticed, out of the corner of her eye, that something inside my room was moving at the same pace as she was. At first, she thought it was me, but then she realized it wasn't. She said it looked like me, but like an older version of me, back when I had long hair years ago. She told me it was looking at her in this strange way, almost like it was studying how to move, like it was trying to copy her walk and figure out how to do it right. She said she saw it twice that same day. Both times, it felt like it was mocking her movements. She brushed it off at first, but then she came into the kitchen, saw me there, and told me immediately because she knew something wasn't right. And then last night, things got even worse. I stayed over at my boyfriend's house, and before I settled in, I texted my younger sister Mia because her room is across from mine. I asked her to make sure my bedroom door was shut since I wasn't home. She didn't answer right away because her phone was on Do Not Disturb. Later, when she got home, she walked down the hall toward her room. She was being kind of noisy, keys clanking against her water bottle, the kind of sound that usually would have annoyed me if I'd been asleep. She said right then she heard my bedroom door open. And just as she got close to her own room, she heard a voice whisper, "What are you doing?" She said she immediately thought it was me, irritated that she was making so much noise. So she looked up, moving her hair out of her face, expecting to see me standing there. But my door was open, and no one was there. She rushed into the bathroom, grabbed her phone, and that's when she saw my text from about 20 minutes earlier, asking her to shut my door because I wasn't even home. She was terrified. She called me right away, and we started FaceTiming. My boyfriend was joking around about it at first, but I told him to stop. I didn't want him making fun of whatever this is. I know that sounds dramatic, but I meant it. The whole thing felt wrong. Then, all of a sudden, the FaceTime call just ended. Not like a normal failed call, not frozen, not glitchy. It just beeped on both ends, like one of us had hung up. I thought maybe her phone had died, but almost immediately she texted me asking, "Did your phone die?" And I told her no, because I thought hers had. That's what scared me most. Neither of us ended the call. And now I can't shake this feeling that something is in my room. The energy in there feels heavy and uncomfortable, like I'm being watched. My sleep has been so abnormal, and when I do manage to wake up, it feels like something is pulling me right back under again. I don't know what this thing is, or why it seems to be imitating me. I don't know if it's just some strange presence, something attached to the room, or something darker. I've tried looking for answers, and haven't found anything that really matches what's been happening. I'm telling you because I honestly don't know what to make of it anymore. And at this point, I just want to understand what could possibly be going on. You know how some places feel tucked outside the regular world? My family has a vacation house in a tiny town in Maine, the kind of place where maybe 100 people live there year-round, and everybody knows everybody else's business before breakfast. We've had that house forever, and growing up, we were there constantly. Every holiday, most summer weekends, all of it. So it never felt unfamiliar to us. That is probably why what happened felt so wrong. This started a few days before Thanksgiving in 2022. We were driving up to the house, and I was riding with my mom and dad. My sister and her husband were in the car behind us. We were maybe 25 minutes away, and I was half asleep, just staring out the window. when I noticed what I first thought was a scarecrow standing off the side of the road. But then we got closer, and it was not a scarecrow. It was a man. Young, probably late 20s, maybe early 30s. He was painfully thin, with pale skin that looked almost gray in the cold light. He had long, dark hair hanging in greasy strings around his face, and he was wearing loose jeans and a dirty t-shirt, no coat, even though it was freezing out. But the worst part was the way he was standing. His arms were held out awkwardly, limp at the elbows, his head tilted to one side, and he had this expression that I still do not know how to describe without sounding dramatic. It was like he was trying to look human and almost getting it right. I said, "Oh my God," and my mom looked up from her book and asked what was wrong. I told her there was a creepy guy on the side of the road. My dad laughed and said I had probably seen a scarecrow, and for a second, I thought maybe he was right. Then my sister called me from the car behind us and said, "Did you see that guy back there?" I said, "So it was a real person?" And she said, "Yes." Chris slowed down to look at him, and he winked at us. That was the moment the mood changed. My sister is not someone who exaggerates. She is practical, grounded, annoyingly rational most of the time. So when I heard the tension in her voice, I felt it too. We got to the house without seeing him again, and later that evening my sister and I drove to a general store in the next town over to grab beer. On the way there, we saw him again, just walking along the side of the road. And here is why that terrified us. There was no possible way he should have been there. It had been less than an hour since we first saw him, and this second spot was roughly 30 miles away. He had no car. There had been nothing around him the first time. No driveway, no house, no gas station, no parked vehicle. Just woods and road. My sister kept saying, "How did he get here?" And I kept trying to talk myself into some normal explanation, but none of them sounded convincing out loud. We hurried into the store, hoping he would keep going. Instead, he came in after us. The store owner knew us well, and the second this guy stepped inside, the whole place went strangely quiet. The owner looked right at him and said, "Can I help you, son?" In that tone people use when they already know something is off. The guy just stood in the doorway, staring blankly ahead. The owner asked again, louder this time, and finally the man turned and said, "No," in this low, flat voice, then walked right back out. The owner asked if we knew him, and my sister told him about seeing him by the road earlier. He could tell we were rattled, so when we left, he walked us to the car himself. The guy was gone by then. We did not see him again for 2 days. Then, on the third day, my sister, her husband, and I were driving to a grocery store almost an hour away to do last-minute Thanksgiving shopping. As we passed the general store, there he was, sitting on a wooden planter box near the sign out front like he had been waiting. The second our car went by, he stood up. I turned to watch him through the back window. He started running after us. Not jogging, not shambling, running. Fast. Not impossibly fast, but wrong fast. Fast enough that all of us noticed immediately. My sister was looking in the side mirror and freaking out, so Chris hit the gas and we lost him. But the whole rest of the drive she kept talking about it, trying to make it make sense. Then we got to the grocery store. We shopped for about an hour, and right as we were checking out, my sister realized she had left the reusable bags in the car. I told her I would go get them. I walked out into the parking lot, headed toward our car, and saw him standing near a telephone pole at the edge of the lot, just watching me. I ran straight back inside. I found my sister and Chris in line and said, "He's out there." My sister thought I was joking at first. Then she saw my face. Chris got angry in that protective way people do when they are scared but do not want to admit it, and he stormed outside to confront him. By the time we finished checking out and came back out, Chris was already in the car, pale and visibly shaken. He told us to get in. When we were driving home, he finally explained what had happened. He said that as soon as he started toward the man, the guy bolted across the street and into a wooded area behind some houses. But what really scared him was not that he ran. It was how he ran. Chris said he moved in this uneven, loping, almost animal way, using his hands and feet together for a few strides, like his body did not care about the normal rules for how people are supposed to move. And Chris is in great shape. He runs all the time. He said there was no way he could have caught him. On the way back, we stopped again at the general store. The owner told us the guy had been there earlier, lingering inside for over an hour without buying anything, barely speaking, just waiting. Then, according to the owner, he had gone outside and sat on that planter box for hours, until suddenly he jumped up and sprinted off at the exact moment we drove by. That night was Thanksgiving Eve, and the whole thing had settled over us like a fog. My mom had still not seen him herself, so she thought maybe we were working ourselves up. My dad was skeptical too. He kept treating it like some eccentric drifter passing through. Then, after Thanksgiving dinner, one of our dogs started losing her mind at the back door. Now, this dog hardly ever barked unless something was truly wrong. We lived around wildlife up there: deer, coyotes, bobcats, even bears sometimes, and she never reacted like that. This was different. She was furious, alarmed, focused. The next morning, when Chris went outside to walk the dogs, he found muddy footprints around both the front and back doors. Bare footprints. No shoes, no socks. In late November, in Maine. That was the point when even my dad stopped joking. He called the sheriff, and when the deputy came out, he told us they had already gotten a few reports about a strange man in the area over the past couple of days. Nobody knew who he was. Nobody had seen him before. In a town that small, that mattered. My sister and Chris decided to head home that night, but my parents wanted to stay one more evening to tidy up before Christmas. We all tried staying awake late, half to feel in control, and half because nobody really wanted to admit they were scared. Sometime after 3 a.m., I got up for water. I was standing at the kitchen sink when I saw something near the tree line at the edge of the property. A figure, standing still, arms hanging out, head tilted. Exactly the same pose. Then the dog erupted again. My dad came running in, saw me staring out the window, grabbed the gun he kept by the back door for wildlife, and fired into the ground outside to scare whoever it was off. The figure took off into the woods immediately, and for a split second, with the motion and the darkness and the trees shaking behind it, I thought I saw that same horrible, loping run Chris had described. A deputy came later and searched around the property, but of course, he found nothing. That should have been the end of it. It was not. Before we even got home that day, our neighbor called and said the vacation house had caught fire. Someone had broken in through the back door and started a fire in the living room. It turned out to be arson. The fire department got there quickly, so the damage was not catastrophic, but it was enough. The back door glass had been smashed, and the fire had been started in an armchair using lighter fluid and one of those family photo books my mom had made online. That detail got under my skin in a way I cannot fully explain. Not just breaking in, not just setting a fire, using a book of our family pictures. My dad fixed everything quickly because my mom was absolutely determined that Christmas would still happen there. And somehow, unbelievably, it did. When Christmas came, the whole family was there. My parents, me, my sister and Chris, my aunt and uncle, their kids, my grandparents, the whole festive circus. My parents had not told everybody everything. They had downplayed the fire, downplayed the break-in, downplayed all of it, because my mom did not want the holiday ruined. That worked for maybe one day. On Christmas Eve, we were all sitting in the living room when something slammed against the back sliding glass door. My dad went to look and called out, sounding confused, "It's a bird, I think." Then he added, "It doesn't have a head." That was when my sister snapped and told everybody about the creepy man. And because I had been drinking and my judgment had packed up and left for the evening, I blurted out the rest. The footsteps, the figure in the yard, the gunshot, the arson, all of it. That turned into a huge family fight. My aunt, who is deeply into paranormal stuff, immediately started spiraling into theories. My mom was furious. My sister was furious. My poor dad was outside cleaning up a headless bird while the living room turned into chaos. Later that night, my aunt and uncle, because they are exactly the kind of people who would do this, took cameras outside and started calling into the woods, asking if anything was there. A few minutes later, something answered. It was this loud, guttural, unnatural sound from deep in the trees. I heard it from inside the house. Everybody did. My aunt and uncle came running back in. My dad insisted it was probably a deer or a moose making some weird mating call, but none of us believed that. Not really. The next day, in broad daylight, my aunt, uncle, Chris, and the dogs went into the woods behind the house. About a quarter-mile in, they found a campsite. A rough little shelter made from tarps, old sheets, pallets, and stolen outdoor cushions. Trash everywhere. Bottles, cans, cigarette butts, food wrappers. And outside the shelter, mounted like some kind of joke, was a scarecrow. It had been made from stuffed clothes and leaves. The head was an old ball with a ragged dark wig on it. And the clothes were baggy jeans and a t-shirt. Written across the shirt in marker were the words, "Creepy Guy." They also found a notebook filled with nothing but scribbles. No sentences, no drawings. Just pages and pages of frantic, meaningless marks. After that, my sister and Chris left immediately. They had reached their limit. Honestly, I do not blame them. That same night, after dinner, we heard a heavy thud on the roof, then something rolling and falling off the side of the house. And right then, in the middle of all of that fear and adrenaline and tension, my dad had a heart attack. He survived. He recovered. But the whole thing felt cursed by that point, like the house had become a magnet for dread. The next morning, after we got back from the hospital, my uncle walked around outside to see what had landed on the roof. He found a squirrel in the bushes. No head. We did not tell my mom. Since then, we have barely gone back. The cameras are still there, and they still send alerts. Most of the time, it is just animals. Sometimes there is nothing visible at all, just motion detected and empty frames. My aunt and uncle lost all their footage from the trip after their luggage was damaged, which somehow feels fitting, like that whole stretch of time does not want to be pinned down or replayed cleanly. And that is the part that stays with me. Not even just the man himself, though I still see him clearly in my head sometimes. It is the feeling of him, the sense that he had chosen us somehow, or attached himself to the house, or been watching long before we realized we were being watched. I still do not know who he was. I do not know how he kept appearing miles away with no car. I do not know why he stood like that, or why he kept circling back, or whether he was just one very disturbed person, or something even harder to explain. I just know that in a tiny town where nothing goes unnoticed, a stranger appeared out of nowhere one freezing November, and for one long winter, it felt like something had stepped out of the woods and decided not to leave. I need to tell you about what's been happening to my younger sister, Marissa, because for a long time, we've felt completely lost. We didn't know what to call it, how to deal with it, or how to protect her from whatever seemed to be happening in that room. It really started back in the spring of 2021 when Marissa was 16. At first, it was sleep paralysis. She would wake up unable to move, terrified, and say it felt like something was there with her. Not long after that, we started noticing handprints on one of her bedroom walls. What made it so unsettling was that the wall had been blocked off by furniture, her TV stand, a bookshelf, a desk, even a mirror, so it wasn't the kind of place someone could casually touch. We tried to brush it off in the beginning. We moved everything back, covered the wall again, and told ourselves not to feed into the fear. But then more marks kept showing up. A couple months later, there were fresh stains. By late summer, there were new prints behind the mirror. Then, near the end of that year, more shapes appeared, and some of them looked almost like a face or some kind of figure. Even saying that still makes me uneasy. There was also one moment that really shook all of us. Her desk somehow tipped over toward her while she was standing away from it, nowhere near close enough to have bumped it. It had been pushed against the wall and felt secure. After that, our dogs would not go into her room without trembling. They acted so anxious around that space that it became impossible to ignore. All through that year, the sleep paralysis kept happening, sometimes several times a month. Marissa told me she heard a deep male voice talking to her during those episodes. It would say cruel things, telling her no one could help her, that she couldn't get rid of it, that she was alone. Hearing her describe that was heartbreaking. We were raised Catholic, so I did what I knew to do. I lit prayer candles, hung crosses, prayed over her room, and kept a rosary on her doorknob. I replaced that rosary more than once because it kept snapping. Eventually, I even started smudging the room, just trying anything that might bring her peace. I kept telling her she had to protect her mind too, because whatever this was seemed to feed on fear. By 2022, we were still trying to manage it the best we could. We covered more of the wall with posters, papers, and finally a tapestry. But even through all of that, you could still see some of the stains bleeding through. There were more marks that spring. The sleep paralysis got a little less frequent for a while, maybe every couple of months instead of every few weeks, and we were hopeful that maybe things were easing up. Then early fall came, and everything turned dark again. The paralysis got worse, and Marissa became afraid to sleep at all. She said every time she closed her eyes, that same voice would come back, threatening her, tormenting her, wearing her down. It got so bad that she would rather stay awake for days than risk falling asleep. We even had her sleep in my room, hoping it would stop if she wasn't alone. But it followed her there too. That was when I really threw everything I had at it. I smudged her room for hours, prayed over her, used holy water, and tried to remind her she wasn't helpless. She told me the voice hated the prayers, said they were useless, said I should stop. But at the same time, she told me they gave her relief. So I kept going. I kept telling her not to let it convince her that it was stronger than she was. For nearly a month, it felt like she was under attack almost every night. Then, slowly, something shifted. She started leaning on the good things around her. Our dogs, her friends, the little moments that made her feel safe again. Bit by bit, the episodes stopped, and by late 2022, things had finally gone quiet. But then in the summer of 2023, it started again. The sleep paralysis came back, and so did the marks. A new handprint appeared high up on the wall, above the tapestry, in a place no one had touched. That tapestry had been hanging there since the year before. Nobody had moved it. Nobody had been behind it. When I finally pulled it back and looked underneath, it felt like all the fear from before came rushing back. That's where we are now. We still don't know what this is or why it seems focused only on her. For a long time, I thought maybe she was vulnerable because she was younger. because she struggled emotionally at times, because maybe whatever this is sensed that. But honestly, I don't know anymore. I just know I'm scared for her. I saw what this did to her before, and I never want her to reach that point again. More than anything, I want her to feel safe in her own room, in her own mind, and in her own life. I want to tell you about something that has stayed with our family for years. Something I still think about when the world gets quiet. About 7 years ago, my mother-in-law, Marin, died very suddenly at home from a blood clot. It happened out in this very remote area where my in-laws lived, the kind of place with mostly summer cottages and only a handful of people who stayed year-round. Because they were so far out, my father-in-law had to do CPR for what felt like forever, well over half an hour, before volunteer responders got there. It took even longer for the ambulance and paramedics to arrive. The whole thing was traumatic and drawn out in a way that made it even harder to process. What makes this story even stranger is that we didn't hear it until more than 2 years after Marin passed, even though it all started not long after her death. Their home sat on a quiet bay, with houses curved around it almost like a horseshoe. The roads behind the homes were winding and indirect, and the whole area was surrounded by trees. My in-laws were close with their neighbors, and there was a footpath between the two houses. Part of it ran through the woods, but most of it had been cleared so you could walk through wildflowers, brush, and open patches of land. One night, the neighbor, who was an ER doctor, woke up in the middle of the night and saw someone on that path. He said it was Marin. But she wasn't dressed the way she normally would have been. She was wearing clothes that looked like they belonged to the early 1900s, and she seemed upset, almost frantic, like she was trying to get somewhere and couldn't figure out how. He watched her moving back and forth along the path, looking lost and deeply confused. And the odd thing is, that detail actually made sense to us. When Marin died, she had been finishing edits on a book she was writing, a biography about someone from the early 20th century. She had been completely immersed in that world. It had taken over so much of her attention and energy that seeing her dressed that way somehow fit. This neighbor wasn't the kind of person who went around telling ghost stories. He was practical, grounded, the sort of man who worked strange hours and often found himself awake in the middle of the night. But he said he kept seeing her. Not just once, but again and again over the next few months. Always outside, always on that same path, always with that same unsettled, searching energy. Then slowly, the sightings became less frequent, and eventually, they stopped. It took him nearly a year to tell his wife, and even then, only because he didn't really know what to make of it. Later, she encouraged him to tell my father-in-law. When my husband and his sister eventually heard the story, something clicked for both of them. Around the same time the neighbor stopped seeing their mother, they had each had a vivid dream only days apart. In both dreams, Marin came to them clearly and calmly. She let them know she understood that she had died. She told them she was okay, that she loved them, and that everything was going to be all right. I can't prove any of it, of course, but deep down, I believe her death was so sudden that it took time for her soul to understand what had happened. And I think once she did, once she found peace, she stopped wandering that path. So, let me tell you about something that happened when I was working at the state prison. I spent about 20 years there, from the mid-90s into the 2010s, working every shift you can imagine and dealing with just about every inmate population we had. By then, I'd heard every ghost story that floated around those halls 100 times over. Most of them I took with a grain of salt, and for the longest time, I couldn't say I had ever really had an experience of my own. Then one night changed that. It was sometime around 2005. I was a sergeant then, working a 12-hour graveyard shift in the Women's Substance Abuse Treatment Unit. The layout of that building matters, so bear with me for a second. There were 4 separate sections, numbered 1 through 4, and each one had 18 cells with 2 inmates in each. 2 sections were on one side of the building, 2 on the other. Each section had its own locked door, and those opened into a larger common area. Then that common area was separated from the front foyer by another locking sliding door. After that, there was still the front exit. So for an inmate to get all the way out, several secured doors would have to be opened first. That's important. On graveyard shift, it was just me and one other officer. We did count at 10:30 p.m., then every hour from midnight to 6 in the morning. We also had culinary workers we had to wake up for kitchen duty at 4 a.m. Usually, we'd do the 4 count a little early, clear it, and then let those workers head out just before 4:30. That night, I was in the control room with my regular partner. The control room sat right in the middle, between the north and south sides of the building. It was a little before 2 a.m. We were doing what people on a quiet overnight shift tend to do, just passing the time online in the dim glow of the monitors. We kept the control room dark so the inmates couldn't easily see in, but the common areas and sections stayed lit for safety. My 2 a.m. count was coming up, and it was my turn to make rounds. I was getting myself together, stretching a little, looking for my flashlight, the usual routine. And then I happened to glance out the control room window toward the common area on the 1-2 side. And I saw Raina. She was an inmate there. I won't use her last name, but I remember her clearly. She was a big woman, close to 6 feet tall, probably over 300 pounds. Quiet, polite, never caused trouble. Honestly, she was one of those inmates you remembered because she carried herself with a kind of gentleness. She also worked in culinary, so at first, seeing her near the sliding door didn't immediately set off alarms. Then it hit me. First, she was way too early to be going to work. Second, and more importantly, I had not opened a single cell door. The second that registered, my whole body went cold. I actually started toward the control panel to open the slider for her out of instinct, then stopped dead and thought, what the hell? I went back to the window and opened the little metal speaking port so I could ask her why she was out of her room. But when I looked again, she was gone. Just gone. I stood there for a second trying to make sense of it. Then I checked the control panel to make sure all the cell doors were still secured. They were. Every one of them. So now I'm unsettled, but I still have count to do. I head out, and the whole time I'm telling myself there has to be a reasonable explanation. I figured maybe when I got to Raina's cell, I'd find her awake and moving around. Maybe she'd tampered with the door somehow, and I'd be writing her up before sunrise. But that's not what happened. When I got to her cell, she was in bed, asleep on her side with her back to the door. I held my flashlight on her longer than I normally would, just to make sure. She never moved, never stirred. And when I checked, her cell door was locked tight. Nothing else happened that night. No sounds, no movement, nothing I could point to and say, there, that explains it. But I'll tell you this. I never settled down after that. For the rest of the shift, I had that crawling feeling in the back of my neck, like I wasn't alone, like something was just behind me every time I turned a corner. And even now, when I think back on it, the part that stays with me is simple. If Raina was asleep in her locked cell, then who was standing at that door? You know, one of the strangest places I ever lived was this old farmhouse my family rented out in rural Ohio when I was in high school. Even before we moved in, the place felt off. We had to spend days cleaning it up, and the basement was the worst part. It had a dirt floor, and down there we found this rough, homemade kennel that was absolutely filthy, covered in old animal waste. I hated going into that basement. It always gave me this heavy, uneasy feeling I could never really shake. I shared a bedroom with my sister Mara. Our room had this walk-in closet where we kept clothes, board games, sports stuff, all the usual things. On the other side of the room, there was this tiny little door that opened into a crawlspace attic. It was mostly dust, cobwebs, and a forgotten box of little tiles I sometimes used for art projects. My other sister's room, right across the hall, was laid out almost exactly the same way. We even kept a bed pushed in front of that little attic door, half joking and half serious, just to make sure nothing came creeping out of there. But the weirdest thing in our room was the closet door. Every night we'd close it before going to sleep, and every single morning it would be standing open again. We tested it over and over, tried to figure out if it was uneven or loose or if there was some trick to it, but nothing explained it. At one point, we actually took the doorknob apart so we could shut the door and remove the knob completely, thinking that would finally keep it closed. It didn't. Somehow, the door still kept opening. At night, we'd hear scratching in the walls. Now, it was an old farmhouse, so sure, maybe there were mice or something in there. That would have made the most sense. But when you're lying awake in the dark, hearing those sounds move through the walls, your mind doesn't exactly choose the comforting explanation. And it wasn't just the bedroom. Strange things kept happening all through that house. Sometimes the doorbell would ring for no reason. We lived way out in the country, with the nearest neighbor about a mile away, so it wasn't like kids were running by playing pranks. Then there was the day my whole family drove into town, and when we came back that evening, the front screen door was latched from the inside. The back door was secured too, and that one could only be locked by wedging a broomstick under the knob from inside the house. There was no way to do either of those things from outside. So there we were, standing there, realizing both doors were locked in a way that should have been impossible. We ended up forcing a window open to get inside, and when we did, our dogs were hiding under the furniture, completely terrified. Then we noticed every furnace vent in the house had been pulled up from the floor and flipped upside down. Every single one. I also saw things I still can't explain. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see these little glowing orbs drifting around the room. And one evening, out behind the house, I saw 2 red lights moving slowly across the field. Not headlights, not flashlights, just red orbs, gliding through the dark. What makes it even stranger is that my parents didn't really talk about any of their experiences until after we moved out. But later, my mom admitted that while she was home alone during the day, she'd hear odd sounds all the time and notice things being moved. She never actually saw anything happen right in front of her, but she'd put something away, leave the room, and come back to find it sitting out again like it had never been touched. That house was, without question, the creepiest place I've ever lived. I think if I were there now, I probably wouldn't be quite as scared as I was back then. Looking back, as unsettling as it all was, I never really felt anything truly hateful there. Just watched. And that was more than enough. You know, I did not get much time with my mom when I was growing up. My dad was the steady one, the one who raised me day to day, and my mom let him take the lead. I still saw her sometimes, just not often, maybe once every few years. Back then, I did not really understand it. Now that I am older, I do. Life can get tangled fast. People mean well, and still, things slip through their hands. So this happened during one of those visits with her. I was about 9, and we were up on the California coast near this quiet stretch of beach. Earlier that day, we had stopped at a little roadside fruit stand and bought Rainier cherries, peaches, and a few other things. Her old SUV was parked nearby, and the plan was to spend the evening by the ocean and sleep there. We spent the whole day talking, snacking, and just being together. It felt easy. As the sun started going down, she pulled out a couple of flashlights and 2 plastic buckets. She had missed a lot of my firsts growing up, and I think she was always trying, in her own way, to squeeze in something memorable whenever she had the chance. That night, the adventure was hunting for big shells while the tide pulled back. At first, it felt fun and harmless. The air was damp, that salty kind of cold that sticks to your skin, and we kept getting excited every time our flashlights caught something pale in the sand. Most of it turned out to be little shells, broken bits, drift trash, nothing special. We kept going, further apart after a while, each of us scanning the shoreline. Eventually, I got frustrated. I had not found anything good, and I was tired of stopping for every tiny white speck. So I started sweeping my flashlight farther ahead, looking only for something big. Then I saw it. It was this larger, pale shape near the edge of the beach, half buried. I got so excited I started yelling for my mom and ran toward it, my bucket banging against my leg the whole way. I was sure I had finally found the shell. But when I got close, I noticed there was a big opening in it. At first, I thought it was just cracked or damaged, which honestly did not even bother me. It still seemed like an amazing find. Only then I looked harder, and the opening did not look broken. It looked clean, intentional, like it was supposed to be there. A second later, my mom came up beside me with her flashlight, and we were both just standing there, staring at this strange oval thing in the sand. She gave this short laugh and said, "It's probably just some damn paper plate," like she was trying to brush it off. Then she stepped on it, and that is when everything changed. Instead of collapsing flat, it held firm. It pushed deeper into the sand. The way it moved made my stomach drop. Her foot disturbed the sand around it, and suddenly more of the shape showed itself. What I had thought was a hole looked a lot more like an eye socket. Wide, deep, too defined. And then, as the sand shifted, I saw 2 narrow slits off to one side. It all happened in seconds. My mom grabbed my hand hard and pulled me away from it, fast, back toward the dry part of the beach. I still remember the way she moved. No hesitation, just fear. Real fear. She tried to tell a nearby group what we had seen, but they were drunk or high or both, and nobody took it seriously. They kind of laughed it off. So we packed up all our stuff, left the beach, and got a motel room for the night instead. What stayed with me was this. I knew what bones looked like, even as a kid. The texture, the little pits, the way they catch light. And when she stepped on that thing, it did not bend like trash. It stayed solid. It buried itself. Then it showed that deep socket and those slits. I was convinced it was a skull of some kind. Maybe it belonged to some sea creature. Maybe there is an ordinary explanation for it. I cannot rule that out. But the part I still cannot shake is my mother's reaction. She was a grown woman, and whatever she saw scared her enough to leave immediately. And when the adult in the moment is more frightened than the child, you remember that. You carry it with you. Even now, I still think about that pale shape in the sand and wonder, what exactly we found that night. I've had this experience stuck in my mind for years, and even now, I still can't explain it. Back when I was a teenager, I was involved in a play at a small community theater in my town. I'm not someone who jumps to paranormal conclusions. I've always been pretty skeptical of anything supernatural, and I still am. But this happened, and I've never been able to make sense of it. It was during one of our early rehearsals. We were doing a script read, sitting in a loose circle in the room, maybe a dozen of us all together. Most of us were teenagers, with a few adults there too, including the director. The theater itself had this local reputation for being haunted, which everyone seemed to know about, but I never took that seriously. While we were reading, I happened to glance up, and that's when I saw them. There were these strange silver spheres hanging in the air near the ceiling. I'd say there were around 10 of them, maybe a few more. They were arranged in a rough ring above us, almost echoing the circle we were sitting in below. They weren't bright or glowing exactly, just this muted metallic silver, like old holiday ornaments that had lost some of their shine. Each one looked maybe 2 or 3 inches wide. They were suspended somewhere below the ceiling, not all at the exact same height, and they were drifting downward very slowly. Barely moving, really. Just enough that I could tell they were descending. I remember blurting out something like, "What is that?" and pointing up at them. I expected at least one other person to react, but nobody did. Nobody seemed to see anything. I tried explaining what I was looking at, and everyone just looked confused. As they kept floating lower, I got up to look more closely at one of them. The nearest one had dropped to about eye level. I brought my hand close to it, not touching it, just seeing what would happen. But there was nothing. No warmth, no change in the air, no reflection from my hand on its surface. And it didn't respond to me at all. It just kept drifting downward at the same slow pace. Then I moved around it a little, trying to understand what I was seeing. That's one of the parts that still unsettles me the most. It really seemed to occupy actual space in the room. It wasn't like a floater in your vision, or a trick of the light that shifts when you move your eyes. As I changed position, it stayed where it was, fixed in space except for that gradual descent. It felt real in a physical sense, even though I couldn't interact with it. And all the while, I kept asking the others, "You seriously can't see this?" I was pointing right at it, just inches from my hand, and every single person acted like there was nothing there. Then, after maybe a minute, the spheres started disappearing. Not all at once, one by one. Each of them just sort of crackled away or fizzled out until there was nothing left. I told the group they were gone, sat back down, and tried to act normal. But honestly, I felt embarrassed and shaken. I still don't know what I saw that day. I've tried to explain it in every ordinary way I can, and nothing quite fits. That's what stays with me. Not that it felt supernatural, but that it felt real, and I was the only one who could see it. You know, back in early 2002, my wife, our 4 kids and I moved into this house that had been built sometime in the early 70s. It felt like a dream for us then. 4 bedrooms, a big fenced backyard, plenty of room for the kids to run wild. It really seemed like the perfect family place. For the first few years, though, my wife and daughters kept mentioning little things that didn't make much sense. Cabinet doors would be hanging open when nobody remembered touching them. Things would turn up in strange spots. I remember one time the decorative bowl from the dining table somehow ended up in the basement bathroom. Another time, my wife's paperback, the one she always kept on her nightstand, turned up in a basket of clean towels. I kept brushing it off. I figured it had to be the kids fooling around, or somebody moving something absent-mindedly and forgetting about it later. Then it started getting harder to explain. My youngest daughter began talking about this little man she said lived under the stairs. She described him as grouchy, sometimes angry. One day, she told us she'd seen him shouting at a tall, dark shape floating in the hallway outside the girls' room. I remember hearing that and thinking, kids dream up all kinds of things. That had to be all it was. But then one night, I heard my wife yell from the garage. She'd been out there folding laundry, and when I got to her, she looked completely shaken. Pale, unnerved, the whole bit. She told me she'd turned around and almost walked right into this dark figure standing behind her. She said it seemed human-shaped, just black and shadowy, and when she spun around, it slipped backward into the darkness. I stayed out there and finished the laundry for her, but I didn't see a thing. After that, more strange stuff kept happening, and still, somehow, never to me. At that point, I figured maybe I should stop dismissing everybody. My wife wanted to sage the house, so we did. And honestly, things got quiet for about a week. Then one evening, I was home alone. My wife and the kids were out, and I walked into the kitchen to grab a soda from the fridge. I shut the door, turned around, and there it was. A tall, black, human-shaped figure standing maybe 10 feet away from me. I actually rubbed my eyes because I thought, no, this can't be real. But it was still there, slowly moving across the room. And for whatever reason, instead of being scared, I got mad. I just said, out loud, to the empty kitchen, "Fantastic, so we've got a ghost. Now I'm gonna have to burn this house down and salt the whole earth just to be safe." I reached for a glass, looked away for maybe a second, and when I turned back, it was gone. Just like that. And here's the strangest part. We lived in that house another 5 years after that, and nobody in the family ever saw it again. So now, whenever somebody tells me they think they've got a ghost, I always tell them the same thing. Forget sage, just loudly threaten to burn the place down and salt the earth. Worked for me. So, I've been living in this house for a little over a year now, with my dad and my grandmother. It's an old place, easily close to 2 centuries old, maybe more. It has 2 main floors, plus a basement, and this huge attic that feels like its own world. My room is still set up on the 2nd floor for now, but it's tiny, so the plan is to move me up into the attic once it's finished. The attic is the part that really gets to me. There's this old section up there, almost like a hidden room that stretches around part of the attic. Not all the way around, but far enough that it feels bigger than it should. Since we're renting, the landlord, this elderly man named Mr. Halden, left a lot of his old belongings back there. Stuff like faded portraits in heavy gold frames, an antique cradle that looks straight out of a nightmare, and this rusted old furnace sitting in the corner. It's the kind of room that makes you uneasy the second you step into it. And the strangest part is, that room is always warm. Even in the middle of winter, when the rest of the attic feels cold and still, that back room stays oddly heated. It doesn't make sense. What really unsettles me, though, is what happens late at night. The attic barely gets any airflow. When the door is shut, there's practically none. Even with it open, it's not much. The windows are painted or glued shut. There are no fans, no vents doing anything useful. Just this weak little draft from somewhere you can't really trace. And still, sometimes in the early hours of the morning, it sounds like something is scratching from inside that attic room. Not outside the door, inside. Sometimes the door even seems to move slightly with it. I've tried to explain it away. The hinges in this house are old and unreliable. We do have cats, but they never go in there. They won't even linger near the attic for long. Anytime they get close, they back off like they want nothing to do with it. Then there was the closet. I was walking toward my bedroom one day, and across from it there's this storage room nobody really uses. On my right, there's a small closet against the wall. Out of nowhere, the door slowly started to open on its own. I mean slowly, with that long, creaking squeak that old wood makes when it shifts. That room has no breeze, no open window, Nothing that should have moved it. The closet itself is tiny, just a few hanging clothes and some old bags inside. I remember staring at it for a second and then deciding, honestly, that I just didn't want to know. And then there are the doors. One afternoon, my friend came over while I was home alone. We were waiting for my mom to pick us up so we could head to the pool before the rest of my family got back. Everything felt normal. My bedroom door was wide open, my grandmother's door was cracked like it usually was, and my dad's room was open too. We were just gathering our things, getting ready to leave, when my grandmother's door suddenly slammed shut. Not drifted, not crept. Slammed. My friend saw it happen before I even turned around. When I looked back, the door was fully closed. And just to be clear, those doors are heavy. They're tall, solid hardwood, thick enough that you really have to push them to get them moving. There's no way a little draft could have shut it like that, especially not in a house with such poor airflow. And we were completely alone. Another night, I was lying on my bed when my own door suddenly jerked open a few inches. At the time, I brushed it off. My door has the worst hinges in the house, so I figured maybe it had shifted, or maybe one of the cats had nudged it. But later, I remembered something that still bothers me. We have motion sensor lights by the stairs, and one of them is directly outside my room. It's extremely sensitive. If anything passes near that doorway, even by a foot or so, the light comes on. That time, it stayed dark. No light, no sound from a cat, just the door moving open on its own. And now that I'm thinking about it, those lights have switched on by themselves before too. I know old houses make noise. I know wood settles, hinges slip, and people can scare themselves when they're already uncomfortable in a place. I really do know that. But living here has given me too many moments that feel harder to explain than they should be. It's like the house is always doing something small, just enough to make you question what you saw, or what you heard, or whether you really want to go up into the attic alone again. I want to tell you a little about the house I grew up in, because I think the history of it matters. My family moved in around 2009, not long after my great-grandmother passed away. Before that, we had been living in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment, so moving into this place felt like a huge change for all of us. The house had belonged to my dad's side of the family for a long time, especially my great-grandparents, and there was already so much history sitting in those walls before we ever unpacked a single box. And when I say the house is old, I really mean old. During renovations in the kitchen and the upstairs bathroom, we found an ancient cast iron pipe hidden inside one of the walls. A lot of the wiring is outdated too, the kind that makes you wonder how everything is still running without sparks flying. The whole place has always felt like it's carrying the weight of 100 years. The first strange thing I remember happened when I was a kid, probably 8 or 9. It was a school night, and I was lying in bed, right on the edge of falling asleep. My closet door was open, and out of nowhere, I heard a little girl's voice say, very clearly, "Hello." Not faintly, not like I imagined it. I mean clear, like someone was standing right there in my room. I froze. Then I panicked. The only woman in the house that night was my mom, and I didn't have a sister or anyone else who could explain it. I ran downstairs and told my parents, but they brushed it off and said I was probably half asleep, letting my imagination run wild. But I knew what I heard. I still know. After that, I made a habit of sleeping with the closet door shut. The second experience happened a few years later, late at night while everyone was winding down for bed. I was talking with my mom in her room when I noticed a tiny glass keepsake sitting on her dresser. It had a cork in the top, and inside was a folded newspaper clipping with a layer of ash-like dust. When I asked about it, she told me it held a small portion of her grandmother's ashes. Some of the family had each been given a little amount to keep, We talked about it for a while, and then I went to my room. Maybe 15 minutes later, just as I was settling in, I heard a soft knock at my bedroom door. It was light, but distinct enough that I got up and opened it. No one was there. I stood in the doorway for a second, staring into the hall, trying to make sense of it. Nothing moved. No one called out. It was just quiet. The third thing isn't really one moment. It's more like a feeling that never leaves. Anytime I'm alone in the basement, especially in the laundry room, I feel watched. It doesn't matter whether I'm switching clothes from the washer to the dryer or just grabbing something off a shelf. The feeling always creeps in the same way, like there's someone behind me, standing just outside my line of sight. I always turn around, and there's never anybody there. Still, the feeling is so strong that I can't ignore it. These days, whenever I go down there by myself, I play music or a video on my phone just to fill the silence. It helps a little. Not completely, but enough. The last experience happened pretty recently, only a couple of months ago, and honestly, it shook me more than anything else. It was the middle of the night, and I was in bed trying to fall asleep. My room was dark, and I'd had my eyes closed for a while. At one point, I opened them to check the time on my clock. I looked over, saw the time, and then rolled back onto my back. As I settled in, I glanced slightly to my right, and there was something standing beside my bed. It was dark, darker than the room itself, like a human-shaped shadow. I could make out the outline well enough to tell it was roughly my height, maybe even a little shorter. There were no features I could clearly see. No face, no eyes, nothing like that. Just the shape of a person standing there next to me. I didn't hesitate. I jumped out of bed and ran straight into the hall. My parents heard me and came out to see what was wrong. I told them what I'd seen, and I remember trying so hard to make them understand that I wasn't confused and I wasn't dreaming. I knew I had seen someone, or something, standing over me. I haven't seen that figure again since that night. But even now, living in that house still feels different sometimes. Not every day, not every hour. Just in those quiet moments when the place seems to remember something I don't. And when that happens, I can't help feeling like maybe we've never really been alone there at all. I'm going to tell you this the way I remember it, starting with the encounter that still sits the heaviest in my chest and moving forward from there. The main presence in all of this is what I can only describe as an angel-like figure. I've had other strange experiences too, but this one has followed me through so many years that it's the one I keep coming back to. After a few encounters, I started calling her Lucia. Just a small shift from the old name that felt closer to who she was to me. The first time I saw Lucia, I was 4 years old. I had gotten up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. The hallway outside my room was always lit because I was terrified of the dark, so I should have felt safe. But when I came out, I had this sudden, crushing feeling that something was watching me. You know that feeling when your body notices danger before your mind can explain it? It was like that. I looked toward the staircase, and there she was at the bottom. She was tall, far too tall for the house, with huge wings folded behind her, and something long in her hands that looked almost like a blade. Her whole form seemed drained of color, like she had been made from ash, shadow, and winter air. The only sound was this deep, rushing breath, like wind moving across an open field. She didn't really walk. She seemed to glide upward, slow and steady, and her eyes were darker than the rest of her, like empty spaces cut into a pale shape. I panicked. I ran to my mother's room, pounding on the door, crying, begging her to let me in because there was someone in the house. For years, I tried to tell myself it was just the kind of fear a little kid invents in the dark. But later, when I asked my mother about it, she remembered that night. She remembered me saying there was a tall figure in the house and how shaken I was. That memory stayed with her too. From about 6 to 8 years old, Lucia started appearing again, but in a different way. By then, I had been taken into another family, and that home was not a kind place. It was full of anger, fear, and the kind of tension that makes a child feel older than they are. During those years, she would stand in the corner of my room at night. Always the same corner, always silent. This time, though, she didn't scare me the way she had the first night. I could move. I could turn over in bed. I could pull the blanket tighter and pretend not to notice her, even though I always did. Around her there was this faint mist, bluish and greenish, like smoke catching moonlight. She would just stand there, watching. Not threatening, not comforting either exactly, just present. Someone I cared about later suggested maybe she had been some kind of guardian presence, maybe trying to absorb the ugliness around me or keep watch when no one else did. I still don't know what I believe. I only know that in the middle of all that pain, she kept showing up. When I was 14, I was living somewhere safer. That summer I was at camp, and during a quiet period when everyone was supposed to stay in their cabins, I snuck out because I was the kind of kid who always needed to be outside. I was walking through the woods near the ropes course when I noticed movement beside me in the trees. It was Lucia. She was gliding between the trunks, keeping pace with me. It was daytime, so for the first time I could really see her. Her wings looked dark at first, but underneath there was this deep blue sheen, like crow feathers catching light. Her face looked strangely young, younger than something ancient ought to look. The cloak around her was still dark and colorless, and that thin, drifting haze still hung around her. I tried to get closer. I don't know whether that was courage or teenage foolishness, maybe both. But every time I stepped toward her, she moved back by the same amount, as if there was a distance she could never let me cross. Eventually, I gave up and turned back toward camp. She stayed beside me for a while, moving through the trees, and then she was simply gone before I reached the clearing. At 15, I saw her again while I was on a beach in Maine. It was late in the day, and I remember feeling unusually calm, almost peaceful, just standing there looking out at the water. When I turned, she was near a lamppost farther back from the shore, watching me. I started toward her, just a few steps, but she vanished almost immediately, like she had only meant to be seen and not approached. The next big encounter came when I was 18. By then, I had been struggling hard. I'd been using drugs for years and had already come too close to death more than once. I had just gotten out of treatment and was staying in a sober home. One night, I went out walking along a wooded bike path. There was a bridge there, and that's where she appeared again. I didn't want to deal with it. I turned around and headed back. But later, while I was on the phone with a friend, I saw her again outside the window. I remember freezing, then asking the friend if they could see anything. They said yes. They saw a figure and asked me what it was. I told them the truth, that I had seen her for years and still had no explanation. That ended up being one of the last conversations I ever had with that friend. We drifted apart after that. I can't tell you why that detail matters to me, only that it does. And now we get to what's happening lately, the reason I'm telling you any of this at all. For the past week, sleep has barely touched me. Every time I start to drift off, I end up in the same place. I'm standing on a frozen surface in total darkness. Beneath the ice is a single eye, impossibly huge, so large it makes everything human feel microscopic. And it is looking straight at me, not upward, not around, at me, directly at me. That's what unsettles me most. It doesn't feel like an ordinary dream. It feels like being observed. I wake up shaking with cold, with that awful sensation still clinging to me, like something crossed the line between sleep and waking and followed me back. And now Lucia is near again too. Not always fully visible, not for long, but enough that I know she's there. So that's where I am. I've told you as honestly as I can, and I've even altered a few small details in the telling, because memory is a living thing, and sometimes shifts when you hold it up to the light. But the heart of it is true. This presence has followed me from childhood into adulthood, through fear, abuse, recovery, and now sleepless nights. I don't know what Lucia is. I don't know whether she wants something from me, whether she has been protecting me, warning me, or simply watching. I only know I'm tired, and I want one ordinary night of sleep. So last night, my friend and I tried something I still can't fully explain. He was on TikTok live with me, all the way in Portland, while I was in New York City. He had the Ouija board in front of him, and I had the EMF reader with me. We started carefully, opening the board only to neutral or kind spirits, just to be safe. The first spirit that came through gave us a name when we asked. It spelled out T. Gersinov. When we asked where he was from, it spelled something like risky, which made us think maybe Soviet or Russian. We searched for anything that matched, but found nothing. He did not seem to have much more to say, but while he was there, the EMF reader kept reacting. After a while, we said goodbye and opened the board again for any other spirit that wanted to speak. That is when everything changed. The EMF reader suddenly went wild, straight into the red, blinking over and over without stopping. We asked for a name, and the board kept moving between the same letters, spelling out Vova again and again. At first, we honestly thought it might just be a child spirit, almost playful, not really understanding what we were asking. We looked up the word afterward and only found a strange little coincidence, but nothing that really explained it. So we asked how old the spirit was. The planchette moved to 5. We asked again just to make sure, and it stayed there. That was the moment we realized we might really be talking to a child. Then I asked a question I truly wish I had left alone. The answer that came through was water. The second that word was spelled out, the whole atmosphere around me shifted. The EMF reader was going harder than it had the entire night, and the air around me turned freezing cold. I got chills instantly, and the back of my hand started prickling. I reached my hand out over the EMF reader, and I swear I felt something cold and damp against it, almost like a wet face. At the exact same time, my friend, miles away, said he was feeling chills too. That was enough for both of us. We ended the session right there, said goodbye, and put the board away. By then, I was starting to feel physically sick, nauseous, shaky, and completely drained. Whatever we had connected with, it felt deeply unsettling, and the sense we were left with was that this 5-year-old spirit had drowned. I still don't know what to make of it. I just know neither of us felt normal after that.